Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
Hello and welcome back to Polaris. It is our final day of the week, and as you can see, as usual, I am joined by a 6'4" previous champions winner. It is Mitch. Oh, they've actually put Mitch on the thing. I didn't even tell them to do that. What's up, Milan? What's up, Milan?
Now that we got that bit out of the way, how are you doing? I'm doing great. Honestly,
I didn't even tell them to put that on there. Genuinely, I didn't do that.
I'm good, man. I'm happy to be, taking the place of another giant when it comes to Valorant, right, in the EMEA space, right? So very happy that I got to be here today and share this day with you.
You are very similar in that regard. In fact, the characteristics almost perfectly matched. He's the hike man as well, which is going to be your job for the day for all of the teams that we have coming up. And I don't know, how are you feeling in general about how everything has gone? We had a bit of a surprise yesterday with how some of the games went. Do you think there's going to be any surprises today?
I mean, in general, I'm surprised by the performance that we've seen from some of the teams, right? I was here a couple times last split, and for me, it was very difficult to make up my mind on which team are standing out compared to the rest, right? And I think with this split included, I'm still not sure. Every time I think the team is able to separate themselves from the rest, they kind of get back dragged into the pack, and I feel like that's kind of the story of Polaris as a whole, with some one giant standing out of everything, right? And that's still Apex. And even though they dropped the map yesterday, I still think they looked good when they really needed to.
Was that a subtle plug, like your giant X Milan?
50 euros for every time I get it in,
Well, luckily, for maybe the people at home, I know that it's your dream for us to cast together, but I don't believe they're going to allow us to do that today. So I'm hoping we can bring two giant, there you go, I'm going to say it as well, of the casting scene. It's my bald brother, although I guess both of them were technically bald brothers a little bit earlier today. Pavlos, I'm disappointed that you
kept we all bald brothers, at a point we all didn't have hair, right? So, and eventually we'll go into the ground and not have hair again. So it's the beginning and the end. It's the
wow.
That's a really bleak way of starting. Like, we just remind everybody that we're all going to die and we're all going to be bald. I don't know which is worse.
Hey, don't take my hair away.
Neither.
Pavlos, have you got something a little bit more positive to say about today? Because that was the bleakest introduction anyone has ever given to themselves.
Good.
Sure. I'll talk a bit about the team today and what I'm kind of looking forward to. And that is mostly Requiem, right? They're the newcomers of this league, and not only do they show they can compete against and get a match against one of the playoff contenders, they're kind of showing that this talent recycling we've been seeing for the past couple of years is an old way of thinking, and that you can just build these rosters with young talent, build them up, and bring them to the league and actually perform. And I think with their match today, they could show potentially that they are playoffs contenders themselves.
Yeah, we've had it already be a big split right now. Sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to interrupt you, my lovely. But
you're trying to say it's been a big split.
Stuff online. big split. Big split. Yeah, because I think we've already sort of seen it from previous stages, last stage, how close it was from teams narrowly missing out, not only on making playoffs, but narrowly missing out on not being relegated to Eclipse, right? And it seems that the same sort of thing is happening, that we have those teams that have come through Eclipse actually doing relatively well, right? Formulation could have definitely got the win yesterday, which is good for a team that was relegated and then come back. And then also Requiem have been a really solid addition. So it's a great eclectic mix of teams that are doing well underneath Apex, I think.
Well, you know what, Milan? Normally you keep the cast around to talk a little bit more about the game, but since Ryan has decided to bring up death within the first 15 seconds of being on the show, we're gonna get rid of those guys, and we're gonna talk about what we saw, or maybe what we didn't see yesterday, because there was a game played off stream. We know that there's been a few problems with Finnish connection, so I don't know, just from VLR and from the small amount of information you have, was there anything interesting about that match yesterday?
I mean, I think the most interesting thing that Pavlos mentioned there, right, is the new talent kind of stepping up, entering a space that's been like dominated, I guess, by the same group of players for a very long time and doing good. And we kind of had the same last split with Apina coming in, you know, showing some good stuff, but eventually it didn't really amount to much. I mean, they barely like had they had the battle for playoffs towards the end there, right? But this Requiem team right now, they're off to like a crazy hot start. They could, you know, solidify their spot into the top 3 today. And I think they're doing it with names that, to me, prior to Polaris this season, were completely unknown, to be brutally honest. And I think that's something that's super cool to see. And for them to beat kind of like the, you know, standing kings of Polaris, a team that's been around for so long, in such a weird fashion with a rematch that has to be played like at a different time, not streamed and everything like that, it's poetic almost, you know?
Why, I think almost the fun thing about it is like only Finns, after losing that initial map, had a ridiculous amount of time to sort of prep what they were going to do next. It's almost like a horrific stance for a lot of like coaches or teams, maybe if you had like counter picks, but they still weren't able to turn it around. So I guess a good sign for Requiem that they can still weather the storm of a long-standing team. Now, a match that we can go into and actually have a little bit look at what was going on, what happened, was the game with Apex yesterday. Now, I was called up last minute. I was asked, do you want to be on the show? It's Apex. It'll be a nice, fast day. It's going to be a quick 2-0. They've not lost a map yet. Then Milan, they lost the first map 13-4. Now, I don't know if you've got any explanation, because I didn't have any yesterday.
I mean, it seems like one of those things that is bound to happen at some point, right? I think as confident as Apex should and could be, you know, heading into a game, it makes sense that sometime you're not going to have your day and you're not going to be able to win everything. I think going completely flawless, they had like a very similar run last year. And eventually, when it really mattered and stuff, you know, is getting super close and you really, really, really need to win, it's good to have some of these games under your belt so that you know what it feels like to not only win comfortably, but also lose occasionally, you know?
But yeah, Solkas, as you said, when the round that he won that ended up turning things back on the last map, he felt like he had God on his side, which I don't know.
That's like a Maradona quote or something, you know?
Not about a mass amount of confidence, but it definitely, we saw the likes of Kayak have an insane performance. But I also, for Formulation, I think it's a great sign. Like, Riyadh was insane pretty much the whole series, but Demiurge as well, just showing his depth of agent pool, his operator play as well was fantastic. So I think good signs for Formulation. It's got to be bittersweet, though, because they did end up losing like 6-7 rounds in a row to end up losing that game. And I think those are always the hardest losses, because I think for them, they kind of knew they could have won it.
I believe that Solkas did like a crazy pit stop with like a mousepad. I don't know if you saw that one on Twitter.
Yeah.
But I think he like switched mousepad mid-series and they just won every round after that. So it's in these small little things, right? And Apex is like an experienced team, you know, and I think for them especially, it's super good to, one, drop a map. I think maybe even better for them, losing a map at some point during the split when it, you know, they've locked in like playoffs and they have the ability or the luxury to lose one. I think it would be a good thing for them, because once they're going to, you know, go up on like winners from other leagues and stuff like that, and I know that's towards the end of the season, but that's where, you know, if you don't have any of that experience as a team, it's going to get like more finicky and more tricky, you know?
Well, it's always easy to talk about Apex, but we have a lot of other games coming up today. So we're going to be taking a look at the final couple of games for the schedule of this week. Of course, we've already talked a little bit about Requiem, who are going to be coming up in our first matchup. Is there either game you're looking forward to more, Milan, or is it just a free-for-all of matches?
I mean, I think the first one is the most exciting one for me, right? These are two teams who both promoted from lower leagues into the Challengers League, right? And to see them, you know, face off on this stage. Apina, I believe we talked about this previously, the team who knocked out Requiem the first time when they made it to VCL, and for them to have a rematch right now, very nice. Second game, it's not as intriguing, right? These are the two teams right at the bottom of the scoreboard, at the bottom of the table right now, but it's still a very important game for them, especially, right? Like if you lose this on the side of Metasport, you're looking at a 4-0 right now. It's going to be a very tough season for you.
Well, I guess it's only time now to just dive into a little bit of analysis for that first matchup, because I think, as you mentioned, like this is the game where we're talking about teams that have opportunities to sort of like go battling in towards that upper stage of the league. I think especially Requiem now could realistically start off 3-1 with wins over only Finns as well. I kind of want to pick your brain of like, is there a way that this game leans, or is it genuinely like a sort of a 50-50 game down the middle with opportunities for either side to take this?
I think if you exclude the game from yesterday, it would be very much a 50-50, right? Apina was one of the teams who really surprised me last split. I thought they played very good fundamentally, like strong Valorant, defaulting very much and all of those things, doing a very good job at that. Unfortunately for them, I think we've slightly moved towards more of a like aggressive, faster paced meta, and it seems like they haven't really figured out how to play that new meta yet so far. And on the side of Requiem, right, we have a team of players who are super eager, they're excited to play at this level, you know, and they're giving their all to just do their best, and so far it's paying off. So if I'm on the side of Apina, I'm more worried about Requiem coming in here with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence, and just, you know, taking that fast style of Valorant to us.
Okay, and when we do talk about this Requiem roster, obviously my eyes are automatically drawn towards Harambe just because of the name that he's chosen, but I want to ask, is there anybody that you think people need to look out for within this roster that could be the pinnacle player today?
I mean, I think Soren is the one name that I recognize. I think he's been around playing in like mixes and everything from around the tier 2 to tier 3 level, right? And I think that from my outside looking, he's the one who needs to be bringing that experience, right? He needs to be the one who's, you know, taking the guys through the, you know, rounds that are a little bit more difficult, taking them through the hardships, and kind of carrying that mental side of things. So I think that's a role from the outside looking in that's incredibly important, and I kind of count on him to fill that role.
Yeah, and I think something else we need to mention is also that your man on camera, CRR, is going to be standing in, at least for the first map. It's possible the deck comes back a little bit later on, but obviously your team itself recently has like brought in players here and there. Like, when it comes to having a stand-in, or when it comes to having a player like this just sort of stepping in, do you think it can massively change the outcome of the game for them?
I think that playing with a stand-in takes a lot of like stress away, right? It releases a lot of this tension and pressure that players put on themselves, and ultimately often it will lead to better results, right? If we look at anywhere leading, like even looking back at like last year, right? Heretics playing with Weber, Carmine Core playing with Zeiss, and arguably looking better in those official games when bringing subs, and Heretics taking the same like kind of success formula and bringing it back this year with Paddytech standing in here and there, and them still looking arguably better when they're playing with them is crazy to me. But apparently it works.
Well, a good example of that as well is when we look at Apina or Kestri. They've, for the last couple of weeks, been playing with a stand-in. And okay, they lost to Apex, as everyone does. But they've actually got a stand-in coming in for this matchup. Or not a stand-in, they've got Kalkuna back, after having Autumn. So do you think for them, obviously not getting a win, I believe, with their full roster just yet, is this the time now that they need to really start showing what they've got, or maybe even just bring in Autumn full time?
I mean, just looking at the stats of these two guys, right? They performed very similarly, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that it's a matter of, oh, we're bringing this guy and we're getting like the substitute effect. Autumn knew beforehand, hey, I'm playing for 2 weeks, I'm giving it my all, and that's a fresh breath of air for a team usually, right? But now, Kalkuna coming back, it allows them to, you know, go back to these protocols that they've been working on so much longer with the team collectively. And I think especially with a team like Apina, who's relying very heavily on that structure, that team play, fundamental, like strong fundamentals in that sense, right? Them playing with the full fight, I think is going to give them the edge. I believe they lost to SNS, right, which is a pretty strong team overall still. And this is one of those games. It could really go both.
Okay. Well, I believe we're going to be moving fairly quickly towards that map veto. And I wanted to ask, just before we get there, is there anywhere you would say that, okay, these teams are probably going to be taking this? This is where they're favored. This is where I give this team an advantage, or is it just a free-for-all?
I think it's very much a free-for-all, right? I feel like all of these teams, they have like pretty wide map pools, right? We haven't seen enough of them to really give a great idea on, okay, these maps are strong, some changes coming in, meta changes. So it's pretty hard to determine what maps teams feel most comfortable on. And what we'll usually see is just team kind of leaning away from these like maps that they don't play at all, right? So in this case, Split and Icebox, I'm not super surprised with those. I think Apino always looked good on Sunset. I think we've played them a couple of times on there, especially last Split. They looked very strong on that, so I'm kind of curious to see if they lean into that.
Interestingly, we've obviously got the Breeze coming up. I think that's we heard from Soulcast yesterday that's a map that they're very happy is disappearing from the pool. And I'd actually say that we're getting more of the fringe maps. These are maps where a lot of the time you're going to have heavier advantages, because I think there's a lot of teams that lean away from playing Breeze. I'd say there's a decent amount of teams that will lean away from whatever the newest map in the pool is going to be in Sunset. But we are actually getting the sort of the newest maps being thrown into the pool here, Milan.
Yeah, it's like you said, right? All of these, I feel like even though they are very new maps, most teams have a very good idea on how to play these, right? Lotus is very much like, I think Lotus is the Ascent of last year, right? And every team knows how to play Lotus at this point. Every team is playing a fairly similar comp at least, you know? So it's going to be one of those maps that just played as a decider all of the time. And Sunset and Breeze, I think, are two like pocket picks, comfortable maps for either of these teams. Might be like a close to one series at this point. Maybe it's a little bit too early to call, but I feel like both of these teams should definitely take their own map pick at this point.
Okay, well, it seems like after this we're going to be heading off to a little bit of a break, but make sure that you talk about, or you go over to Twitter, make sure you use the hashtags if you maybe get yourself featured on the stream. Who knows if Bodog's doing his job properly, but either way, I think we'll be off to a break and then we'll be coming back with the match.
Somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore.
Welcome back. We're just moments away from getting into Requiem versus Apina and Milan. Our first map of the day is going to be out there on Breeze. Now, this is a map that you and your team are pretty comfortable in playing. So I'm curious, just before we get into Agent Select, before we find out what these teams are going to be playing, what are you looking for from these teams or from a solid Breeze team?
I mean, Breeze is one of those maps where it's pretty hard to play around mid. Teams will usually just, default a little bit and honestly go for fast, straight rounds, right? It's the most effective way to play it. And I think that especially on the side of Requiem, right, the double duelist comp that we run as well, it leans itself pretty well for that, right? We have Yoru, who can be used as more of a supportive agent, with Jet taking a lot of these like initial picks, right? And on the other side, on the Pina side, we kind of expect them to play the Astra. This is what they brought out against Metasport last time around. It's a completely different way of playing it, right? You don't have as much like aggressiveness, explosiveness, and you very heavily rely on this Astra to take either delays or lurk a lot more on the attack side. And we're going to see like a complete clash of styles on this map, and that's probably what I'm most excited for.
Well, I think the thing I've enjoyed with that Astra is just the rattiness of the post plants. Like, I think it was Trex playing it for Vitality, where he just basically, his only job is to just sit there and use the grab well right at the end of the round. Whereas the composition you run, it seems like a lot more of an aggro defense style. Like, you've got to take map control, you've got to get in their face, you've got to make it uncomfortable. So I almost wonder, is there a favored style, or is it just going to be more so which of these teams is going to play it better?
I mean, in general, we always feel like aggressive should lean pretty well into this like more passive playstyle, right? In practice, it kind of works out differently a lot of the times, especially because of what you just said, right? Something Vitality is heavily known for, and I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to see this on the Apina side as well, are those extremely late mid lurks, sometimes double lurks, right? They'll send Cypher to go first, and then Trex is just sitting there behind them. And I'm curious if we're going to see the same on the side of Apina today.
It does look.
Yeah,
it looks like they've gone for the sort of the standard that they would have done. Obviously, for CRR, he's going to be standing in on that Viper role, which I do feel like can be a little bit more difficult at times because you are kind of left out to dry. I guess he's playing a solo role, which might help him a bit, but they are starting out on that attack side.
Yeah, at least he's not that involved in like a lot of the team stuff, On the attack, it might be a little bit more tricky for him. The Viper changes, I don't know how much he's played of it recently, right? But it might feel a little bit different for him. And on the side of Apina, we see the same comp, right? Astra, Yoru, it's the exact Vitality comp. It's a rematch of our game against Vitality compositionally, right? So let's hope for the side of Requiem that their map pick actually goes to them and not like the way that they went to in our game.
Well, yeah, that's the thing as well. This is their sort of pick going into this, but both teams have actually been able to win this map more recently. So I guess it was versus Metasport, so maybe not the most comfortable thing in the world. Either way, Milan, that is it from us. We're going to be throwing things off to the casters. We are with Ryan Central and Pavlos, who needs to be bald.
No, I do not need to be bald. I do not.
You do.
Long hair works, short hair works, but not bald hair. But let's get into the match here, Ryan, because we're talking about two teams. Apina Orchestra. Last split was one of the new teams, right? And the youngest team out of the entire field. They're still the youngest team, but Requiem supersedes them in regards to actually being new to this league. So we heard expectations from our two analysts here in regards to aggression and whatnot. Seeing the one controller versus two controller, debates, where does your mind lie with these two?
It's hard to gauge because it's not only like off the comps, these being the sort of two main ones that people are going to whilst this map is still in the pool, not being sunsetted yet entirely, but also like statistically, like both these teams have won this stage so far on Breeze, narrowly beating Metasport 13-11, and I think it was like 14-12 in OT. So in those cases of comparison points, it's been close. Apina Orchestra starting on the defense of Requiem's choice of map, and they have the Astra and Euro based over towards A, looking like it's going to be some initial A pressure first.
Without any further ado, we're jumping straight into action. Requiem, this is their own map pick and starting on the attack as Apina Orchestra elected to begin on the defensive side. Spike left behind. You can see a little bit of movement now towards elbow, quite far forward here from Requiem as they're trying to take up space, and it might want to prompt some pressure in that direction and try and lure out some of the defenders.
Yeah, Soren actually starting over towards B, has just been lurking around elbow, has two shock darts, Mostly looking to see where the Cypher is, I guess, before he breaks some of those trips, perhaps. But so far, Requiem just put a bit of pressure towards A. So the Astra Smoke used in Hall. And late round started to take mid. First engagement comes in, and it's forcing Drog right into the background here. Soren goes for the execute.
Well, V definitely looks encircled here, and so is Vitti's positioning. Drog, not much space for him to hide, as he has been completely taken over from all ends. But Apina seemed to have brought a couple of players to assist. They do end up with a kill apiece, but that's all she wrote, as Brady is the only surviving player for the Apina side.
Has it all to do. And everybody grouped up together for Requiem as well, just playing backside, nobody going in for these fights, despite health being good, trying to find opportunities to trade off of each other, and Soren does exactly that. Good start for Requiem on this map. Like I said, for both these teams, not played each other, not played against each other ever, because we have one of the teams that have come through the open closed qualifiers in stage 1 versus a team that came through the open closed qualifiers and Eclipse in stage 2. This is the new breed of players, right? Like, especially when you're looking at CRR, especially, there's a lot of promise from this region and from these two teams specifically.
100%. And talking about CRR, this is not the first time we're seeing them on the Requiem roster. Last time he did play on the match against Apex, but that's a different beast, isn't it?
Yeah, having to stand in as a substitute in place of Yanto, the IGL, who is actually with them this time.
Already spotting out some presence here. Apina Orchestra going to call out for rotations. 3 players in the mix and a pick to go with it. That's not too bad of a start for the defending side.
I do quite like the pressure that Apina trying to sort of put towards it. And this lurk up,
spotted him?
I don't think so.
And it might be opportunity for Brady to get this point-blank shorty kill. Why not? Upgrade as well into the Outlaw. And all of a sudden, Apina Orchestra have got 2 players ahead of Requiem.
Yeah, a bit of a panic too for Requiem because they left the spike leaning towards A. It wasn't spotted by Brady, but he gets a nice pick. They tried to flash out off the Euro and it just doesn't connect.
And I think that's because Soren only had half armor, so it was a clean pickup as well for the Outlaw. Just the body shot did the trick. Unless he was chunked down earlier. Either way, one shot was all that was required. And we're already looking at a potential topsy-turvy. Only 30 seconds left for Requiem to prove us otherwise, but it's quite the dire of situations, especially with Drug already as a guarantee on the back line. Yanto try and take a few down with them. TP sent out into the site, but it seems to be 3 players gatekeeping. And the CR dropping and the shock dart directly to the feet of Yanto. We're looking at a 1-1 score off the back of a 50.
Really nice 52. Even if it didn't work out for Apina Orchestra, I do quite like how aggressive they were for B main. Sort of showing that this isn't a place that's going to naturally be given up by them. They're not just going to put a trip in that B main choke and leave it. The Drog is willing to push and fight it, and Requiem need to sort of keep an eye on it throughout. But it ends up getting a lot more. Brady gets a perfect timing with the Outlaw towards A main. Calcuna's actually going to have it in hand now as it's a full eco that's required for Requiem. They do have the dimensional drift. They do have that Euro ultimate. But it doesn't seem that now is the time to use it.
No, it might have been a bit of a waste if they do go for that. Seeing that the firepower isn't quite there to back them up. A bit of a mid push going on for Soren, sort of hoping that it will pay dividends with a pick or info. Sort of an extra angle of attack. Yanto not scared to make some noise as he drops back to grab the spike. But the main plan still stays. A site to be hit. Top of the screen dropped. Some cages as well to give him some further space. Brady putting down a smoke of his own, making sure that he dictates space over the back of site. And the fact that the pistols are starting to hit strong for Requiem, we might be seeing a second topsy-turvy in a row.
Spike planted. Well, 40 seconds left. Dimensional drift is going to be used, but actually to check that nobody's flanking all the way around. So this is good information to work with. But the weaponry is still great for Apina Orchestra. This retake is working. There's wings to it.
The fact that Requiem have upgraded in weapons, they might have a chance, especially with Toba holding onto a Phantom to this right-hand side. There's a left play coming in from Soren, but Calcuna turns around in time, but not looking at Calcuna, was looking at doors instead. So Toba, all he has to do is just lure him back, but he's running out of bullets, and he definitely needs help. But Soren is there to give it to him. Drog takes one down with him to his grave. That's Requiem with a thrifty off the rip.
Crazy round again. And you could just like look at the way that Apina Orchestrated were playing on B from round 2 to round 3. Round 2 they played super close, really aggressive. Round 3 they were so far back, playing off the Cypher trip. And it was brave of Apina Orchestrated to have the Astral with a Phantom playing on site against an eco like that. You don't have any other utility, you don't have a recon to play on. You're actually putting a smoke down and making it a 50-50 fight against potential worse weaponry, which is what happened. But now, shouldn't be any more thrifties. Both teams do have buys, but a lot of half armor for Apina Orchestrated.
No outlaw to punish, but it does make them just a little bit more flimsy. Malleable. Harambe, if he just keeps on creeping up here, even though the operator is a lot more expensive than the judge, I think the effectiveness favors the judge.
Not here. Again. It's like the same as it's the same as round 2, but just bigger guns.
Why not? Yanto, blind as a bat, has to drop splat on the ground. And Requiem seem to be losing control, but they're trying to seize it by aggressing themselves. 3 players strong through outdoors. Kalkuna is holding the fort down. Toba, only player to remain, but honestly, this round has been written. Spike closer to the defenders, as all 5, or 4 would I say, all 3 should I correct myself with, seem to be in the right position. Of course, you've got to make a little bit more damage as you can, with 2 to survive by the end of that one, but it seems that neither of these teams look to run away with a score yet.
Yeah, the clearance in halls from Apina was stunning, right? Like, it was a bit of a comical fight with the judge finding the attack operator scaling up. But the Euro flash that came in, it was, what, Brady and I think Chuckle that, like, cleared this afterwards? Because Brady's stuck. They're able to play off of each other. Another great flash from Kalkuna to just have everybody in a bad spot. The thing is, though, Toba did a good amount of damage, so the money isn't amazing for Apina Orchestrated, but it's still good enough to actually have the operator online. And it's just watching halls, because of course it is.
I mean, if any position was made for the operator, it's got to be these long distances, these halls. No-brainer. The good thing to have that gun on a Yoru, he can be omnipresent across the map. 1 second he's on A, the other's on B.
Yeah. A similar default for Requiem as the pistol, having the Sova towards B. They did recon that over there, so it has pulled that Yoru over with the operator, which might free some space not only in mid, but towards A.
Oh, the timing is off for this because the cross has already come forth from Toba. Kalkuna ripped off the face of the earth. And there's a bit of a return coming right back from Jog.
He's on his own. He's so separated from everybody else, so Chuckle has to come in and try and help.
He has to, but how much damage can he really do? That recon is well timed, and it could be opportunity for them to pick up a kill. Now, just like that, Requiem are on a disadvantage, and they've built even more time for Apina Orchestrated to come in with a further player to assist. Viti at McDonald. But let's see what Requiem can do. Spike goes down. A lot more to do, but this enables Soren's Hunter's Fury. If he can get into a safe position, this could be doable.
Yeah, this Cosmic Divide on the defense has given a window for Requiem to not only get onto site, but to plant. Harambe traded important kills for Viti on the backside. And CIR in a 1 versus 3.
Not an easy one. Standing, having to do a lot. And the only senses he has here is the ones of listening, as his eyes will not be able to show where the rest lie. Apina Orchestrated gain the lead.
And an important anti-eco as well. I guess it's good that if you're going to be losing 50 rounds, it's towards the start of the map instead of towards the end, where it could be a lot more costly. But now Ultimate's starting to come online. Kalkuna lost the op before. It might have been picked up. It might have been bought again from the looks. Yeah, Viti's had to buy for him, so it does keep that money in check for Apina Orchestrated. But a Hunter's Fury available for both sides and a Dimensional Drift on his defense. So far, though, it's looked like straightforward defense for Apina Orchestrated. It's mostly come down to just timings and aim duels and good utility.
That seemed to be the case. Kalkuna not falling for that one. Though it would be funny to see a pro just fake out a clone like that. I haven't seen that in a good while. Probably once Yoru got released at the start of the first time we saw him in official, we may have seen that, but would be entertaining. Still, the hit on A, imminent. Only 1 player sort of locked in here. Kalkuna might be in trouble, but gets himself out. Does take a lot of damage, though, and the site handed over to Requiem.
Pulse control is completely in the hands of Requiem as well.
Look how far forward he is.
Yeah, and Yuri spotted him too, so it allows that peek. It still put Drog in a bit of an awkward spot, but Calcuna's getting a good amount of info, and Hunter's Fury as well. Just pinging on where he stood to try and catch on, but nobody goes down. It's just Yanto that gets tagged, I think.
Kalkin has done so much to gain information, though. The fact that he's still alive is good for him. And Harambe's starting to use that Sheriff to perfection. CRR has a guarantee and an ultimate angle to put Requiem right back on even footing.
Really nice work from CRR. He was there the whole time with Harambe trying to be aggressive, trying to take like the back of A site towards yellow. CRR just bided his time. It was an area that Apina Orchestrator put zero pressure towards. And so he was just allowed to just basically sort of bait the whole of his team, get the right timing, and then play off of all of the attention being focused on site. Like I said, money has been really awkward for Apina Orchestrator. It's just that hero rifle for Calcuna and Brady. Nianto now having the operator.
Switching hands. Oh, Apina Orchestrator seemingly wanting to go for this fight. Though Soren says a big no to that. Sure, okay. Apina Orchestrator do move towards elbow and do get spotted. At least Viti does. Chooses to stick around and get spammed. He's sort of daring them to just come after him.
And I do like that the pistols have actually grouped up. All of this space, again, given up in halls has allowed Toba to go for this whole bus route lurk. Oh, they could lose the spike here.
Oh, no. Ooh, but Chuckle wasn't quick for it. And therefore, Requiem have saved their asses on this one, heading directly to this B site. But there's another cross, and the spike is dropped. And Viti!
Oh my god.
What is that sense? A sixth one,
Was
perhaps?
it off the camera? Yeah, because the camera was set up. I thought he might be saving it just for like the, you know, an attempted retake. But I think he gets a ping on to both of them because both of them were Cypher assists. So did the dart hit two players, collapse them, and then it allowed... We're going to need to see that again.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see that.
Spike planted.
Spike does go down. The thing is, for Requiem, they've got the info. And they've been on the down low for a few seconds now. So the facts may have changed, but Yanto's posted up in the best position. Viti was shot. What on earth was that? And Toba might be falling into his grasp as well. Thankfully, Drog there to help him because 1 HP is what is between him and his survival. And the defensive round is for Apina Orchestrator. What on earth was that from Viti?
That was a crazy round. What was it in the end? Like a 3v4? Like, might even be less. Like here, yeah, 2v4, and it was just these two rifles that they had available. But look in the top right, like the Cypher gets assists onto both of them. So it must have been something off of the camera. It's not like you could just like ping on, like, you know, be in your camera, ping their position. That doesn't count as an assist. So unless a trip went off as well, but I don't think they did because their money was low.
It did. I actually didn't see the assist on the kill on next to Pillar there. So I'm not following, but it very much could be. Could have just been just by looking at the minimap, right? Sort of having a good idea where they could be. Still, very aggressive here from Yanto. Ultimate out, Judge as well. Hit by Hunter's Fury, given it... Well, it's from his own teammate, so it doesn't give away information. But, ooh, it would have been the perfect angle for that Judge to hold, but still, Viti is just super crisp today. And the fact that his team are feeling strong after the previous round and the clutch, they're not missing their shots either. Spike on the ground needs to be collected. A lot to do for Requiem. And there's so many Apina Orchestrator players here and so much thrown at their feet. Utility galore, and Toba, all he can do is just try and drop back. Has this turned into a snowball fight though? Because I feel like Toba just found a snowball on Drog's head. Yeah. It's a 1v2.
Yeah, Calcuna's dropped the AWP as well. He just wants to give himself a rifle to make this a better shot because there is a neural theft in Toba's hands. Good information. And with 30 seconds left, the spike is on the A site.
30 seconds
Can't
left.
really go anywhere else at this point. But Apina Orchestrator trying to play together to trade each other. But this could backfire massively.
It's a smart thing to do. And Toba couldn't account for angle, at least not at the right timing. So Apina Orchestrator, I think for the first time, we've got a 2-round diff between the two teams.
There's just been so much amazing utility that's come out of Calcuna. Like, one of the biggest complaints I think that I see for teams that just run a Euro instead of a Euro and a Jet together is that Euro's flashes are so good you need somebody to play off of them. So pairing it with a Jet is really good. You're almost playing Euro like a KO replacement more than a duelist replacement. But here it's like, these flashes that are coming out from Calcuna, it's Chuckle that's getting a kill off of them, or Viti. Like, the way that the team is playing around these Euro flashes and this Euro utility is exceptional, really.
I see a shorty and I just remember all the rounds we saw shotguns catch players off guard so far. Well, not in this instance, at least.
This is a direction that Requiem had wanted to dedicate into. Usually you'd see the Viper's Pit and you'd go in the other direction, but no, Requiem actually shocked out in the trip in B main and stacking up towards that site. Maybe just trying to go through elbow with his lower weapons. Might catch the Euro and the Silver on the side of a Pina off if they're not careful.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this timing couldn't be worse.
Oh, and he misses the first shot, and he wasn't close to cover. Therefore, instantly traded. Drog trying to find advantage from above. The trip works, but not the connection. Where did that Harambe kill come from?
It was from Nest. They had that crossfire for a second, but Chuckle went over to look at holes because that was somewhere that Requiem has put so much pressure. And in that gap, Requiem managed to find a kill towards Tunnel and Nest, and now trying to hit the A side.
Where do you expect Raddy to be playing? I think he just got spotted, and a game of whack-a-mole commences, but not for long. Drog, he's got a good crossfire here, but he also needs to account for this left-hand side. He heard Harambe dashing, but does he know how close his opponent is? He can smell it! Oh, and he's quick with it! Your theft. No time to pop off. Actually, it does. It does commit. And it allows Vidi to take this clutch on with all the information he needs. Ticking a second time, but does he account for this right-hand side in time? He does. Viper's Pit dropped, and now all down to a clear duel. And he's the one to dictate space by throwing down a smoke of his own. Soren tries to line up in time, make some noise with his drop, and Viti hears it on time to clutch it up for a Pina.
What a clutch. Usually when you see that Viper's Pit go down on attack, it's like, it feels done and dusted. But because of that neural theft, he sees that both these like attacking players are separated. He just goes for the timing to fight the Viper. It's just the most unexpected play, clearly, because it catches CRR completely by surprise. And this was such a good round from Requiem. Like, the trades here were great. The call, the fact that this was a thrifty round for them, and it ends up being as close as it was. But they're just narrowly missing out on some rounds that really Requiem should be losing. Here it was a 2 versus 1. Beforehand, it was a 4 versus 2. It's just these like clutch moments that Pina Orchestra are winning out. And no surprise that Requiem are going to call a timeout here.
It's not an easy one for Requiem, given that they've also got the stand-in, right? It's that conversation we were having earlier with CRR dropping in. Bit of a different role for him. Last time I think he took on the duelist role, if I'm not mistaken. I could be completely wrong. I need to double check my facts. But yeah, it's a tough one. Obviously, Deck potential to come in later on as well. What are your thoughts on this? Obviously, this is their own map pick. Breeze, it's a comfort for Yanto as well, for the rest of the roster. Do you think CRR can fill the gap, especially on this Viper?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, really, because like getting scrims at this time on a map like Breeze is probably really difficult, right? Because people are looking... I've seen teams scrimming on Haven at the moment, which is a bit silly. We know it's coming back, but we don't know if it's getting reworked in any way. So, like, teams are always looking to the future. So when we know that, like, Split, which was a map that I thought we'd see from both of these teams, like, I thought that would be the third map, but it wasn't, because teams are just naturally moving away from it, because we know that both Breeze and Split are leaving in a couple of weeks.
It's very true, but still quite prevalent in this league. Could make a difference into playoffs. Remember, as well, if anybody missed Split 1, getting into playoffs and being in the knockout zone for Promorello was a difference between one match, a few maps. Anything could change the tides of where you stand in this league, because this midfield is completely bonkers in terms of competition.
For both these teams, it's fair to say it's not just about like surviving from relegation, because the Pina Orchestra have done that, and Requiem, just from how they look, show that it's not really going to be too much of a worry for them. But it is like pushing playoffs. It's showing that this new talent can compete, and this flash execute play, it was just a little bit too much for Drog to deal with.
Viti, though, he's been quite highly impactful so far, and he's got enforcements from behind as well, simultaneously peeking with his teammates, but Requiem had more players in store for Epina Orchestra there. So, just by a simple numbers game, it's Requiem that will take it, and it's Brady all to himself with not much to do, although we saw some crazy clutches so far. Let's give him the benefit of a doubt. They know where he is, so it does hinder his chances. The cross positioning from Toba as well is there as a guarantee. So Requiem right back in the fight.
Also just Requiem just making it super simple for themselves. Just a nice B execute. It's not something that they've really got to do so far, so it's a good time out to be like, is there anything that we can do that we've just not tried yet? Because I think the map control, like the way that the map is being manipulated, it has been Requiem in charge of that, I think. That they've pretty much guaranteed halls for free at this point. It's not being contested by Epina Orchestra. Mid, in like the mid to late rounds, seems to really be an awful tricky thing for Epina Orchestra to hold on to. Really, the only parts of the map the Requiem aren't winning are just the late rounds because it comes down to clutches.
And to be fair, that's kind of surprising, given how strong they were on the clutch factor against OnlyFins yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the stats, right? I didn't manage to see the last game, but looking at the stats, the clutch factor is pretty darn strong. I think they won all of them in comparison to OnlyFins. So, not an expected outcome so far. Maybe they can pick it up as the series goes on.
See, this is what I'm looking for. Like Requiem, they know that they've got some pressure. They've got the Sova to Eldron halls. And I gave a little bit of a window for Soren to use the Eldron in mid on the side of Requiem. I think it sees two players towards double doors. So Requiem again going for this B execute. But this Cypher utility and the Viper wall is going to be a bit of an issue. But Drog yet again on his own to an extent.
Well, the drone seems to be doing enough to be distracting Drog for a bit. But Viti is good to find one, and the trips are delaying, which allows the entirety of the Epina Orchestra to be at the backside of the B. And the Cosmic Divide just allows them to get a little bit closer as well. There's going to be a fight on one alley. 5 players from each of the sides are playing deathmatch on one single corner. At least there's Brady on the other side of the map. At least it was 9 players and not 10. But he's again left on a clutch with 13 seconds to spare, and I think Requiem have realized they haven't got the spike down. And it allows Brady to try and isolate Soren, but it will not be. A bit rough around the edges. I have no idea what celebration dance that is from Soren, but we take it.
It's a strange round for Epina Orchestra. Not only the Cosmic Divide, whilst you got a recon dart coming in that allows you to maybe like get a kill on them because they're being pinged through smokes, but you've put the Cosmic Divide in the way. But also, I think it was a Calcutta flash on Yoru that tried to clear close, and then Requiem pushed out of that like Cosmic Divide and just won the fight. It was just, don't really know what the plan was there for Epina Orchestra. There must have been some like setup. Maybe they were trying to clear close just in case somebody had made it through. But I think they just kind of give Requiem a window there to push in.
I feel like this is a bit of a proxy fight. No one really wanting to put their own selves in danger and just throwing their utility to do all the work.
Oh no.
Oh, it's uncomfortable. Viti though gets away with barely any damage on him either.
Look where Harambe is again in halls. He really is just trying to bait out Chuckle to like go for a peek and maybe catch him. And just hop down and shoot if he wants. Eldron going to be used towards B, but because of this Astra smoke, it has allowed a bit of a window actually for Brady to either push or just get in close, but it's been read so well.
The thing is, there's still 50 seconds to play with. If any of the players, either in mid or halls, catch a glimpse, get a pick, this could change the plan. But the more the time goes on, the less options are still available for this Requiem side.
It's a good idea, but just look at the weaponry for Epina Orchestra. They're not going to be peeking halls or trying to clear places with these kind of guns. They're just going to stay where they are. But the problem there is that as soon as Chuckle looks away, the timing couldn't have been worse. The judge at least good for one, but it's traded.
Drog still in the back line though. He's been struggling to hold on to this fort, but finally gets one before he drops, and Viti. He's gotten a few clutches, but at least he's got the cross for the sight. Oh, Harambe gets away with it. And he gives away in his position in the meantime. Toxic Green, what do you choose to do with this? Drops it. Hasn't really changed up his position. And Requiem grouping up might have given him a gift! Viti! Incredible on the clutches today!
It's the same thing, isn't it, for Requiem? Player advantages that they just can't confirm. That seemed to be the most egregious, right? Just peeking together, they were going one at a time and allowing a player with a bulldog to win fights from distance when you have a good idea on where they are. It just felt like it was going to be an equal half at this point. And again, Requiem playing this round so well, the trades in the right place, respecting weapons that they have. But just Harambe and Toba, just a 1-2-3 peak there would be just everything that you could need, right?
Oh, man. You don't want to see these things, do you? These are the rounds that could dictate you know, a map win, because we've seen 2 or 3 of them so far, right? This could have been Requiem in the lead, but instead, no. It's Apina Orchestra ahead at the half, 7-5 score as we flip sides. Now, we did say the attacking side could be a little bit difficult for CRR on that Viper. The defending side could be slightly easier. Could this be the difference for Requiem here to gain the lead?
Look at this wall, though, on attack. It's so, like, flat. It's just cutting across to like a slice of the site. With the Euro, you can sort of just go for those plants and then go out into a main, but it doesn't really look like that's the plan for Apina Orchestra this round. Meanwhile, Requiem, they've taken all of Hall's control. Actually have the Euro inserted into there, and he's going to continue to keep pushing. This is great info for them.
It is, for the fact that Apina Orchestra have already moved into the speed side. I was going to say they would have gotten there quicker than Requiem, but that's definitely not the case now.
Still got
players
time.
already crossed onto archers.
Could reset if they want.
They could, but they're not. They're still engaging with the fights and they're winning out these duels. Still within arm's reach, especially with a pick from CRR here, but the swing gives Requiem the disadvantage. Harambe, not for long. Seizes back control and does so much damage through the wall. 3 players are just 1 bullet away from death, and Yanto, with all of his health, is looking to flex on his opposition. Viti, again, a clutch for him, a 1v2, but Yanto throwing flashes at him, throwing TP scares. Will allow time for Harambe to get on the back line, and Requiem with a pistol will close up the gap.
Yeah, just at that point, like, Apina Orchestra were fighting a lot mid. It was such a good round for Yanto, just pushing holes, getting all that information, being able to flank around, not really overexert himself. He could have maybe found a fight when he would rotate it all the way. Like, look at where he is now. I don't think he fires a bullet. He just waits until he can get a bit closer, puts himself in a position where he can play off Harambe. If he goes down, Harambe can trade him. Like, really good calling there for Requiem. And Apina Orchestra, yeah, they just kind of boxed themselves in, everybody coming through tunnel. And Requiem already had like 3 or 4 players rotated to the B site at that point. Just becomes an angel.
Right here.
If it was any other day, I would already be counting out this round for Apina Orchestra, but we've seen a couple of rounds already today that Thrifty seem to be superior.
It's been a wild week.
It's been a wild couple of weeks, hasn't it? I think it's the fact that we're having a double match day on a Thursday. That's it. That's the problem. Never again. But for this time, it seems that the superiority and firepower seizes control of the site, not quite letting go. Yanto quite accurate with the Guardian. This round, with only 1 casualty, Requiem will find the score of Apina Orchestra.
Hopefully all of these defensive rounds for Requiem, at least on their side, are going to be a lot more clean than some of the Anticos they had on their attack. And because of how well this has gone for Yanto, he's 1 orb away from having his ultimate, which could be really nice going into this bonus. And because of the lack of damage there from Apina, the bonus is quite good for Requiem. A couple of Guardians, an Outlaw, a Bulldog. It's just going to be a Sheriff or Sorin. Not that many half armors. Apina Orchestra need to respect this a little bit more, especially when it is Harambe that has the Outlaw in hand.
Can I just say something here, Ryan? I think I saw Harambe take multiple postures throughout this game today. He took the laid-back Magnum approach at some point, and now he's just like 90-degree angle on all of his, you know, hands, legs, and everything.
He's locked in.
Like the perfect. Yeah, he's locked in right now. So yeah, there you go, close to the screen. But still, very aggressive here from Requiem. And like you said, not too bad of a bite, but also not the best. They've got to find the opportune situations to gain any sort of control, and that's exactly what Toba attempted to do. Apina Orchestra trying to react off the back of weakness to the front of this B site, but the back of it is also entertained by defenders. And the Outlaws doing quite a bit. Apina looking to take fights 2 by 2. I recommend making it mighty difficult to do.
Outlaws trying to watch to see if anybody else is coming out onto site, but no, it's just Drog, everybody else trying to play from B main to the best of their abilities, and Harambe watching towards tunnel. Gets shot in the side of the head. Drog trying to find a little bit more and find the timing.
Soren loses his life in the meantime, and Drog has just walked past CRR! Look behind you, mates! Oh no! Not like this! But it is going to be Apina to get the lead nevertheless.
At least the buy is still left for Requiem. It was their bonus. Getting the operator in hand, have that dimensional drift, Drog having a neural theft. Sort of became a bit of a weird fight for Requiem where they were just in B main. You have the Cypher. So they're going for these angels like this, right? Means that the rest of the B site is open. And CR just missing each other slightly, but the hop up was heard. Drog not quite spotted.
Super sneaky. Harambe actually entertaining a quite far forward angle with the operator. He knows there's some sort of presence there with the utility thrown. And has called for reinforcements. It seems Requiem are quite trigger happy to spend an extra player for this A site. And it's for good reason, because Apina Orchestra are looking to collapse quite quickly. Calcanaut not giving the chance.
Nice.
Drog neither. And one by one they drop, with Requiem seizing control of this round.
He's trying to find a way to lurk in onto site. Works if the rest of the team is cutting noise. They may potentially rotate over towards B on this attack in front, but Yanto, yet again, pushing holes, getting so much information, but at the same time, Vitty's just found 2.
He's made it doable. He's cleared out the site. The rest of the Requiem players remaining are nowhere near to be found. Maybe Yanto on the back line. Brady sort of had that angle covered, but it wasn't enough. And Shackle called to do what Vitty has done a number of times. 1 out of 3. 2 left for the collection.
Here.
Noise made. Flash out from Yanto. Chuckle looks away. Peek out.
Oh,
That's
low.
a headshot! Shock dart. Enough. Is it enough to get the damaging blow? But no. At the end of the day, Requiem will manage to avert the crisis and get
1
right
HP.
back on the score of Apina.
It's so low. It was so close, but I loved the reposition from CRR. You see the snakebite come in. CRR showed that he was like towards halls. You just watched like Chuckle go for the peak, expecting him high, and he was low. Good adjustment in a round that we've seen a lot of those, right? Those clutches, those impossible rounds for Apina Orchestra, somehow working its way out and finding its feet. Even score yet again.
Play back again.
Low by. But that doesn't really seem to mean much. Granted, it has got a little bit less silly over the last, like, half a dozen rounds or so.
Maybe Harambe's posture represents his place in the game itself, right? Previous round, he was quite far aggressive on A, and he was close to the screen. Now he's laid back, and he's nowhere next to the fight. Could be reflecting what he goes for in the game and his attitude towards it. Something to maybe look at. A bit of a tell, maybe. Long
Yeah,
shot.
there's no such thing as the perfect posture. The best posture is one that has you move around a lot, which Harambe is doing. He's back up again.
He's back up again. Maybe he has the backup posture when he's when it's between rounds. Still, though, the fight is ongoing, and Apina Orchestra are in dangerous and treacherous waters. CRR gets caught off guard. Drog has got his teammates back and has allowed Apina Orchestra to gain the advantage. But a few shots at the right positioning through this Viper's Pit could still keep Requiem in contention. Both teams have not got the best of buys, but Yanto's got the backline covered. And he's been quite the menace. Drog missing his first shot, rendering the second shot useless unless it was a headshot. And Vitty again on the 1v3. Please tell me this is not another Vitty supremacy round. It might just well be! What a masterclass from Vitty!
Man, like, Vitty has just been so good for this team throughout the year, and this has been a shining example. 22 and 11, almost double the kills of the rest of his team. And supposedly it's Apina Orchestra taking a timeout after this, despite winning. But maybe the timeout was called before Vitty managed to pull off that 1 versus 3 on a round that was a essentially a thrifty for Pina Orchestra. He only had a couple of rifles at best.
This man saves the day again and again and again.
The pre-fire there was so smart.
He's a friendly Challengers North Spider-Man, I guess. I don't know what I was trying to go for there, but yeah, he's a superhero nobody asked for, but the one we definitely need.
I don't want to be one of those people, you know, when it comes, because we were talking about it a little bit in, like, I guess the virtual green room and like talent and how people were like, you know, looking at a player like Kicks however many years ago, like talking about like Mini and Strong being exceptional people at scouting talent. I think if you're not, if a tier 1 team isn't looking at Viti, I don't know what to tell you. Like, he clearly is a shining example. I mean, a lot of these players on the Pina Orchestra can go on to do amazing things, but Viti especially, as a controller, he just has it all.
Yeah, you definitely got a few extra eyeballs on you after this performance. The question is, can you cross the finishing line here and make it matter in this series, in this league? Sort of defending duties here from Toba.
Oh, Toba. He gets cleared, of course he gets cleared. Shock darting him and everything, just trying to keep this fight as clean as possible, and it is the shock darts to take him out. Hunter's Fury is going to be used over on the defense, actually, but everybody from a Pina Orchestra managing to hide from it. Speaking of hiding, Drog playing off the camera in halls.
I feel like these ultimates are a bit of a Hail Mary, a bit of a desperate attempt to get back into the game, but it hasn't worked out, and they've just lost 2 ultimates because of it. Not a fan. And definitely doesn't help them, given that they haven't gotten any kills from it. Still lacking. The Pina Orchestra grouped up, and they've even got the guarantee of Jog lurking from the back, making his presence known. And even though Yanto was looking in the right direction, it was a stray bullet through the box to put his life to rest.
It's a brave round, really, for a Pina Orchestra to take a timeout after winning. It's always a risk because you can just naturally let your opponent back into it. But they're nice and clean on a round where Requiem are kind of on an eco anyway. Full buy is going to be an important one, but you can already sort of see that they're just lacking a lot of armor, and Drog still has that Outlaw in hand. So he can absolutely farm if he's in the right position, and all it's seemingly like he's going to do is just hold on to holes.
Well, Requiem seem to be at least pretty good at the starting round, and they're looking to take that control they had on the attacking side over to the defense. Harambe plays quite deeply. But as a result, leaving the A site quite barren.
You have got the Dimensional Drift and potentially a Viper's Pit for this retake if they can get in. But it is a lot of respect and openness given up for Pina Orchestra. Requiem hear a lot of this noise. These steps are going to be heard from where Drog is, and he's shot himself in holes.
And that's why you need full armor, full shields. The Outlaw being picked up more and more, being more of an importance to this meta. Still, visibility through the wall is exactly what Harambe and Yanto need to unlock this round in their favor, but it's still not done yet. So you've got 2 dangerous Pina Orchestra players remaining, and Jog seems to be online with this Outlaw, and Harambe barely's got any life left on him. Jog draws out the pistol, it's not good enough. Still, Brady causing more pressure. CRR closing the distance. Can the stand-in make it work? No. Brady says a big no to that and unlocks a double digits, I believe, for a Pina Orchestra.
Oh, it's just every single clutch is going away of a Pina Orchestra, and it's wild because that was such a good retake. Like, the Dimensional Drift, it gets so much. The Recon Dart coming in as well at the same time. A Pina Orchestra, you just have to respect it here, but just a ping for Harambe to go for the peak. The Recon Dart, Harambe just behind this box. Then you got Yanto coming out of his ultimate, getting a kill onto Chuckle. And here, it's not only if Brady loses this fight, I think there wasn't really much time anyway. And Yanto didn't get half on the defuse.
This is definitely the biggest gap we've had this entire game. 3 rounds of difference between the two. And it's at a moment where Pina Orchestra are just 2 away from closing this map out. Requiem's map pick.
One adjustment we've seen Requiem make after a Pina Orchestra's timeout is fighting for mid a lot more. But Requiem just not really been fighting for it that much, to be fair. At least not off the rip. And because of the weapons, Requiem are like taking mid, but it's like, can we do anything with it? Not really, because they're just executing A main or B main. Like, we can retake, but we are giving up a lot of space in the meanwhile. And they're stacking everybody towards A this time.
I mean, they do need to take a bit of a risk here. They've got pistols, a Shiko. Some people like to call it that. But they've got to make the right decision here. This round has been fine margins all day, but Apina Orchestra seem to be inching ahead at the moments that matter most.
30 seconds.
This round is meant to go to this primarily Finnish team. Can they make it work here and close it out? Drog. Well, I was about to start naming players, but it's just Chuckle all day. Toba alone. Not for long as he finds his teammates at their deathbeds, and it's 12-8. One remaining for Apina Orchestra.
With all of the hijinks that was happening in the first half, it still ended fairly close. But here it's just been all Apina Orchestra. Requiem going for their second and final timeout. Got a bit of a brief chance to talk to the coach, or at least across each other during Apina Orchestra's timeout on round 18, I think. But it hasn't really amounted to too much. If anything, Apina Orchestra have been incredibly clean since their timeout, right? Like, it's been stellar work from, is it Kaisigo? Kikigo? I think it's Kaisi, but it's still something that clearly, like, Apina Orchestra are trying to work out. And from what I know, like, in the scene for Apina Orchestra at least, might be the same for Requiem, but for Apina, it's like, this is a team that has a lot of good, it has a great reputation, especially in scrims. And one of the big issues for them is just replicating how good they are and how well drilled they are in scrims into actual officials. And I feel like we're at least seeing it on this map, which is crazy because it was Requiem's pick. And it's a bit of a curveball, right? Because this is a map the teams might start to practice less because we know it's been taken out. So maybe Requiem are like, we're going to catch you out with it. Hasn't worked.
Well, Apina Orchestra is definitely one of those roasters with a lot of growth potential. We talked about Viti having a lot of eyeballs on him, but quite frankly, all of them have to have some attention on them. They're very young.
Yeah.
Barely 18 years old as an average age across the board.
It has been a team performance today.
It has been, but those clutches definitely have helped, Ryan. They have helped a lot. We've seen quite a few of them drone to the back of sight, spotting out a couple of players. And Hunter's Fury in response.
He's trying to get the Viper. He didn't quite get the ping, but felt that because they were on like bricks on this box.
Look at this play from Brady, though. Look how far forward it is. Shorin did have the right idea, but Brady uncovers it and turns the tables again for Apina Orchestra. He's saying, the A site is clear, guys. Come quickly. Let's get the spike down and get this map done with.
And they're leaving
Drog left behind as well. Oh my god, this time Toba reads it. And this allows Requiem to have the numbers for this retake.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide has had to be used. Requiem almost split apart a little bit there, but it was an important 1v1 to hit, and that's another one. Harambe catching Brady just out in the open in no man's land. Suddenly it's a 4 versus 2.
You know what, Ryan? Viti's still alive, though, so you can't count this out. Never mind. Maybe you can.
You're as bad as Bodog. You're just cursing teams.
I'm just cursing teams right now. Look, it was a 2v4. It was a long shot. Don't blame me. Blame the game. Requiem still alive to live and breathe another day.
Just around where they lose Calcutta very early on. But it's a good way, like, I think money is still pretty splendid for Apina Orchestra. They won 4 rounds in a row, been broken up here. And throughout all of these rounds, Requiem have won 4, but they've all been defuses. So that's just a lot of money made from Apina Orchestra when you're planting the spike.
Sure.
In, what, 10 rounds total so far? Mad work, really.
Have I told you I've written a song for Harambe when I was a kid?
You mean the
I'm not going to sing it now.
Or...
No.
The martyr.
The gorilla, the martyr. Died for our sins. Wait a second, that's aggressive. Brady with 2, and I think this might be where the game ends. Brady taking this game in his own hands. His team moving in. He's got to take a few seconds to regather the spike. But what do Requiem do with this? They're going to need some hero performances from their final 2 players.
No matter what, I hope this ends in spectacular fashion. So the start of this round is you saying, I wrote a song about Harambe, and then whatever's about to happen here.
Yeah, definitely said pick the wrong moment to say something like that, but Tobo's got an opportunity.
They're both in mid.
Turn it around. They are, but the spike is placed at a position where they can just pre-fire the operator.
He's climbing on top of the wall as well, which is...
It's going to give him POV of the spike as well. I think Toba knows what his situation is in this round. Oh, they've both dropped. Oh, he might have had a chance to defuse halfway, but it's all done and dusted here. Jog is the final player to find a pick in that one. And it's a Peanut Orchestra to shut down Breeze and make it their own.
Spectacular work, Peanut Orchestra. It's been a bit of a rough start when it comes to results, but you look at the results that they had, like the 2 losses out of the 3 games they played was Sweet and Sour, which was a close series, and then Apex, which a lot of teams are losing to at the moment. So really, this is a this would be a spectacular series for either of these 2 teams to win. It's so important for them. But when you have Viti, like, just narrowly missing out on 300 ACS, that's how much of a team performance it was, where Viti's like putting in those crazy numbers, yet he's still not going plus like 300 ACS. Like Harambe was just behind, but it was a solid team performance, and Requiem just, honestly, it felt like they missed out on a lot of those clutches and bigger moments.
Yeah, it feels like there's a few moments to break down for both of these teams, and we'll let the analysts do that after this break. It's Tom and Mitch with Stilts after this.
Look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was a lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around.
Welcome back to Polaris. I am once again joined by Milan, and well, we've just witnessed the first map. Well, for Requiem, not quite go to plan, Milan, as they're going to lose their map choice in, I want to say, interesting fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get back into details a little bit later, but just looking at how this game played out, scrapping it out from the beginning, you know, I think we had like what 4 or 5 rounds traded in the beginning, back to back to back, right? And then it just turns out that Apina had like, I don't know, a little bit more momentum, a little bit more consistency, winning rounds when it mattered, and it made all the difference this game.
Yeah, I think it's always difficult, especially coming into... I guess a map was slightly favored to Requiem. It does seem within this series that both maps can kind of go either way. Was there anything from their side of things that specifically went wrong? Like, was there something you looked at and went, okay, this is what let the game slip away, this is why it wasn't quite up to the scratch you were hoping for?
I mean, I think the clutches, obviously, right? They mentioned it on the cast as well, right? And not necessarily 1vx's, but also significant advantage scenarios that Requiem had that they were not able to finish out properly, right? Really setting themselves up, using the duelist properly to get the early advantages, but then not being able to convert those rounds towards the end of the towards the like late rounds. It's a pity for them, right? They started off very hot. We had a close first half, and then the second half, Apina just walked away with it, right? We'll talk about it in a second, but we see many of these clutches, right? And VT being such a like pivotal player in those moments. I think he had like 4 or 5 clutches or big significant advantage rounds that he pulled back for his team, and he just was invaluable for him during that first and second half.
Well, that's the thing. You remove a lot of the clutch rounds that he had, and honestly, they don't win this game. Like, I think that's the only way you could look at it. It's like there were real opportunities, especially in that first half for Requiem, to almost run away with it. And having your Viper perform to this standard, I don't know. I don't know if that's something you could recreate every single week. I
mean, it's definitely not sustainable, right? I mean, Viti's been a player who's been on the highlight radar for a lot of teams already. I think he's been, one of those players who came in this year, not very known, and he's definitely putting his name out there for bigger orgs, maybe even in VCT to, consider him. But this performance in particular, right? Having such consistent impact on both halves during clutches, but early rounds, the amount of multi-kills that he got this game was ridiculous, right? And that's something that you want to be able to replicate. I'm not sure if that's something he's going to be able to pull out of his sleeve every time. But for them to, for him to have such an impact in this map and bring it home for his team must be wonderful.
Yeah, and something else, I want to say you requested, because I was saying, I'd love a Viti full screen. That'd be cool, just to highlight his stats. But you being the lovable and definitely not toxic guy that you are, you've decided to do a head-to-head of the standing of the other team. So let's bring that up for the stats.
I mean, for the record, guys, this was not my idea. This was Tom Biz's plan all along.
Oh, really?
So here we have VT, obviously on the side of CR, it's difficult, right? You come in, you replace an IGL, you don't, you're playing on a difficult role on a map. We don't expect a hero performance, but it's the contrast to me that's very interesting, right? When we're talking about a true Viper diff in this sense, right? It's a very hard map to win on the side of Requiem. When a guy like VT, if your enemy Viper is dropping nearly 300 ACS, good luck winning that game, right? 33% clutches. I think this is I think he got 1 or 2 1v2s and a 1v3 or some stuff like that. So I don't know how many attempts he must have had, but overall for him to have such a huge impact, even though he died fairly a little bit more often, is crazy, and CR, I mean, I can understand that you get a little bit upset after a first map. Maybe it doesn't really go the way that you planned it to. I don't think that on the side of Requiem they should, be now thinking to themselves, oh, we are going to struggle so much for the second map. Sunset is a map that can, is ultimately played very differently from all of the other maps that we've seen so far, right? And I think that gives them a nice opportunity to bounce back, reset momentum and really come back for the second map.
Well, before we move on from that, I believe you might actually have one more round to show us. You love your clips today.
I love my clips today.
I'm hoping we can bring up round number 20 and you can explain exactly what you wanted to see.
I think the interesting part about this, and I actually believe that this is the wrong round. So I'll explain the concept anyway, right? So what we were talking about before was the amount of inserts that Pina was doing successfully, right? So this comp very heavily relies on Cypher and Astra playing completely separated from the rest of the team. And actually, we see it here, right? So they start very heavily condensed together towards B. They pressure the B side of the map. They leave 2 people there and the rest of the team all fully sends it towards A, right? So that now they only have 3 people to hit the A side and they have so much faith in their I don't want to see secondary win conditions on the Cypher and the Astra to win the late rounds. If they get the bomb down, this is fairly basically unwinnable on the side of Requiem, right? So here we can see a 3-man push, right? That doesn't get stopped by 4 defenders on the A side, and the moment they get the bomb down, it's already over. In this round in particular, it didn't even matter because they just kill everyone on the side. Chuckle gets a 3k here, right? But it's more about the general idea, the fact that both Cypher and Astra were there for those secondary win conditions, and it allowed so much freedom on the side of Apina on this attack side, and that's one of the reasons why I think they were so dominant on that second half.
Yeah, I almost feel like it's a little bit surprising considering the opposing side were the ones running that double duelist. So you almost expect the defense to be very aggressive, hunting for information all of the time. I almost wonder if those lurks of those two players almost deterred them from doing that. It's like, okay, we can't get aggressive, we can't get in their face because we know that there's always going to be these people around the other side of the map.
Yeah, I think one thing they did in that last round in particular is they showed a heavy presence towards B main in the beginning, right? So they're dragging rotations from A to B, then they go back, they basically get onto the side for free, and from there it's virtually impossible for Requiem to win that round. I think what we saw in the pistol round and early like second half was a lot of aggression, 2 pushes, B pushes, and getting a lot of map space. But if you don't get immediate value off of it, it's hard to keep like doing that consistently. Knowing that you might not be able to get as much value of it, right? You're not really looking only for space, you're also actively looking for kills. You know you have a utility advantage, you want to get that advantage somewhere else. And I think that Apina did a great job on the attack, trying to condition Requiem to, you know, play a little bit more laid back than what they would normally prefer to do.
Well, either way, for the side of Requiem, it's not all doom and gloom. That is only the first map of the series, even though it is going to be a map that they, I guess, haven't chosen, but it's still one that they're fairly happy to play. It also seems like we've got his deck coming back in now. So I guess CRR, you highlighted him as maybe a bit of a quieter player and underperformer, and well, now he's not here anymore, Milan. How do you feel about that?
I mean, we're going back to, you know, true team versus team stuff, right? No more subs.
Yes.
Teams at their full potential, and they're playing it on a map that, like you said, it feels like a little bit more of an even ground for these teams, right? Neither of them have looked like significantly like better than other teams. I believe they've had similar scorelines throughout this split as well. I think they both lost 13-2 to Apex on this map. So compositionally also only one agent different, right? So it's a map that can go very much either way, and I hope that we're going to see like a slightly different map compared to the first one.
But yeah, it's interesting as well because I don't think it was Apina who were running in the past at least, they were running the double sentinel look, which I think we saw, it was Foot who did that, right? Yeah. Who tried running that, and it was definitely, it was intriguing. I like a lot of the ideas that they came out with, but it does seem like since then, Milan, they've actually moved to something a little bit more standard, although when we were talking about it behind the scenes, you still weren't happy with either of the comps.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for me personally, I would always play a breach on this map. I think for the amount of map control that agent gives with how the map is like geometrically made. I don't know if that's the correct word, whatever. You know, you get so much value off the stun, the flashes, the cannon and whatnot, that I think by not playing that agent, you're just, you know, you're limiting yourself, you're handicapping yourself. And I get the compositions that both of these teams are playing, but I would still slot out maybe one of these two, maybe one of these info initiators for a breach, just to have a little bit more oomph to the comp, if that makes sense.
Okay, like I believe you run it with Fiddy, right? That's who was on the breach, everybody's favorite breach player. But yeah, I'm curious. So obviously on the comps that we think will be coming up. We may not even. It's gonna get spoiled. Oh, there you go. Chuckle heard you.
Here we are. I mean, this is only. It's like the same thing, right? So they switched from the Sova to the breach, but this is going to make a massive impact on the way that Apina is able to play this map, right? Right now they're actively able to contest so much more map control from the early round on. They have Chuckle, who's going to be able to set up Kalkuna, double satcheling, running around. They have an additional fresh from Brady. They're going to be able to take so much map control on the side of Apina. And on the side of Requiem, I don't think this composition is bad, right? But you have to play it way more on like this info, this flood retake. So that's something that Apina, I think, also needs to be prepared for, right? That's something that has changed significantly coming from last split into this one, right? The amount of space that you can take on the attack relatively for free, with the defense just lurking, ready to take you down at any second after you've planted the bomb.
Oh, from the side of things, does this mean now, because they brought in that breach, that Apina are going to be winning this one?
I don't know. I will refrain from commenting on that.
Ah, you're lucky. You're lucky because the casters are ready and raring to go. So we're going to throw this back to the beautiful Ryan Central and that other guy.
Ryan Central, take it away. This guy is not allowed to take the mic first.
He only says like I'm beautiful because he looks like me, right? Like it's just a self-compliment at that point.
You're both beautiful, mate. You're both beautiful, even though I'm called the other guy. Yeah, but let's get started, right? This we're very familiar with both of these compositions. The analyst desk did get into this quite extensively. It's the Breach versus Gecko. It's a bit of a more info gathering rather the very aggressive playstyle that you can get off the back of a Breach. Ryan, where does your favorability? That's not a word. What do you favor most?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I preferred like. Pina Orchestra changing up stuff a lot, right? I think just being hard to like anti-strat, hard to guess. I think that whilst Milan was saying that like there's a lot of stopping power here, I do kind of like the sort of hard information that you can get off playing stuff like a Sova. With a Breach, with a KO, there's like, you don't really get that much to work with. Even with a Gecko, you might get a connection of your flash onto an opponent, but you don't know who that is, or in some cases how many people it flashes, really, unless you're paying a lot of close attention to that utility itself. So both these teams sort of sacrificing getting good intel around the map for just executing stopping power. So it is going to be sort of these two teams just punching the hell out of each other, really. It's probably the better kind of Sunset maps and the most common Sunset maps that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, 3 of the newest and 3 of the most played as well. Sunset, very much favored in the first split, played a ton of this as well. I think actually Lotus supersedes it a bit, but still, no, I'm lying. Sunset, #1 played map of last split. Let's see if it continues to be the trend as we go on. But for this one, we're just waiting to see if Apina Orchestra can continue the momentum from Breeze, or is the return of Drog, or Deck rather, going to be influential enough to turn the tides around. As Requiem with first blood, as Apina Orchestra look to flood this A site.
They absolutely send it through B main and mid, and it sort of forces Apina Orchestra to go for this A execute. They were leaning in this direction, but Requiem still have that camera set up for the retake, and Tova's holding towards Ali whilst the rest of the team are looking to group up and retake it.
Brady very close by. Last pack, very nicely timed for Harambe to give them the advantage on that exchange. So Requiem, they seem to be pretty darn good on the pistols. They've shown at the previous map. But what good Apina Orchestra can do is on the clutches. Not this time around, as 4 players are just a few too many. And Requiem seem to have found some good banter here as they enter the second map.
Yeah, whole plan coming through. I think when it comes to Apina Orchestra on this map, especially with all of the different comps, not only in this stage alone, but in stage 1 too, it sort of fell in some cases like the deadlock. They lose 13-2 to Apex, so they want to change the comp. It seemed like they had something going well for them against Metasport, whether that was against their specific composition to try and counter that. And this is more in line with what Requiem are playing. But the thing is that Requiem have got reps on this a bit more at least. And it's a more common comp than what Apina Orchestra are like running. So they have to be careful. They're trying to fight up here. It is only just like a stinger buy, not necessarily a force, but very aggressive B main take.
Can't use that.
Still, Requiem gathered a lot of space towards his right-hand side, and the information they've gathered does put more attention towards B. Choba is the first one to find a kill, and obviously with the weaponry that they do have, that their exposure, it should be quite simple, but a lot of movement throughout smokes, that could cause a little bit of chaos. Viti seems to continue the trend of performing under pressure, but it's not going to be enough in this endeavor as Requiem double up.
Yeah, just Apina Orchestra just conditioning a couple of things that they are going to be aggressive and fight for B main a bit more. Especially after Requiem took it very aggressively on the pistol. So now, bonus is going to be just a 1 big rifle of the Vandal on Harambe. And then a Marshal, Bulldog, Guardian, and a Sheriff. There's a few half armors on the side of Apina Orchestra that they need to be careful for. So I want to see like what this attacking default is. It's similar to what they ran on the pistol, but it doesn't look like they're going to be aggressing for A main early. And in fact, Requiem have set that cipher back up over on the A side.
Well, the 3 players ready to collapse out of that mid-smoke, as well as 2 players out in market. But Apina Orchestra opt out of the mid-play and return towards this A site. Requiem's hit into mid might be in vain. Drog does know of his presence and takes one down with him, even though he's got someone to take care of in stairs. As he crosses to the other side, he doesn't account for the angle, so Yanto is able to trade it. But in the meantime, Apina have found themselves space over A.
And have taken the A site. Knife shows that there's no defenders playing in cheesy spots like on site. The plant is an easy one. Right now, everybody's just trying to back off. The retake is a little bit spread apart. You even have got Harambe watching mid, probably saving the rifle just in case he needs to, because it is a bonus. Wingman is going to be broken as it tries to go for the defuse, and it does force out a lot of utility from Rapina.
Great return from Kalkina in through the smoke, being able to find the trades here, but Deck finds himself the close proximity. No way, he goes for the knife, and he might have just thrown the round away. What? Yeah, he is. He has. He must have been. Oh my god, no. Going for the knife there just gave the round over to Apina Orchestra. That can't feel good.
I don't know at what point he went missing and DC'd really, because it might have been before that first kill came in, so it might be a reset.
That's very true. But then again, like, look, even if we're talking about the scenario where this round is rebooted, replayed, you always want to make sure that you play the round to your best of ability, regardless of what the ruling might end up being, because there could be some sort of damage that has come out from, you know, a nade or something earlier on that you haven't accounted for. But we do receive a word from our admin team that damage was brought out before the C took place, before the disconnection from Kalkina took place. So, look, I haven't got the verdict here, but knowing this ruling,
could mean that the round stands,
yeah, I'm pretty sure this round would stand.
He's back.
Yeah. He's back, but
also at the same time, like, for those kind of rounds, it was your bonus, and it was still a close bonus at that.
Still, I don't like that testament. Like, most of the time I would, but I don't want to follow up on it. You don't go for a knife in that situation. You want to guarantee it. Unless, you know, you run out of bullets. That could have been the situation. I might be playing it without any reason.
I wasn't necessarily looking at that too much. I think it's just more like, you know, if you're DCing around like the one upcoming where the economy is on a knife's edge, whoever loses this next round would have to eco. That becomes a bit more detrimental. But on this, like, yeah, if Requiem had won the round, they would have won their bonus. The Pina Orchestra would have probably still had a buy, albeit a low one. It still felt a little bit like, yeah, they can kick themselves that they ended up losing it out. But at the same time, like, it was your bonus. You're still in a fine position. It's just making sure that, or at least hoping it's not going to happen again.
Well, as the players wait for the verdict, or at least when all players are ready to get going, we are still waiting for the final word, or at least the teams are. But we should be jumping into the server shortly. If you've missed the action so far, map number 1 did go to the way of Apina Orchestra. It was Requiem's map pick. They did have to play with a sub though. CRR had to jump in for Deck, but now Dex has joined us back again for the remainder of this series. It was a star show from Viti, wasn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, it was a good performance from Apina Orchestra, just full stop. Even then, it was like one ACS difference between Viti and Harambe towards the end. So close and good performances, and for both these teams, like across this stage, it has felt like both of them have a lot to offer. Especially for Apina Orchestra, it feels that there's a lot more to show. And last stage, it was very close. Pretty much everybody beneath Apex. There was maybe one win separated playoffs teams from relegation. Here it's sort of feeling like the same, that outside of Apex and maybe Sweet and Sour, those two other playoff spots are going to be really open for whoever else. And the bottom two teams, not that it really like leads into like relegation at all, I don't think, to be confirmed. It's still really hard to gauge who are the sort of top teams in the bottom teams within this region.
I'm looking at the mousepad of Harambe here, Ryan. Sorry for changing the subject entirely. Does that seem to be like a hard mousepad? You know, the ones that are plasticky and
like
not cloth?
the glassy ones.
All the glassy ones, or the, you know, hard material ones that are a bit of plastic and so on and so forth.
Potentially.
Yeah. Potentially, could be an interesting choice. To be fair, the cloth does seem to be a more popular choice, but there are those who do love the, I guess, smoother in a way surface, or Yeah. Easy to navigate. Nevertheless, into the game we go. Enough about mousepad talk. We can get into action. Buy round across the board.
Same default, from a Pina Orchestra. Just stunning and fighting for mid a lot more. KNF's actually going to connect onto the Gecko playing top mid. And with this smoke, they don't know if they're being wrapped around from top mid over towards Boba. And it is at least pulling those B-side defenders away from the choke, away from market. They need to be really careful. And it's provided a good amount of space for a Pina Orchestra to go and execute.
Flash has thrown intent, at least from the Apina Orchestra side. Therefore, you see the cage being reacted off the back of it, so no way of Requiem using the one-way in this direction. At least for now, they've got trips as a guarantee further along the site. Paranoia waiting, as well as a Dizzy. But it seems that Apina Orchestra have pulled the 180 here. At least they intend to show a bit more presence in mid.
And they're re-clearing it. And there's 4 people have rotated over towards B. The spike is still over there, so it's not like it's going to be rotating anywhere back.
Great stun. Paranoia on both ends. Kalkuna thinks better of holding the position. And Deck is really good to hold down the angle, getting 2 kills and is still alive. While the rest of Apina Orchestra look to push on site, it seems that Requiem are on top. But a moment for Drock to breathe to try and get the spike down.
These clutches have been the main areas now. Leaving it as late as possible,
Whoa.
finds the kill, sort of needs to plant at this point unless he wants to go off of it.
Spike planted.
And he's got the neural theft available as well. He wants to find the info, but does he really want to expend the time to have this weapon out of his hands to use it? It's vital. The corner could be perfect for Jog. The 1v2 clutch successful. And it seems Apina Orchestra are loving their clutches today.
Yeah, and it was against Deck too, who wasn't even on the receiving end of some of these crazy clutches on Breeze. It's a good introduction for him and a debut on how this series is going. And really just felt like Requiem had all of the map control. This fight was a bit of a brutal one. But Drog just using up as much time as possible before he has to plant. Not being pushed at all. And now Apina Orchestra looking to go A aggressively. They do have that Rolling Thunder. Kalkuna's going to satchel all the way in. He gets hit by the stun and the flash.
I think the stun was his own teammates as well.
Yeah.
And because he was out of position, the flash also came in effect. Bit of a crossfire here. Two-sided peek for Requiem. They give him first blood. And Harambe gets out of dodge. Yanto, oh, that's overzealous. Not really, as it gets a pick before he drops. And there might be a few rifles for them to collect, but first, they're going to get rid of Apina Orchestra from that area. But at least they've got the numbers here on this A-site defense.
Because it's a low buy for Requiem as well. They don't have much utility to work with, but they do have that camera over on the B site and that trip top mid.
Huge. Guarantees for the lack of lurks.
Oh, the timing couldn't be worse for Kalkuna.
And it couldn't be better for Harambe. Bitty and Brady looking to save it. This is a round which should be going in Apina Orchestra's way, but of course, it's got to be a thrifty or a shaky buy to bring the upset for Requiem. Sort of what we're familiar with from the first half of the previous map, at least. Things did find a sense of normality as the game went on, but we're back to basics as Deck makes his presence, and it's Requiem with the lead.
It's a good idea for a Apina Orchestra. Like, if you're fighting for A main early, being able to maybe insert somebody into alley, leave them there for a lurk, push towards B, see what you can find, but just unfortunate timing for Kalkuna, and Harambe manages to punish. It's just like with this comp, like, it's a bit of amalgamation of what's popular at the moment with the KO and the Breach.
True.
It means that this utility, like, you can stun, you can push people off these angles, but you don't have clear information to work with. You're going to try and go for the play again despite being on a lower buy. Works a bit better here. Harambe still gets a kill anyhow.
Oh my god! It's the fact that Yanto was there on time and they give him enough time to get his weapon out as well. A complete annihilation of Apina Orchestra's attack. I mean, go figure. The difference in firepower was substantial, but the way in which Requiem were able to take over was also quite impressive. 4-2.
Yeah, it just feels like the utility for Peanut, especially with that like execute play that they're going for. Like you see a lot of other examples, right, with the Gecko Flash going over a Sova recon, like either bouncing back a Bally or just right in that main doorway. Requiem are doing a good job to just outrange it a little bit. And Peanut Orchestrator, despite like satcheling in, can't quite cover that distance. That's also going to be worse in the future, right, with the raise changes.
Very true. There's a lot of ultimates on both of these sides, and it's the showstopper to show its mark instantly. Doesn't find anybody though, but Peanut Orchestra are reacting quite quickly to it. Limited to their own spawn, and now heading to the right-hand side.
Feels like this map is just on rails a bit, like a Groundhog Day of just Requiem push mid, so Apina take A main, but all of the Cypher utility is here, so it's a comfortable like go around. Now Null Command is going to be used to try and make this A execute a little bit easier, especially with that Cypher utility. They've backed off enough that some of those trips might still be up.
The Aftershock was actually perfect because it denied Requiem from spraying on the cross for Apina, so 3 players, maybe 4, have crossed safely towards this A site. This Rolling Thunder used perfectly as well, looking to stop or hinder Requiem setup, but it has been stopped in his tracks. Toba's decided to pop off with the Guardian, but Aviti's turn to show up, but Toba doesn't want to stop on giving. The paranoia was perfect, but Harambe's placement is even better. A double kill in the end to allow his team the win and a 5th round in their pockets.
I mean, that was just a brutal fight from start to finish. You just couldn't keep up with what was going on. The set plays, Peanut Orchestra trying to be aggressive with the Rolling Thunder, maybe even overextending a little bit. Toba getting a couple with the Guardian. And Harambe is 10-1 right now.
10-1? Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that one death was like him DCing as well. I'm not too sure.
Oh, it could be. Does your
survive.
score reset? I'm not sure. It doesn't, does it? I don't think it does. I could be very wrong. I don't think it does.
And I haven't got reset.
Soaring on the chase, and you could see the same happen on that A site as well. A double kill collected across the map, and Harambe might have given away his life. The thing is that Chuckle does have a rifle to work with. It's not as simple as taking down pistols. Raddy shows his ground upgrades little by little, from Stinger to Guardian, from Guardian to death. There you have it. I think this is a great lead for Requiem to have, and a big difference to the previous map.
Yeah, I think I really want to see a timeout for Apina at some point soon. I just... Something feels like it's lacking. Like, the sheer firepower of utility that you have with this comp, it just doesn't feel like it's quite connecting here. You got Calcuna that has the showstopper that's up on top of the box ready to satchel in, but there's like no utility, there's no setup, there's no go button for this team at all. And now, like,
it's
they're
weird,
on a full
isn't
buy and they've got big ultimates. Seems that they're going to be trying to fight for B main, but like, they're just going to be forced back.
That's very true. Stun out to deter any sort of aggression, or at least fast capitalization of B space. Drog holding out in mid, Yanto having now to call from the grave. For Requiem, even though if they got stopped earlier from the stun, they do maintain the pressure. Of course, revealed by the neural theft, have to drop back and respect it. Apina looking to navigate towards this A site, but the thing is, there's 2 players from Requiem locked out over the B, and Jog is looking to stop them from crossing at any point in time. At least Soren trades it back, but a few isolated fights put Apina Orchestra well in the lead.
Yeah, and if it doesn't connect onto deck.
Spike planted.
It's 4 versus 2. There's still that showstopper on the attack as well, just in case things start to look awkward, but this is a post plan. It's going to be really difficult to break for Requiem.
1 enemy remaining.
Raddy moves into the smoke and makes it his own. And it's a great round for Apina Orchestra to finally show and, you know, put their foot down really on this attack.
Yeah, and it really just came down to Drog just going for a dry fight, I think, against the operator that was in Yanto's hands. He was playing top mid, Neural Theft comes out, shows that there's 3 defenders but like a B main. So just rotate over towards A and have Drog try to lurk and catch the rotations. It was just more not happenstance. It was good mid-rounding, a great play, but nothing that the rest of the team was playing off. It's just like this type of early default, just pushing mid. But with that trip, they're trying to put that pressure that they're going to be flanking around Boba again. Break market door if it's closed, break the trips if they're there. And it's not really scaring Requiem that much over towards B or A.
Trip broke. Kalkina eager to get a kill from the elevated position of Yanto, but still, it seems that Requiem were able to collapse on time to stabilize a little. Apina full control of the mid area, but it puts them in a dangerous angle to be pincered in themselves. Haramba takes full opportunity of it, and now the defenders have a control over the spike.
Knife's hit, the KO on the opposite side on his defense. And Drog trying to find a lurk and a flank, but I love that Soren's just walked all the way back to clear this.
And his angle is perfect. Oh, Drog, good enough to hide in time, but yeah, Soren is able to get right back in the fight on his terms, and Requiem extend their lead even further.
I think I'm just a bit sad. Like, I really liked Apina Orchestra's like last comp that they ran, like Team Heretics'
True.
like Sova, KO, all of the utility, all of the setups you can have, and just having at least some more information to work with is good, because it feels to an extent that they're like flying blind a little bit. And when you have Requiem switching around the Cypher consistently, you got that trip top mid. It's felt really hard for them to find an opening. And on this low buy, like, just look how far back they are. Really scared that there's going to be that defensive showstopper to either push out A main, push mid. Requiem are just in full control of this map at this point.
Yeah, only 2 left in the half for Apina Orchestra to try and catch up. Possible. Especially with a non-command in play, it could definitely allow to take over a site or hold on to it after. Be smoking down mid. Still, both teams putting a lot of attention to that area, knowing how crucial it can be in the end result.
4 defenders towards top mid. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They just don't care
attackers.
like about market. They don't care about B main. It's just been free info and control when you have that camera watching both of them on this defense.
The thing is, no flashes were expended from Apina Orchestra so far, so they've got 4 remaining for the remainder of this round. But the thing is, what do you call? Because they're 30 seconds to spare, and slowly they make their way towards this B site. 1 defender there. This could be a perfect chance for Apina Orchestra, but Requiem are reacting quite quickly, so you've got to be quick with this. They push in, smoke to give him a little bit more space, or at least more freedom for Zoran to navigate around. Apina Orchestra seem to be getting the kills, but 3 remaining for Requiem to try and turn it all around. Not an easy one, but they'll give it a go. Aggression coming out from Apina Orchestra, denying setups here from Requiem, and it's exactly what they need to do to close out this round. And with 1 round to spare in the half, they'll look to catch up.
And big ultimates too, like the null command just makes that execute so much more doable. Just going all the way in through like market. And luckily, because Requiem were playing so passively towards top mid, that they didn't have a defender in B main that could potentially like sort of catch them out by surprise in that position. Requiem actually taking a timeout despite going into the next half with a lead, whether it's going to be 7-5 or 8-4, depends on this round. You still have that showstopper, you have got that thrash as well for Yanto, but the Rolling Thunder, Apina Orchestra, a great ultimate to either get them into a site or to keep hold of it once they've planted.
That round definitely was interesting to look at, given how much presence there was in mid from both teams. And to be fair, it sort of felt it was one of those rounds where Requiem were tempted to go in for a fast push, execute into mid as well, demand space. But they could definitely tell there was a lot of presence there from attackers, so maybe they thought better of it with the info gathering that they did have. And that's Requiem using both of their timeouts now. Risky maneuver, especially given we're not even into the second half, but putting a lot of emphasis on this final defending round.
Same sort of default for Apina Orchestra, giving up so much space towards A main and mid. conditioned that Requiem are going to be aggressive, that they're going to try and fight dirty with that showstopper. Or at least with the Thrash to get information. But honestly, Requiem having pretty much full control of like the early to mid round. It was like, what, a minute and 20 seconds before Apeen Orchestra went for that market execute. That first minute of the last round, nothing really was happening.
And you can see how much Requiem are respecting this. Very far back, knowing that they could quickly get caught with a 1-2 combo from Kalkin and off the back of its supporting utility. Again, caught into the stun, but at least he's got cover of the smoke. 3 to the back of this side. Apeen Orchestra, they can have the decision of playing it backwards and holding it from main, or playing it aggressive and trying to go for the fight with Requiem.
B main plant, everybody holding on. That Rolling Thunder is going to do well to keep things set up. It's just Drog playing on the site to try and get a kill, but eventually has to back up. Kalkuna, however, caught out.
Rolling Thunder. Use as soon as they hear the spike being touched. Thrash going directly in, so it prohibits at least one of the players from shooting. But it looks like Toba's already on the spike. He's defused it halfway, and he's showing no intention of letting go. Chuckle kills him off for the final moment, and it allows Apeen Orchestra to breathe and shoot their lead upon Requiem's bodies. And Apeen managed to close up the gap by the end of the half.
Only just. Christ, how close that was in the end. To that defuse coming in from Toba.
Hundreds or thousands of a second. That was too close to call.
(7-5) Sim scoreline as the first map. For the other side, though, this time for Requiem. Apeen Orchestra changing up their comp hasn't necessarily been the best half, albeit they saved it towards the end with rounds 11 and 12. Maybe it's the defense that's going to help out a lot here. Milan saying that just this stall power, the KO knife, the breach stun to stop any fast A executes. Looking at Requiem are going for a similar default to what we saw from Apeen, right? Fighting for mid, seeing if they can potentially break the door, break any trips that are towards market. And instead actually full contact walking up top mid where there's nobody watching.
No, there's no info gathering for it either, but the fact that they make a lot of noise about it allows Apeen Orchestra to turn their attention, and they've got Chuckle on the back line. He hasn't shown his ground yet. He'll be there as a guarantee, but it looks like Yanto is good enough to hold out one of them players by himself. Spike dropped, so it will be collected again, but Requiem seem to have this pistol round covered.
Just 2 players alive on this defense. One of them towards A-Link, one of them trying to flank all the way around. That trip is still up, though, for Requiem.
Oh, no. Shots fired across the smoke as well. Find their mark onto Chuckle's arms.
Spike planted.
Drog, of course, having to force his way through a trip, will be a little bit noisy about it. So that's Requiem. We know how good they are with the pistols. Well, they continue with that streak. I think that's 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds we've seen this series.
And it was a really nice pistol as well, like the overall strategy. Just a normal looking default to start the round. Just a smoke top mid, trying to break market. But the full contact walk up, the wraparound. It was a good idea from Apeen Orchestra to push up A main, because you could have just got Yanto left the spike in a bad spot, but they just peek him one at a time. The wraparound is too good from Requiem, and those players get caught out.
Correction, it's 4 out of 4 pistols from this game, from this series. So they've had a very one-sided hold of these initial rounds of each half.
Did get thriftied after one of them, though, right at the start.
They did. They can't all be clean.
There.
So this is a game, at least a map, where Requiem are playing it from in front, having the advantage. The last one, it felt like they were trying to keep up with Apeen Orchestra, but I think the identities have changed in this one. They've been exchanged at least. These trades definitely favoring the Requiem side, wherever the fights commence, whether that's mid or B. And Toba looking to be on the lurk again as a guarantee.
Hunted on stairs, so it's somewhat contestable from market. Toba's just going to wrap around in B main. Light work so far, and some big guns to take into the bonus.
That's fair. Might be one of the reasons why Toba's thought against going for the lurk, because losing the Guardian would hand it over to a Peanut Orchestrary, and it'd be a good gun, at least for them to hold on to the next one.
Yeah, it's just more holding like mids, see if anybody's going to push around the defense from market. And in the end, it was just more like, because the spike was planted on the stairs, you can't really hold it from market that well without peeking out. The thing is just, yeah, just group up, stay together, like you said, keep a hold of the gun. So the full buy for Peanut Orchestrary, lots of half armors. Dex still having that Marshal in hand, not the Outlaw, but 2 big rifles.
Few pings illustrating the intent to go behind B. Will that be permitted? It's kind of a sneaky approach. They cross past market, and I've got an inkling that's exactly what they're trying to go for. Wingman seizing, at least leading the charge out in market as Harambe loses his life. So it's still a 4 versus 4. Oh dear, Androga's got the corner covered from Deck. You've got to check your right-hand side there, mate, and it won't be happening this time. Exchange, Strawin does drop low due to the fragment grenade, but this exchange is so messy as a Peanut Orchestrary have got time to rejoin.
Has been a messy round, just lots of fighting in mid. No pressure to the extremities from either side, really, on the attacking side.
These lurks.
Yeah. It's just like inserting a player here and an open A site.
And Toba can find the opportunity for Viti. No, he's given the call. Toba, you've got to back out of this because now there's potentially 3 players that could collapse upon you. Throws out a cam. Kalkin expecting him. Was that a ding through the wall or was that just chip damage to the shoulder? Still, Kalkin is low. Whatever the outcome, it's the nade to end his life, and all of a sudden it's 2 versus 2.
Spike planted.
Knife doesn't actually get information that both are there, but they know that one's there for the knife to be broken.
Low health on both of the Requiem players, but it matters not when Toba finds the lurk. This guy is a complete ninja, constantly finding the back line of Apina.
Hey, it just seemed like that was around the Requiem shouldn't be winning in the end, but Toba just finds so much space just to be able to get across the little bit of damage that he did as well to Calcutta. And a 2 versus 3 won on their bonus. Peanut Orchestrary, this was a map that, like, previously had gone well for them. And they just can't get consistent results with inconsistent comps. And Calcuna's just going to send it with a showstopper. The stun hits him again, just the timings of this utility quite not hitting.
Actually, this time, yeah, you're right. Never mind. I was going to try to correct you. Actually. Well, sorry. I take it back. Back to
Right there.
the beginning. Well, Peanut Orchestrary, heavy presence towards B, leaving A side to the fate of Viti. He has been a one-man army in moments. Not as much on Sunset, though.
I'm curious to get Milan's opinions on like how much these teams are fighting for mid. Because I've always sort of felt like it's a bit of a moot thing other than like breaking a market door and like potential trips there. Like I feel so much of the game is just, especially on Sunset, is just being like those straight A execute, straight B executes.
Rash is ready.
I guess they're just trying to pull some of these defenders away from the sites themselves, but like in this round in particular for Peanut Orchestrary, it's not quite worked. They're just stacking those pistols over on one site. Just gambling it's going to be B.
Having control of mid also prohibits some deep lurks that both of these teams seem to have a liking to. So I wonder if that's also something in consideration. Nevertheless, Requiem are heading towards this A site. And the Peanut Orchestrary seem to have the right idea. A lot of footsteps have been made. Not much timing left for a Peanut. For Requiem, rather, to get the spike down. And if another player was kept alive there, I would have said maybe there's a chance for spike interruption. But no, all players will fall quite quickly. And it's Requiem continuing their streak.
4 rounds in a row. There's a Thrash now available. Null command, 1 will orb away. 2 will orbs for a showstopper on this attacking side. Their defense still working up towards a few things and just used the showstopper that last round too, right? So really not that much to be working with, and a hefty scoreline now that Requiem are winning by. Oh,
quite
no.
noisy about this. Oh, never mind. Braddy somehow gets caught off guard. Chuckle, spray through smokes. But it seems that Requiem have been able to break out a bit. They're winning every single fight. They've isolated different corners at different moments. The timing of it has been sublime. But Drog still alive is a matter to contest. And a matter you can't ignore.
Cameron Market gets some good information, but he has to keep his wits about him now. Plant's going to go in on A, but nobody's actually on the site itself. You've got the Gecko holding close A-Link. Now they've decided to group up. And if it was anything like Breeze, these clutches would be going to Pina Orchestra's way despite the player disadvantage. But this has been all Requiem so far on Sunset.
They've been pretty good at getting these advantages early. But this time they're not faltering to clutches of the opposing side. The Thrash just helps,
Nice.
toying with Drog. Very nicely done. And of course it's got to be a knife kill to end Drog's life. And potentially a Pina Orchestra's... I'm just loving some of these reactions, by the way. But yeah, it could be potentially a Pina Orchestra's end in this map as well.
Yeah, it's just felt weird from like watching both these teams. You just see a lot of like the common things from like other squads, stuff that we've seen at Shanghai, right? Those kind of things. But this has felt like a very different entity altogether.
Yeah.
It's been a peculiar one, but for a Pina Orchestra, it's like if they can claw it back, it'd be amazing. But if it goes out here, it'd be a disappointing map choice for them. Null command means that our B execute is pretty much uninterrupted. These defenders have to play retake and don't have any ultimates to work with.
No, they absolutely do not. So they're going to have to rely on their firepower, which that as well is not looking optimal. But at least they're grouping up, finding the power in numbers. Requiem, though, with a bait and switch, move over to this A site. And with four now, moving in together in unison, they're getting caught off in mid. And maybe that's why mid control has been seen so favorably. But Pina Orchestra have found upgrades to those guns and have taken down a few Requiem players in the meantime. So there might be a chance here, but they are all low. So it will be a difficult one to suppress, knowing there's where the two remaining players are located. But Requiem have got it all covered. It's a crossfire. And albeit both being stunned in the penultimate moment, it does not matter. They should be happy about this one because it was definitely Requiem all day on Sunset.
Yeah, great performance from them, just keeping their comp consistent. Couple of like map wins, both of these teams losing against Apex 13-2. But after a Pina Orchestra sort of resetting things, had a good comp, had a good result last time out. Changing the comp here just felt like whatever they were trying to get to work, whether it was in scrims or the theory of it, the anti-strat potentially to Requiem, it just didn't connect. Something was missing. It's hard to really get a gauge what, but it does mean that we are going to that third map of lowers.
We are indeed. I'm actually looking forward to this one because this back and forth has meant we're in for a treat. Now, given the streak of form here, Ryan, what do you think sparked this energy from Requiem?
I don't know really. Like you could say that like Deck coming back was good. Like Harambe, again, a solid performance, consistent from him. But like I guess Toba, the amount of impact that he's had not only across this map but across the series, it's a good like run of form for them. And that third map is definitely potentially there for Requiem.
Well, let's see if they can carry it onwards to the final map and close out this series in a winning way. We'll be back right after this short break.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on I'm breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not best of me. Got the 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 best of me.
Well, a slightly different story for map number 2. Requiem came out, I want to say pretty much firing on all cylinders, other than the one DC. They were pretty clean with it, Milan.
I mean, this was a completely different look, right? Bringing back the sub, right? Of switching out CRR, going back to their full roster, and it made a night and day difference. So I'm really happy for them that they are able to show this performance on the second map, being able to bounce back after not necessarily getting like destroyed the first map, but it was a lot of like mistakes, right? And I think for them, showing that they can be on the other side of the coin, right? Winning a lot of those like scrap duels and everything must have been a good feeling.
Yeah, I think even just looking at the scoreboard, there wasn't really a single player missing within this team. And I think a lot of it, even with just the way the game started, a lot of the sort of risks they were taking looked a lot more planned. Like they had pop flashes, they had decent setups. And I'll be honest with you, you highlighted the breach, top of the board for Chuckle, but I'm not sure it had maybe the desired impact comparatively to how things went on the last map.
Nah, I think that Chuckle definitely, I mean, he came in, did a good utility, but it also felt like it was something that maybe they didn't have like prepared that well. I think I saw a couple of instances of Raze being stunned, you know, friendly stuns, friendly flashes and all that sort of stuff. So maybe it's something that they cooked up during the buy phase or during the actual agent pick phase. Maybe they haven't practiced it all that much. Maybe it's nerfs. We can't really know. I think the idea behind it was very good. I think the execution could have been a little bit better. And on the other side of Requiem, right, we see this double initiator paying off so much dividends for them, right? They still have double flashes, right? Previous map they had the Yoru, right now they have an actual flasher, but it made a night and day difference. They played so much more control, and really, like you said, they really felt like they had control of the fights that they were taking.
Well, I know that you have a couple of rounds that you want to be breaking down, and I kind of want to start off with that first half, because it felt like, again, a few times there was opportunities for Apina to get into position, get into those retakes, but that's kind of where Requiem looked their best.
Yeah, I think Requiem played the defense extremely well, right? Allowing Apina to get onto the sides and having these flood retakes, and this round was a prime example of one of those situations where they know exactly how they want to set themselves up for this retake. They played it out so well. Toba had some hero frags towards the end there as well. It got very close towards the end, but from my side, it looked like Requiem kind of positioned themselves in such a way that they knew that they would win it, right, towards the end. And then we had the round after that, which actually went to the side of Apina, which again looked ridiculously comfortable for the side of Requiem. I think we had like a 0.0 something seconds like a diffuse denial, right? But overall, the way that Requiem was setting themselves up for this defense, for these retakes, keeping utility, making sure that they combine things, flood Apina out of the sides and really forcing their hand in these retakes was a pleasure to see compared to this first map. It looked way more structured, it looked way more planned, and they looked like they took control of the game by that, right? And I think that's the night and day difference between this first and second map, apart from the actual clutches.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think there were an awful lot of hero plays, and even the couple of rounds that came towards the end for the side of Apina were like they got that opportunity, but then we kind of move on to what happened on the attack side. And I think the story became a very different one because the first half had opportunities, had moments that were close. Well, you've got a couple of rounds to this one as well, and it was a little bit more one-sided.
I mean, we saw a flawless attack side on the side of Requiem, right? And they looked so much in control of these fights as well. And the rounds that I'd like to highlight are kind of like these scrappy rounds, right? It really gets down to like the last couple of seconds, but every time they were so prepared to fight. Flashes were good, other utility was great. They're able to edge out these fights that they would never be able to win during the first map. And I think that's a very worrying sign for the side of Apina, because if this is a Requiem that feels comfortable, then I think they're going to struggle on the third map as well.
Yeah, I think we see it here with just the sheer confidence of, well, firstly, Harambe just running straight through a smoke. We saw some insane rounds from him as well that didn't come to fruition, where it's like the guy has a showstopper, he's sitting in the smoke with a shorty, like just trying to almost style on his opponents. And again, it's another round where in the end, it comes a little bit closer than maybe it should have done, but you're just seeing that level of confidence coming out of this team, and it definitely doesn't set too much up going forward. Either way, someone we can highlight, as said, a very confident man. We've got ourselves Harambe, which still, it seems absolutely mental to just say out loud, but even though they lost the first map, he has still been pretty consistent all the way through.
Yeah, I think there's two numbers that are interesting to highlight, right? Obviously, apart from the disconnect, we see very high ACS performance all across the board, but for me, the most interesting difference from map 1 to map 2 was the fact that Harambe on this second map went 5-0 in opening duels, right? In general, the first map, completely even playing field. Each team equals on opening duel success rate, right? Second map, Requiem went +8 on opening duels, and Harambe played a pivotal role in that. And it's one of the reasons that they got to where they are, and the reason that the map felt so dominant, right?
Well, there was definitely opportunities in map 1 for Apina, and we do still have another one to go, so obviously we're looking to be heading towards Lotus Milan, and this is sort of a scenario now where, okay, we kicked off this series. I think Requiem were slightly favored, especially with the map pool that came up, with their map choice coming up first. It's not gone the way we expected. Heading in towards Lotus, like, where do your expectations lie? Because there's definitely some intriguing things that will come forward when it gets to the comps.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference between these comps is the deadlock, at least from what we've seen most recently, right? Is the deadlock on one side versus the Viper on the other side. Both teams play the more traditional comp, but this is an agent that is going to make a big difference, right? And do Requiem start on the attack or the defense? I'm actually not entirely sure, but I feel like, especially on their attack, they're going to struggle against this deadlock, right? Being able to put up the wall, combine it with a race, getting so much value off of those synergy between those two agents is going to be a very hard thing for Requiem to deal with, right? And I'm curious to see, because this is not something that you play very often in scrims, right? Deadlock is still not very commonly picked agent. You don't get a lot of runs in against her. And I'm curious to see if they're able to adapt to this on the fly, or if they've already come with a pre-planned game plan for this game.
Yeah, I think Deadlock in general has just been an agent that hasn't had mass amounts of success. Like, one of the things I did enjoy, and one of the only times I think it's worked at tier 1 level, was on this map, was played by Sadak. Now, I will say, matching up to Sadak doing anything is always going to be difficult, because the man is a giga nerd, and he had so many, the thing that I like with this map in particular, especially on the defensive side, is a lot of the entry points are hard entry points. So you're talking about, you're going to blast pack through, you're going to dash through, or you're going to slide through, and so those sensors actually work a lot of the time, because you can't slow walk into those chokes, otherwise you end up going down. So it definitely made things a lot more difficult, and he also had that contact to then throw out the wall that's going to block the rest of the team off from that star duelist coming in. So if you know that that's coming, there's things you can do to deal with it. It's still difficult to play against, though, because a lot of that util is very reactive, and if the player is on point, there's big opportunities for them here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that on the side of Requiem right now, they really need to play these controlled defaults. They need to figure out where Deadlock's putting her utility, if they're putting a wall down instantly, where those trips are, break those, and really play around util. Because exactly the way that you just described it, going for fast instant executes, kind of what we've seen a lot on these last maps, will not work that well for them. Because Deadlock is just a perfect counter to that.
Yeah, I think it's always easy to sort of like focus in on the new and exciting agent that you don't really get to see too often, especially when they're
or
not
that you
play
don't get to see
so
at all.
That's even better. It's a good thing we based our entire opinions around that Deadlock, and then it's not even going to be playing Milan.
My headset just died. I don't know what you just said to me. Anyway, I'll continue. I think the interesting part here, the Viper Deadlock. Right now, we're going to see a lot more of these slower rounds that we were already expecting. This is a comp that both of these teams, you scream against this comp like, what, 80% of the time. You're super versed with this. You know its weaknesses, you know its strengths. It's something that both of these teams should be comfortable with, right? So we're looking at, again, similar to Sunset, a completely even playing round. And we know how that went last time, right?
Yeah, it didn't exactly go to plan. Well, now that the Deadlock's gone, I'm curious. Who's taking it? I'm putting you on the spot.
I mean, just looking at last map, I think Requiem has the upper hand right now. They're thriving off the momentum. IGL back, full 5 roster. So I feel like they have nothing not going for them, especially after that second map. But on the other hand, we have Apina, who's been able to pull out some crazy rounds here and there as well, right? So if it's up to clutches, Apina. If it comes down to, you know, who has the more strong overall plan and game style, whatever, Requiem.
All right, well, luckily it's not up to us to decide, and it's not up to us to take you through it either. We're going back over to Pavlos and Ryan Central.
Thank you very much, Tom. And of course, I've got to follow Milan with his thoughts here. Requiem seems to be on a roll, Ryan.
Yeah, I think with how much we've seen like Apina Orchestra change their comp on Sunset and it's sort of backfiring, yeah, I'm kind of glad that they went away from the Deadlock to play something more normal. But it's the first time that they've ever like played this comp, as far as I can tell. They were running like KO Gecko previously when they played up against Sweet and Sour Only Fins and Formulation. So it's like, who has the reps here? Mostly Requiem haven't played it much at this level, but they've at least played this comp. They're going to be the ones that are a little bit more comfortable. They also got to choose the side as well, and they're starting on the defense.
They are indeed. If it had to be any map to end off the series, it had to be Lotus. And of course, it has to be a mirror matchup to take us through it as well. Requiem being able to win the second map of the series, Apina Orchestra, basically having a stronghold over Breeze as well by the end of that second half, but it's all down to Lotus to decide who will be running away with the series and increase their chances into making playoffs. What a surprise it would be if the newcomer of the league, Requiem, would be amongst the teams in conversation of playoffs. But it's a reality we're living in, and a very plausible one given they get the map win today. It's time to get rock and rolling with Requiem on defense and Apina Orchestra on attack.
Yeah, Apina Orchestra looking to go and default towards the A site. That's the more aggressive side, at least for Requiem, as they have the Omen and the Raze fighting for this space a bit more. Prowler and Haunt used to get information on A and B respectively, and Apina Orchestra just all huddled around this corner trying to wait for a good timing. Actually, just look how little utility Requiem have to deal with right now.
That's true. They're only going to have to rely on their weapons here. Snakebite coming up by Ianto, but he's on the wrong side of the map for that to be relevant. So Apina Orchestra have stuck by. They are playing the quiet game. And Requiem have brought in a third player to contest as well. Could implicate this endeavor further, complicate it at least. Deck, good to find 2 shots through the smoke. That's exactly what you need. Everything is going directly as Requiem would have liked it. It's unfortunate that Deck's final kill got stolen, but it's a quadra for him and the best way he could start this round.
Easiest way as well. Like, he was about to get seized up. We have somebody popping in. Are you winning, son? Oh, it more looks like, are you winning, brother?
Are you winning, bro?
All right, I'll leave you to it.
You can tell he... You can tell he just knocked the door, knocked on the door, opened up, nevertheless, because he didn't get a response. And
he's saying, like, we're going Nando's. Do you want anything? We'll bring it back for you if you win.
Well, sounds like the order hasn't gone in. and they'll have to assume what his Miller preference is, but we're moving into this. Toba very aggressively gaining the first kill, and even though apparently Orchestra are taking the fight to them, it's Requiem that are getting the spoils of war here. Yanto in trouble, the only player from the Requiem side that is only with a pistol, is good to carry on with finding kills. Viti in trouble. They know exactly where he lies. He's got the spike as well. Given he drops it, that's the fate of this round over, but he's managed to sneak past. I don't think Harambe spotted him. Is there really an opportunity for Apina here?
Oh man, he's managed to lurk all the way around.
That's silly. That's so silly. Oh, if he would have gotten a third one there on Ianto, would have been absolutely brilliant. And by a third, I meant a second.
Okay.
But no, not going to be happening here. Jog trying to go for a lurk, which Harambe does read. And Brady, with barely any health on him, will just spend his last few seconds hoping he had an extra friend to play around with. But no, this is it. That's the round. Requiem with 2. And they actually continue the streak of winning every single pistol.
That's true. Although I wasn't filled with too much confidence on like a Pina Orchestra, they didn't really do too much on their pistol, right? No. It was just Requiem getting some good early information. They open the door on A, they have a haunt, doesn't get anything, they use a prowler mid, doesn't get anything. They've pretty much used the power of deduction to know that a Pina Orchestra outside C, 3 people rotate, kill them before the execute's able to happen. So yeah, this full buy now for Pina Orchestra, it needs to hit. It's looking like they're going to put some more pressure over towards A, but you still have the Raze and Omen fighting towards C, which is being aggressively pushed by Requiem.
Whoa! It has been aggressively pushed, but it seems the push from mid quashed by Apina. And they do hold their ground in Spawn. Requiem did try and go for something aggressive, something different, catch them off guard, but
yeah,
to no avail.
It's a good read though. They're trying to push up a bit more with a Marshall. Seemed that like a Pina Orchestra had a bit of an anti-strat there to have Viti TP on top of the box to fight that aggression from C main. And now with like a minute on the clock, is about a minute 20 when they got those kills. They have that freedom to play with. Looking to just execute over towards A, opening the door, forcing the Viper to use this wall on the defense. Just bleeding it dry. They're only on site. The rotation is coming pretty quickly, so there's the right people from Requiem here.
It's the perfect case scenario, really, given the circumstance for Requiem. It's just a matter of staying concealed and hidden in positions and be able to catch them off guard when they least expect you.
Oh, no.
A spray down that gives Yanto 2 kills, and Soren on the back line has turned the tides around. Is Jog alone on a round that just shouldn't be. Winning this round, Requiem would be getting 8 consecutive rounds together with the previous map. And Soren has been able to find a Vandal to upgrade to. And going all the way around, it's Jog on the hot seat, given he's got time to work with. Soren running out of bullets allows the Pina Orchestra to avert the crisis.
Oh, it's similar to Sunset, isn't it, though? Like a Pina Orchestra, sure, they win up against the bonus, but only just. This time you don't have Harambe DC in, at least. But still, like, it's just... Is a Pina Orchestra just taking too long on these executes? Are they being too obvious? Because Requiem are able to just rotate and get on the site to be such a pain to deal with. The Pina Orchestra, where was the team that we saw on Breeze, right? They're just these sort of like well-drilled executes and mid-rounds, good utility. Feels right now they're just struggling to get anything to match together.
You can't really have these rounds too often, can you? At least it goes their way, right? At least they get that round on the board, but the fact they're just so close to have a crippling economy. Not exactly what you like to hear, or what you like to feel when you put your hand in your pocket. No spare change in there, really, at this point. Requiem hold their ground. We haven't seen any aggression for them this round.
Yeah.
Bit of a peeky out from Ianto. I think he's spotted that no one's out over in Mound. Although he'll soon have a few friends to contest with.
You mentioned short change. And for both these teams, the money is really bad. So whoever loses this would have to eco. So that's why Requiem aren't really looking to get aggressive. But also, they're playing passively on A with that Killjoy utility, but having free over there. Really banking on it being an execute. Nianto at least going to get good information. And with how like Alpine Orchestrated, how long they've taken to actually go for executes, the rotations are super far away, and it's actually they're going to try and reset and go elsewhere.
Oh my god! And it's not the right idea, because crossfires have just been created for Requiem, and it's Yanto to hold the line down. He uses a snake bite to damage up the players as they cross onto the site. Although they do get the spike down, it's Requiem having all 5 players alive and well to start shooting on the remaining Apina Orchestrary players. Lockdown available, but honestly, you don't want to use it here, Drog. Your chances are slim, and your life non-existent. Requiem, as soon as they get by, as soon as they get their guns again, are able to get a very clean round for themselves.
Yeah, it's a strange one, really, isn't it? It's just like Apina Orchestrary trying to get information on what Requiem are doing. They see like the Viper on C, sort of assuming it's going to be a stronger site. They're going to watch the VOD back, sort of realize it is just the Viper over there. And it's just, you know, you want to get information on what is the strong side, what is the weak side, where are Requiem stacking these bodies, where are they stacking like their utility. And right now it's just that Apina Orchestrary can't get good information on where these setups are. So they're either just walking into 3 people or not really seeing that there's a site being held pretty loosely. And it's good work from Requiem, constantly changing up the default, keeping Apina Orchestrary guessing.
Yeah, and they're keeping them in check as well. It's not only that, but also aggressing from time to time to Apina Orchestrary. Always spend an extra few seconds waiting to see if that will be the case again. So very slow on their approach. Keeps them to the final seconds, moment after moment. Trying to uncover what the setup looks like each and every time. Drog clears out an alarm bot, but still a turret on the other side of mini door. It's Deck, actually, to find the opening kill. He's had a world of a game already, coming in straight away. Well, not straight away, second map, but now by his own second map, he's having a world of fun.
Must be a good feeling to come in after your team lost the first map and looking on your way to doing a reverse sweep, albeit there's still a map to play.
If he's late for prac next time, they can't blame him. He's like, look, you're nothing without me.
I saved you guys.
I saved you guys. You're absolutely nothing without me. Damn. Quite fancy work there. Sky work from Harambe. Showing his flying skills. Yanto quite vocal.
Early timeout for Apina Orchestrary. I don't know. Like, it feels like it's not even a map thing. I feel like what I had in the issue, what my spidey senses were telling me on Sunset is here. Like, there's just some like mental blockage for Apina Orchestrary's attack side that they just can't like breach the site almost, you know? Like, it feels like they're just way to get in somewhere is blocked. Like, whether they're a little bit scared to go for these executes, whether they're overthinking and overcalling. You know, it's one of those things that sometimes teams go, oh, we can't do this because it's too obvious, so we need to go and do this. And it just, you end up going from like a default and an execute to your IGL. Basically, you know, like in Wallace and Gromit, this is a hell of a metaphor. You know, in Wallace and Gromit with the like scene where they're on the model train and they're putting it, like Gromit's putting the track down as it's going along. That's like so many like IGLs when the pressure starts to get to them. Instead of relying on all of the rounds.
That reference.
Yeah,
I think
it's quite a good one, but yeah, it's
sure.
That's what I'm worried about with Apina Orchestrary, especially when they're playing a comp like this. Granted, it's a common composition. But it's so easy for them to go, we can't do these like A executes or C executes because it's too obvious, it's too telegraphed. And then you end up just doing nothing instead.
Can't forget the crackers. Anyway, 4-1 is the score for Requiem. And you're right, Apina Orchestrary look lost. And Requiem change up the pace again to try and catch them off. Drog in a very sneaky angle so far. Not challenged though. Requiem just throw the showstopper and double back. No. They stick around a little longer. Jog finds an extended angle and this time pays dividends. Deck tries to reply.
What? Yanto like Viper's pitted towards 8 and then just pushed through it. They were so confident on like the work that they were doing and the information that they had that they have just overextended. A little bit of hubris to come in, and it felt the Requiem with the showstopper, with the Viper's pit, you've basically put them in a pixel of the map. And then you just overextend and you give them all of that space. And it was the right call too, like being orchestrated. They just take a timeout, so you go, we're just going to send it at them. We're just going to bully them.
Yeah.
I think it was just a little bit of an overstep on this defense.
I wasn't trigger happy, it was happy feet. They were just wobbling their way into spawn and into their deaths. No choreography though, that's unfortunate, and no singing broke out. We love our references today, don't we, Ryan?
I saw something yet. Speaking of happy feet, I saw the director who made it. They asked him, like, if we put a gun to your head for you to come up with an idea of, like, what would happy feet free? Why is that so hard?
There you go,
happy
mate.
feet free.
I don't
What
know,
would the
mate.
story be? They said, gun to my head, I'd just say shoot. Like, he doesn't want to make it for whatever reason.
Yeah, you can't milk that movie out for any more content. It's over. To be fair, the first one was everything you needed. It's,
When it comes to dancing penguins, yeah, everything I needed.
Penguins.
What a review.
Yeah, it's everything you need. Anyway, we've got some more Valorant to commentate over, to yap about. A lot of ultimates available for Peanut Orchestra this round.
Everything they need.
True. Hey, who has it been that's been dancing from time to time on the webcams? I think it's been Soren, hasn't it?
Yeah, Soren.
He's been loving his little dances. Alarm bot broken. Alarming the defenses in that proximity, turning their attention towards Deck. Oh dear me, avoiding every piece of utility that has been thrown at him, and can still be as sneaky as can be, and realize no one is crossing towards him. So he's keeping his team calm.
There.
Nightfall in hand for Chuckle, and Deck is just pretty much face to face on the other side of this doorway. So Deck's just gonna actually try to dodge it, but ends up getting tagged in hand anyway. With this wall, Harambe's not quite sure what's going on. They want to clear B just for this late lurk, and they have the right idea because Drog is over there.
They're looking at him. Two players are looking at him actually. Never mind, no longer. Brady moves in from one side and Jog moves in from the other. And it's the movement that allows the Peanut Orchestra to take control of this B site. Requiem from the outside looking in, but with two less players than your opponents, make that one less player. And this is all of a sudden has become very doable. Especially if they can get another pick onto Viti here, if he isolates himself, but no, sticks around in the corner where his teammate is as well. Assistance very much required. Deck now has to move in. It's a very good game so far, but not exactly what he needed this time around. And Apina will be getting their dub here, and Requiem will have to wave their white flag and give it away, but Yanto wants to get a few more spoils of war. Took a few more players down with him, but will not be the case. It's Viti with a triple, and it's the Monkeys with a win.
A lot better, I'd say, from a Peanut Orchestra. Now I feel like I'm watching a team that has had some impressive results across this year. A little bit of luck when it comes to like the timings, like Drog finding those two players looking towards Secret, but the way that the players are playing off of each other, the post plant, really nice positioning, really good team play. Feel like now we're back to cooking with gas, and it did require a lot of ultimates. Nightfall and Showstopper especially, but a Viper's Pit on the way, lockdown still in hand. Seems that the C Execute's going to be coming in, but Deck with the Operator might throw this whole plan askew.
Go get him. There.
It could.
Surely you don't expect it, right? That's the thing.
And he does get out of the way. Sort of a budget chamber. But there's nothing budget about this gun that Deck holds. So he'll look to hold it, fall back, not get over greedy, overzealous. Requiem are required to get a win here to break any sort of streak developing from Apina, but the lockdown does get initiated.
Yeah, there's no nade as well from Harambe. He used it earlier.
They're considering if they want to hide out into the corner, but they know that a lot of pre-firing utility to gather. Kalkina ends up getting a pick, and two locked out, not quite able to find their way back, but nevertheless, it matters naught, as it's 4 versus 4 on this retake, and a Viper's Pit will definitely level up the difficulty.
Drogs picked up the L. You got a Viper's Pit on one side, Operator on another. Genuinely might be worth saving. Look at the money.
True, but it doesn't feel like Requiem are willing to go to that resort. Their ego is a little bit too high right now, especially if they're getting kills in through the Viper's Pit, especially when they're getting all the kills through the Viper's Pit. Brady will no longer live. Alpine Orchestra, in a matter of seconds, get deleted.
I felt like it was done. I was saying that they should maybe save with the money. I look away for a second and it's all going... I'm going so Yorkshire, I don't know what's wrong with me. Look away for a second, it's all gone tits up, you know? Yanto's 11-3 as well. Like, I don't know. It's such a weird round for Alpine Orchestra to lose. Everything felt set up and just all of the duels didn't go their way.
Nice. Yorkshire accent. Bit of Nando's. Bit of Wallace and Gromit. We've definitely pleased our British crowd today. Harambe first blood for him. Didn't seem to be
as well.
laboured at all.
Look at where that red X is as well. That's off, and they were just like in that main like C main choke bit. They just wallbang and catch Truckle from that distance.
Satchel out.
You know, it's as they say, easy come, easy go. Apina won a lot of crazy clutches, 2v4s in the Lycon Breeze. And now it feels like it's the other way. Everything that could go wrong for Apina Orchestra is going wrong.
It's Odin v Odin Odin v Odin, Viper v Viper fight across the door. And it seems the Anto has lost that fight, losing most of his health. 69 points of health to be exact. He's lost and tries to go in for another bite. Not successful in doing so, but Toba staying silent for quite a while on that nudge. He is able to get 2 before he drops. Requiem still in control of this. The spike can be collected potentially by Petit, but he doesn't really have much space or time to perform that ult, and it's Requiem right back into their winning ways. It's a bit messy, isn't it?
Yeah, but it felt like it's been messy from the start, right? Second round we see a thrifty, third round we see another thrifty. Pretty much set the tone of today, but it's just I'm a big fan of like this Alpine Orchestra team. Like the ideas, the way that they play, like the structure that an unsigned team like this and a young team has is crazy. But I just feel like it's just that team is disappearing here. The Requiem are a strong contender. They were incredible during Eclipse to qualify for stage 2.
Sort of feels like Requiem are stealing Alpine Orchestra's thunder.
Yeah,
like they're the newcomers. They're no longer, you know, Alpine Orchestra are no longer, you know, the little ones of the league. You know, it's Requiem that say they're the newcomings, but they pack quite the punch. And the Anto with his calls has been quite impressive, quite strong on the fragging department as well, leading the charge right now. Lesser weaponry from the Alpine Orchestra side, only amount for 2 kills so far, but with an extra it could be more complicating. And the answer to that is no. It's Requiem to carry on with their tempo, to punch up the remaining players. And there you go. Yeah, this is the man I was talking about. Pretty darn consistent when it comes to performance. His calling is pretty good as well. And only 18 years of age, right?
It's ridiculous, really. But it's the work that these guys have been putting in. The reminder that this was pretty much one of the qualifying games for stage 1. Yanto and Co versus Alpine Orchestra, and that's how Alpine Orchestra got into this league in the first place.
True.
So it is a bit of a revenge match as well for Requiem. Both teams have been working hard since. One was in Polaris, one wasn't.
And it seems the one that had the most difficult of journeys, the hero's journey, seems to be having the better comeback here. Deck gets out and away. No way he gets away with that positioning. Door opens up and Yanto brings out a big surprise. What? A bullet with Kalkana's name on it, but Alpine Orchestra have turned the tide. Requiem, a bit over eager there, overstepped their welcome and get punished for it.
1v4. Lockdown
Surely
probably
not,
safe for the next round, I'd imagine.
Spike planted.
Yeah. There you go. Mithy's been kicking and screaming in a few of these occurrences. He's been quite the influential player for Apina Orchestra. And I think the saving grace in Breeze as well on those on these topsy-turvy rounds, those clutches, he's the player that needs to show up here, I feel, for Requiem. He's the player that this team sort of relies on in circumstances like this.
Sure, but like you look at the duelists, Harambe 11-4, Calcona 2-10. One of them's one of the few to sort of keep it like going, but Harambe has been consistent even on that Breeze loss. Harambe was 1 ACS behind Viti, was 2nd ACS in the server at that point. Calcona at least getting another opening kill.
He heard you, Ryan. As he gets judged, he starts to perform. And the opener for Apina Orchestra, spreading the defensive resources thin.
Toby needs to go careful here because he does have lockdown, so like dying here would be a terrible position to be in, and he's been seasonaded.
Oh my god! He's got so much faith on his teammates Toxic Screen to stick around here.
He's staying.
No way Apina think that he's still in this position. I think that's what goes through his mind right now.
There is a
No way they
nightfall though,
anticipate
so it
this.
might just clear you anyway.
Face your fear!
Yeah, it's gonna clear him anyway.
Oh no, and he doesn't have any health on him. Somehow still alive. That's the crazy part. And the paint shells do splash up the Apina Orchestra players. Actually, not that much. They double back. And Ianto is so far forward and off angle as well. And he might be able to get a few down before he drops. No, just one. And it might not be good enough, but Soren is there as a guarantee. And he still keeps hitting. Joins the fight in and out of battle. And each time he gets away with a kill, he knows all he has to do is stay alive here. He knows he doesn't need to engage. So smart to be disciplined in this situation. But does he buy enough time for Harambe to be in the right location? I think he has, because the only place Truck can go is towards this B site.
Time.
And I don't think he has got enough time. He doesn't.
He might not have, 'cause he hit the column. Oh,
No way!
no, he didn't.
The spike
He didn't.
Oh!
It looked like he had it, but he just bounces off the terrain.
No. I honestly don't know for which side this is heartbreaking or not. I think for more on the Apina Orchestra side, Brady is having a hard time keeping the energy high for his side, because obviously you've got to have someone that builds up the energy.
Yeah.
And I think that energy, that pace from Apina Orchestra, this morale has been lacking for the past map and a half.
It says a lot that the player that's died the least has been Requiem's duelist. Like, that's crazy. Yeah. You can, like, Apina Orchestra, like, Calcona having 11 deaths is fair enough. You're the duelist. You're usually the first in. But, like, Harambe just not dying and having as many kills as he's had. It's ridiculous the kind of performance that he's putting.
I mean, he doesn't need to engage a lot of these fights. It's usually just a random Brady opening up a random Yanto opening up a door and catching them off guard. Deck holding out an operator, getting the first frag before he drops back to safety. And it's these unreturned frags that keep Requiem's advantage.
Back inside for Requiem now. Pistols have been perfect today. This would be a nice one to pick up. Prowler's going to be used on the C site, and it does actually catch Drog in this corner. Bit of a crossfire, and it's going to force him out. Awkward position, and Brady's trying to stall things out as much as possible. And at this point, Requiem have put a little bit of pressure, at least over towards A. Not overextending it too much, but just holding enough that Chuckle gets caught out trying to take a peek from stairs. Maybe baiting from Viti here. But they're still being careful. This is great from Requiem.
Yeah, they take the safest route and move all their players into Retriever. Viti is sort of explosive in this endeavor, but the long distance doesn't quite favor the Classic versus the Sheriff. And Requiem are just 2 kills away from securing the 6th pistol round out of this series. 6 out of 6 going into the hands of Requiem. They are just masters of the pistols.
It's going to be hard to get that mental back for Apina Orchestra. Like, whether it's been timeouts or just vibe checks, feel like just look the movement itself. Like, not only are people talking more in the Rec Room cameras, but just people are making sure that they're just trying to like move around as much as possible.
Yeah.
Vibes. You could just take a picture, a screenshot of both those two teams, and you could definitely see which one is like currently sitting better with the vibes and confidence right now.
That's true. Very true. Robert chunked down a bit. Viti even more.
Placing swarm.
But the meat and potatoes of this fight, it's got to be the seaside hit, where Harambe's looking to lead the charge. And the reason why he hasn't got many deaths here, Ryan, is because he can open up rounds by not being traded and getting kill after kill without a bother in the world. Harambe, our Lord and Savior, is here to relieve us from our sins. 4 kills for Harambe and a flawless for Requiem.
The Great Ape is just pounding into the monkey orchestra of Apina. It's an absolute mess. Yeah, like Soren is just, even on the maps that we've seen Requiem lose, it just feels like they go through the process. 16 and 4, but it's the fact that Yanto is 15 kills, 7 deaths just behind him. An important, like, anti-bonus yet again for Apina Orchestrae, but they just don't have the armor. Might be even missing some utility here or there. I think they're missing, like, the nano swarms and stuff for the Killjoy. Very doable here for Requiem to pick up this round with a lower buy.
I mean, it doesn't really look like a lower buy, does it? Especially with the 2 Vandals and on the hands that have been doing a lot of the shooting this map. Mithy already damaged up, hindering his confidence in this round.
Here.
Look how vocal Yanto is. The calls going on currently on the side of Requiem. A lot of pings on the minimap as well. Well, they're looking energetic. And we've got all the signs to be confident in saying that Snakebite could be well timed here from Brady to deter them a little bit longer, given there's 40 seconds on the clock. But you can see that Brady is no longer any more delay utility to throw at this problem. Mainly more toxins to throw in as well for the Poison Cloud to be enabled, give them some more space to breathe. But Requiem have just waltzed in, and once they do, there's nothing that can stop them, apart from Brady's bullets, apparently. Deck eventually shuts down the Madman. But the spike needs to go down now, and we're looking at a 3v3, with the Yanto holding the right angle against the 2 approaching players from Apina.
Oh, they're so separated, though. Yanto has a lot to do there. No. He's not expecting a second player. No, he is! The Guardian flicks around and catches him, and now they're starting to group up.
He's so crispy with it. You can hear the crunch from the skulls of his opponents. Viti, he's been brilliant on map number 1, but ever since we entered Sunset, and ever since we continued on Lotus, it's been Requiem to shut him down time after time.
They could just do no wrong right now. It's, again, this attacking side that's starting to streak. We'd see close sides in those first halves of the last 2 maps, but as soon as Requiem get onto this attacking side, it's unstoppable. Good attempt. Brady doing so much work here. And it really just came down to Yanto getting these 2 kills. You expect him to be caught out by Drog there.
Placing swarm grenade.
Only 2 rounds in it. And Apina Orchestrae could be put in the books. Just like OnlyFins did yesterday. This is a good streak of 2 days here for Requiem.
The only team that they've lost to is Apex, so it really does feel like the sky is the limit for this team.
And that was without their IGL, so
yeah.
Does it matter? You know?
First game back, yeah.
I want to see this team compete against the likes of Sweet and Sour, right? Will give us a real taste of what we might be looking at in playoffs.
Bring them down.
Alarm bot yet to be broken, which doesn't alarm more players to be in defense of this site. Although Apina Orchestrae have got sheriffs, there might be a chance here, given that Requiem have been isolated a little bit. Harambe is able to stay alive to do so much. And he's pulled his team in as well, but Kalkana has found a rough one.
Spike planted.
Just some pre-flies to the wall, why not? Can Requiem recover this? I think they might be able to, unless Brady is able to take advantage over the paranoia. Keeps on going, goes all the way behind as well, finds the bottom, maybe a pincer maneuver. Oh, Harambe needs to be careful. He could be able to save this for his team. A TP coming out from Viti, but it's Harambe to get the shot onto Kalkin and leave this into a 1v1, and a Vandal is in the hands of him, and he's got time to reload as well. Viti has got to be so nervous right now, shaking where he stands, and Harambe will take everybody down if he has to.
Very little reaction from him as well, just keeps his composure. 21-5, he's been absolutely farming in all of these maps that we've seen today. And it's match and series point. You expect going to a third map, it was going to be a close affair. But Harambe has just made it anything but. I wonder how many 4Ks he's had today solely, because it feels like it's been so many rounds.
2 or 3, I'd say. 21-5 currently his score. And still, in 17 rounds, only have died 5 times as a race player. You don't see that much. And it's not because he's just been holding back. No, it's just because they can't shoot. They can't beat him in a gunfight.
He just used Showstopper last round, and he's 3 orbs away from having it again.
Go figure after a 4K. But this time Requiem are on a disadvantage. Never mind. Even footing again.
And it's pulling that rotation. The Viper going across over to A with the Raze and the Fade. So it's an open C site. It's just Drog here alone.
Props to Yanto. These calls have been immaculate. Interesting angle for Drog.
Paranoia missed.
Subsides the paranoia, but doesn't really matter. And Yanto has to be there as a lurk. It does buy some time for Kalkiner, just a few seconds, but it's still a 3v3 here. Showstopper for Kalkiner could also be the saving grace. 2 players up close onto the site, 1 in mount. Showstopper enabled, no blast pack to initiate this attack. He's going to have to take these dry peaks, and Soren has come out of nowhere. Still on site, re-picks again, and 3 to Soren's name enables Requiem to close out the game.
What an absolute routing towards the end. Requiem, they lose that first map, their choice of Breeze, but they've just come back nicely on Sunset, and then here, pretty much a clinic on Lotus. Apina Orchestra, some good moments, having to go to a more meta composition, but the team that's just played a little bit more and has a bit more experience get their revenge on the team that took their spot in stage 1.
The energy is as high as it can be for this roster. Oh, what a confidence builder. That is absolutely insane for Requiem, and it's exactly what they needed. And I think today, coming into this matchup, we were thinking, if they get in a win against Apina Orchestra, given they won against OnlyFins, we're seriously looking at a playoffs contender here.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what we're looking at.
I think that's what I wanted to say about this series as well, is like, despite them being like unsigned teams, maybe not big names or known players, like this is a really strong series on like who could make playoffs. So bad to goes Requiem's way is a really good sign how good this team is.
Well, there's certainly a lot to be broken down from this map, how Requiem were able to just take over the match against Apina. We'll have to hear from an analyst after this break, so stay tuned for that.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just But now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and
While Requiem managed to get the job done in pretty convincing fashion after the shakier start on that first map, Milan, it looked like a different beast once Deck came back into the team.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, night and day, right? So the amount of maybe confidence that this guy must be bringing to the team, it was so obvious, right? In the way that they play, the way that they're taking duels, the way that they're moving around the map. One thing I want to highlight on this last map as well is, I think the Cassius already done it, was the calling, right? Ianto, this last map, wonderful, right? Orchestrating, making sure that they like end on emptier sides, calling around the enemy, doing a lot of like micro fakes, conditioning and all of that stuff, and it was wonderful to see.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that he ends up being right at the top of the board as well is pretty huge for the team as well, being able to just basically deny anything that was being attempted. And we'll get to it a little bit later on, but it's something you sort of mentioned to me is like it seemed like the rounds they lost were only really off their own doing, rather than their opponents really like putting their will onto them when it came to that attack.
Yeah, it kind of feels like one of those things where Apina comes in with another, compositional change. It felt like they didn't really know how to play with this composition almost, They were doing a lot of like standing still at the start of the rounds, and we'll get back to that in a second. And it just felt like they were in their own heads so much, and maybe it's because they, win the first map so convincingly, they struggle on the second map, that it seemed like they had lost all their confidence going into this third one.
Yeah, and I think something that we need to talk about now is for Requiem. This is a spot where realistically they're now actually in with a challenge, only really losing to, well, the team we know best. But I guess we could pause this chat for a little bit, as we now have Toba joining us after his victory with the team, and obviously a pretty important victory at that. Toba, you're now 3-1 in the league.
Yeah, today was like, I don't know, the first game today was very tough for us because we're playing with Chris, CRR. I don't know, and then we got the victory, and I don't know, today was a bit of a wishy-washy day, but we take the W. Really confident.
I had a question with that coming in, right? So Chris, obviously being a stand-in and everything, one of the things that I noticed with you in particular is that you don't have an awful lot of experience. According to VLR, this was the first year like you've actually played at a professional level, right? How does that translate with the rest of the guys on your team? Is that something that you learn a lot from?
Yeah, I mean, coming into like this year, I was like played one official on like the VLR, like created my own team, and like I was just a ranked player. Like all our team is ranked players, and Yanto just stick me a DM and made a team with us, and then we just carried on with like our core three. I've just learned a lot from Yanto because he's obviously experienced in touring. He's been playing for years. Just learning from them.
So you mentioned in that first map, obviously having a stand-in, it definitely being a little bit more of a struggle. The next two maps, you dominated. Like, it wasn't particularly close. I want to know, like, with Deck coming back into the team, what is it in particular that once you're that full five, once he's back in, that you just perform to such a different level?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of threw Chris in the deep end on the first map because we just literally the day before we just like come play, because Deck had like an exam he had to go to, so it was like come play. So he had literally like 15 minutes before the game he's learning lineups. So I mean, it's not his fault, and obviously when you're like not used to a role, play. But honestly, when we're like as five and just playing like how we want to play, and like everything's smooth, everything's going well, we feel like pretty like high level. Like, I don't know, I feel like we could definitely go against Apex.
That's great to hear, man. One of the other questions that I had, as I know that you guys have a coach, right? And we saw 2 compositional changes from Apina coming into the matches today. Is that something that throws you guys off, or do you not really focus on that and just mostly like put emphasis on your own on your own games during these matches?
We obviously thought they were going to run the deadlock like they did against Apex, but I mean, we played this comp 100 times in scrims. We just, I don't know, just played our own game. I mean, we played OnlyFins yesterday, so we're kind of running off like a good momentum, and then I don't know, it just felt easier.
Oh, it definitely looked it, especially on those last couple of maps. I appreciate you joining us, Toba, and a huge congratulations once again on the win.
Thank you.
Well, from one player within that team to another, you have a couple of rounds. We're going to start with the rounds. We've got a highlight coming up a little bit later on, but I know that there was a couple of things that we sort of slightly mentioned a moment ago about the sort of tempo of the way that defensive side was played. And, well, you've got your rounds to break down. I'll let you take it away.
I mean, the thing with this in particular, and I'm sure we're going to see the rounds in a second, was the tempo from Apina, right? We talked about this. Lotus is a map where you're very heavily relying on conditioning, dragging out fights, and something that Requiem was not giving them towards the start of the game was actual fights. They were just sitting in spawn, and Apina was struggling. Here we can see it. 20 seconds left in the round, and this is the first time Apina's actually moving towards the territory. They were just sitting at the spawn barriers the whole round. And for the first, I think it was first 6 or 5 rounds, this was all that Apina was doing. Just sitting, waiting, eventually having to select a site where they had the stack, and they just run it down. And Requiem wasn't just, they were completely fine with it, right? They were just like, if in that case, we'll just sit on side, we will not do anything, we'll just let you get, waste your time, because the less time that there's available, the easier it is for the defenders, right? And then in the 6th round, actually, Requiem decides to go completely aggressive, and it's one of the few rounds on the attacking side that Apina managed to win, right? And this is because they're punishing, like them sitting at the spawn barriers is aimed to punish aggressive defenders. And if Requiem had a good read, which I think overall they just decided to mix it up in a couple of rounds here and there. But overall, them sitting and not giving Apina those initial first picks made it so hard for them to eventually pick a side and just execute into however many CTs might be waiting for them.
And you could correct me if I'm wrong. I think they did, at least that round 6 was directly after a pause. So it was almost like okay, you're going to try and change something, so let's like do something as a palate cleanser. Let's get really aggressive in their face. And when we didn't really see anything change by the other side, they went straight back. Okay, we're back in our default. We don't need to do anything crazy, because it did kind of look like that attack side from Lotus was just a little bit weak.
I think that they didn't really have an idea what to do against the team who isn't fighting for space, right? They aim to play very reactively, and if the defense is not giving them anything, they just struggled. They're just sitting there waiting for potential pushes, and if nothing happens, they eventually just pick a side, coin flip it, and however many CTs we run into, that's just the case. And if in some of these rounds where they have like 20-30 seconds left, if any form of delay shows up, you're in trouble, and that's kind of what Requiem did perfectly.
Well, the fun thing about being the host is you can request your crazy analytical rounds that you want to break down, and I can request kill highlights, because we're going to be looking at Harambe. This guy was just unstoppable all the way through this series. Like, okay, sure, they lost the map, but he was still putting up those statistical numbers. When it came to the final map, it was men against boys.
He needs to make it today, right? I mean, we joked a little bit about the name, Neither of us were super familiar with this guy, but now we're familiar with his game, right? If this is him, I think these are his overall stats from the entire series, right? The fact that this guy only had a 5% first death contribution with a 22% first blood is ridiculous, right? The amount of impact solely of those initial picks is massive. And then for a duelist to have nearly a 3.0 KDA, wild, mind-blowing.
Yeah, you're definitely the difference maker, and basically the reason that even in that first map we got to see things come out pretty close, but from then onwards it was almost a little bit too easy from Requiem going into the entirety of the series. I am curious, Milan, for Requiem going forward. Obviously it's a little bit more of a problem for Apina, but is this a team that can genuinely compete? Because obviously I still feel like we look at teams as second place to Apex, but teams came close yesterday. Maybe there's a chance.
I mean, we saw it in last split, right? Like Sweet and Sour looked good throughout the entire season. They eventually ended up on that second place. I think that the way that Tobo was saying it during the interview as well was like, they feel like they can beat Apex. Apex has struggled before. This is a team who obviously has a lot of momentum going for them right now. And if they meet Apex at the right moment, you know, at some point, I don't think that it's out of the question for them to actually take maps against those or even take series against them, you know? And I think it's very hard for me to judge how good they're going to be long term, right? We're looking at a team who is freshly into, you know, the Challengers League, who are so excited to just be playing. They obviously thrive with good vibes. We saw Yanto, we saw Zoran. You know, they're hyping the rest of the players up. I'm also kind of curious what's going to happen if they start to run into some walls here and there, and how good they're going to be able to, you know, get back on track after those things.
Well, Milan, that is only our first series done. It was maybe a little bit of a longer one than people were expecting. After the break, we're going to be coming up with NXT versus Metasport, so make sure you join us for that one.
Left. 30 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. While forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got church, but somewhere end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Well, our first game of the day has concluded, a 3-map somewhat thriller, as it was pretty dominant towards the end, but now we move on to, well, I'm going to call it the Battle of the Bottom. It doesn't sound the nicest, but that's where we are. Metasport facing off against NXT, and I'll be honest, Milan, this is a matchup where, although both teams are in 7th and 8th right now, I feel like that doesn't completely tell the story of where they currently sit.
It's not a very accurate depiction, right? NXT has played the two strongest teams, the teams at least that we expect the most from within this league, Apex and SNS, and they've pretty convincingly beaten Formulation, who yesterday had a relatively close series to Apex as well, right? So after those 3 games, it's really hard to put them towards this deep bottom where they're sitting in the table. For Metasport, it's kind of hard, right? They're coming in from this lower echelon of play. This is a team that we don't really have expectations from coming into this league, and so far it's hard to live up to anything when you're coming from wherever when you're coming from Beacons.
Yeah, I think the worry for them more so is that a loss here in this, it's not a death sentence, but when you have Apex sweet and sour still to go, it's like it puts you in a very, very rough spot. So I think both teams in desperate need for a win. We're going to kick things off talking about Metasport, though. And it will come up a little bit later on that we do have the teams coming in with a couple of stand-ins here and there. We'll let you know about that. But so far, as you sort of mentioned, this has not been the season for them so far.
No, obviously, Metasport, they started off pretty okay, right? A respectable 1-2 loss against OnlyFins. It's at that moment where we're maybe thinking, oh, well, maybe they could actually deal some damage. OnlyFins, they've looked good towards the entire season so far. And then they go up against Requiem and Apina, and they get 0 moves on either of them, right? So it's one of those situations where you don't really have high expectations, and the effect that might have on the players could go either way, right? At some point, they could also be like, well, if there's no expectations, we might as well, run it down, and they'll feel more free to do some crazy stuff. But it could also go the other way around where they just lose all momentum.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate truth as well is that even looking at the last couple of series, you had a 14-12, 13-11 loss. Before that, a 15-13, 13-11 loss. It's like they've definitely been getting close, but maybe just not being able to sort of close things out over the line. Now, something that I maybe want to bring up a little bit earlier is you're kind of looking at the team sheet at the moment. It seems like, as you can already tell, Luca and Marky are going to be coming in and playing with a couple of standards. Like you sort of mentioned it in just now, talking about with expectations not really being there. Would this be the best time to sort of have those stand-ins? Is going, okay, well, we've got no expectations. It hasn't been going well as a squad. We get a couple of players who maybe want that little bit of extra experience, or even more so, maybe just want okay, this is our chance to have a run at it, show ourselves, prove ourselves, and see what they're going to be doing in this match.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they're going for this little heretics buff or something, I think it's hard to judge these moves from the outside looking in, right? You don't really know what's going on. As of now, they're just stand-in. So, we see it just for a temporary thing. If it works out for them, who knows what they'll do in the future, right? As far as this game is concerned, I think this is a must-win game for them. You mentioned it already, right? Not just because they have a very tough season ahead of them, but also just because this is one of those games that, just looking at the standings itself, you need to win in order to, not get relegated, not go towards this bottom part of the table. And I think from the side of Metasport, if you can try anything at that point, you are going to try it.
Yeah, well, moving on to their opponents, we have NXT coming up, and as said, they're in a similar boat in terms of where they are in the table, but it has been a little bit more brutal. They faced off against 2 of the toughest opponents. They've got a victory versus Formulation, who, as we saw yesterday, had an incredible game versus Apex, even if they didn't close it over the line. And I feel like this is their opportunity to sort of almost put their stamp on the tournament and say, okay, we are still looking at playoffs, we are still competing.
Yeah, one of the things that I remember from last split was that NXT was actually in a very similar situation after the first couple rounds of play. They were, towards this bottom of the leaderboard. They didn't look convincing, but they had a fairly doable schedule ahead of them. And they actually brought it back up until the last day of play, where they, sorry to say it, they choked and they didn't make playoffs. But at least it showed that this squad is able to, descend or ascend from, these moments of doubt and whatnot might be going on, and pull out a Joker card and show what they're truly capable of when it's really needed. and it's a great week to start, honestly.
Yeah, and similarly to the last team, we also have a stand-in here as well. Champ Former is going to be missing for this one with Wizard coming in. Now, I will say I think replacing one player might be a little bit easier than replacing a couple. I also think for NXT, like there's a couple of players that I just remember as well, like going back to the likes of Devo, I think has that huge individual capability. So hopefully for them, it might be a little bit easier to slot someone in, but it definitely is unfortunate that we basically have two non-full teams playing up against each other, Milan.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, right? NXT, at least the squad of NXT, has been such a staple within the UK, and after that Polaris circuit, they've been so many of these players have been around for such a long time. I think with the addition of Maxime, who is a representative of not necessarily my country but my region, it's a little bit of a cool thing. But it's one of those teams that has been at that, just barely under the level where you actually feel like they've broken through that ceiling. And I think that this could be one of those splits where, considering they had a rougher start opposition wise, it could be one of the first times where we actually see them ascend from this like middle of the table to making playoffs and potentially causing some upsets later on.
Yeah, I think also just to mention, like you kind of highlighted a little bit earlier on that maybe with the veto there's going to be a bit of a lean. Like I know we're not quite getting to it just yet, but I want you to premise it so that then when the maps come up, if you're wrong, I get to laugh at you.
Oh no, I hate this so much. I think we talked about this, right? Like both teams have a various obvious like insta ban. So I think on the side of NXT it's Breeze, and on the side of Metasport I'm expecting an icebox ban, which basically leaves the rest of the playing field fairly open, right? Both of these teams have a pretty wide map pool when it comes to the rest of the maps. Metasport have only won Lotus so far, and so so it's one of those maps where I feel like they might want to lean into if it's open, especially considering the Breeze ban.
He's a pro.
Oh my god, guys, I'm pre-firing this. So I think right now it's the interesting thing, right? So Metasport, they've only won Lotus, so anything here that NXT might pick should, in theory, be a good map for them. They themselves have a fairly wide map pool, even running across the two splits. Split is one of those maps that they've always looked pretty comfortable on, right? And with the side of Metasport right now, I'm curious if we're going to see this Lotus pick that I described earlier, or if they're going. Oh, here we are. They're going for the Lotus.
He's good at his job.
Oh my goodness! And
What's the third map?
I think Ascent. Remember what I said, right? Lotus or Ascent are those decider maps, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here. Bind. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for a sunset, and I think I'm going to be correct on this one. I'm going all the marbles. I'm going all in. What are you thinking? Oh, here we are. A flawless run, guys.
Honestly,
don't bet your money on.
This is why they pay you the big bucks.
This is why
Giant X.
Yes.
Yeah, Giant X. Literally, you only predict vetoes, right?
That's all they're bringing me in for. I'm just there, 15 minutes a week.
Pipson. They're going to pick split.
Split. Yes, that's it. That's what I pay.
Right, back in your cage.
Sorry. Anyway, sorry. I feel like we got a little derailed there, Tom. I think we need to, get back in the bus. No, but I mean, this is a fairly obvious veto, right? We know that both of these maps, both of these teams have these insta bans. They have a map that they're very clearly more comfortable on, and then it's just a matter of, okay, what do we feel like? What's the most common map that all of us can play? Usually it's Ascent. So not that surprising. That being said, I know what you're gonna ask me now, who do you think is going to win? I think it's going to be one of those games where NXT, they have even though on paper it hasn't looked great yet, I think that they should be taking this 2-0, to be completely honest with you.
See, the funny thing is, what I was actually going to say is it easier when you're working with a professional team if you think the veto is set in stone? Like, do you think that works out a little bit more for you? And that is something I'm going to ask you after the break, because we're going to be throwing this one off again, of course. Make sure you head over to all of the socials. It even tells me not to say that, but I'm going to do it anyway. And we'll be back after the break, where we will be kicking off our second game of the day.
You love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, just fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I'm no vegan, agree. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
you're all I need. You're all I need.
Welcome back to Polaris. We're going to be going into Metasport versus NXT very soon. But first, do I even get to ask my question? No, I don't. We're getting Agent Select immediately. So there you go. We got Deadlock.
And we got a Fade. We got like two pretty like funky comps going on.
I feel like Deadlock's a bit crazier than Fade.
Okay, fair. The double sentinel, especially when they're starting on the attack, right? So it's definitely not like one of those things that they've picked up just because they're starting on a certain side. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen a Deadlock in pro play on this map. Have we?
I don't think I have. I can't think of one.
I can't think of one.
I know we saw it on Lotus. We've seen it on Sunset for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like Fnatic ran it somewhere, but I can't remember where.
No, I don't think I have. I mean, let's see how they use it, right? It's one of those maps where they might be able to just chuck those, like kind of how they used to use Sage on this map as well, right? Like instantly walling one of the mains off, not having to put as much emphasis on it, or even using it either in vents or in mailroom to just completely deny mid might be one of the plays. And I'm very curious how they're going to use it on the attack. It doesn't seem like a particularly strong agent, to be honest. Maybe using the wall here and there to, you know, deny rotations and, you know, flood retakes, but other than that, they'd have to be able to get onto sites first, and with only a Sky in a race, I think it's going to be pretty tricky.
Okay, well, what I kind of want to ask them, what excited you more so about the Fade? Because, like, Deadlock for me, that stood out because, as you sort of said, I've never seen that agent played ever on this map before. But you wanted to talk about Fade, so what in particular is a surprise there? I
mean, I think Fade is just offering a lot of the stuff that Sky is able to offer right now, but slightly better almost. It's very different, but better. I think it's a super interesting change to make, right? The Prowlers, they are kind of like little more useless dogs in the sense that they give fairly soft info, but so do the Sky Flashes right now, right? So it's very much a trade-off. And then the Haunt, I mean, my only experience playing against the Fade was Carmine Corp back in like kickoff, and they completely demolished us, right? And I think partially it was because of the amount of information that a Fade is able to get, the amount of space that they're able to contain with like with the anchor or the Seas, whatever it's called, right? And that's probably why I was so, you know, instantly my eyes locked into this Fade. To be honest, I didn't even see the Deadlock. I think the Deadlock is just as interesting, but it's very interesting. Like, it's an interesting perspective, right? We're seeing a little bit of shift on the from the Initiators on the other side, and we're seeing a switch on this Sentinel on the side of NXT. For me, compositionally, I think they run into each other pretty well, right? Double Sentinel versus a double Initiator on the other side. It's one of those things where it's like control versus information. It's going to be a pretty slow game, looking at how both of these teams have set up. No double duelist on either side, just a race on the offense for both of them, right? And I'm curious to see how that pairs up.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting me more now, thinking back to the Deadlock, is a lot of teams, we've seen it on Bind as well, like Vitality ran it there, and on the attack especially, I feel like the sensors are kind of trash just because you can still walk past them. But it's mainly those utility combos. So how is the wall going to be used? Is it locking down your flanks to make sure people can't come behind? But more so the sort of the net. I want to know, on this map in particular, I'm trying to think where you could sort of combo util where you're not already in. Because unless you're going to try and maybe clear back of B, it's quite awkward fights to have like proper good lineups for.
I mean, I think that's where my initial point from the first series comes in, right? I feel like right now we're in this like very heavy retake meta, right? Teams are not really playing to anchor sites, they're just more so playing to slowly like take a little bit of utility, maybe look for like a trade and whatnot. But we're very often seeing 4v4, 5v5, you know, high number retakes. And I think this is where Deadlock shines, right? She's so good at immediately denying the space, right? We can chuck a wall, you know, and I can imagine many walls. CT on both of the sides, Heaven on B, Heaven on A even to some degree, right? And all of those walls and even nades that you can throw there, like the neutral net or gravity net, whatever it's called, right? They just completely deny or at least slow down, disorient the retake. And that's one of the things where I feel like on attack, she might be able to bring a lot of value.
I'm curious as well what you think when it comes to NXT in general, because they have run this comp, I believe, or they've run a similar comp at least once before where they played versus Sweet and Sour, also had a Deadlock in it. Is this agent, when you're coming up against maybe an opponent that you should be beating, is Deadlock still kind of cheese? Because that's what it felt like originally. Like anybody running this agent, it was just that, okay, you're trying to cheese your opponent. I don't think a lot of the tier 1 teams necessarily, like I don't think Loud necessarily did that. But when you have a heavy advantage, does bringing in more of a niche or unique agent make as much sense?
I mean, I think the core identity of Deadlock is completely different from either Cypher or Killjoy, right? That's where that's the like main problem, right? She doesn't have as much like passive info, even though she has the sensors, but they're pretty like you can pretty easily just abuse them by not, making sound whenever you go around them. And the wall is completely different from either of the abilities that Cypher or Killjoy is able to offer. So that's kind of where she doesn't really fit into that traditional Sentinel slot, and therefore teams, if they want to play her, they have to build like a completely different game style around her, or like we've seen right now, fit her into that like flex slot, right, the 5th slot, where you can basically put any agent and you'll just be able to get value off of her kit the way it is, right, as additional value. But for a lot of teams, the question then is, okay, are we willing to sacrifice, for example, Sky or Breach for having a little bit more passive control, for denying these float retakes a little bit better? And I think NXT last split they experimented a lot with like Yoru Gecko. I think they played on a lot of different maps, right? Where I think Transformer was just playing a different agent on one map, on every other map, and everything else remained the same in their compositions. So these guys, they're very experienced with trying different comps, seeing how it works. And I think this like X factor that you talked about, right? I think that if you play a Deadlock the way I feel like it's intended to play right now, it doesn't really have that X factor anymore. She can be a very solid agent all around, but you just need to make sure that you have a proper system around it.
Well, either way, we could have a Deadlock podcast for pretty much the next half an hour, but it does seem like there's a few tech issues going on behind the scenes, so we'll be throwing things off to hopefully a short break as one of the players reinstalls his game. We'll be back in a moment.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. Never give up. look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through, and you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, yeah. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah.
Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Good things are worth waiting for, and that's directly why we're about to have a good match, I believe. An interesting one. Two bottom runners, but for very different reasons. It's NXT versus Metasport to take the server here, Ryan.
Yeah, with a lot of stand-ins for either side. Luca and Marky making their sort of tier 2 debuts, I suppose.
Yeah.
And also seeing Wisite coming in as well for Transformer. It's a bit of a tumultuous time for both sides. A lot of like vagueness. I think Transformer's just out for illness, but for others, at this point, at least for me personally, no idea what kind of changes they are. But it is like a Thursday early games, you never know. For NXT, their map choice, they're attacking first with the Deadlock, something that they played last time. Could be a nice wake-up call after the long break, is seeing how this team attacks with this utility.
Very true. It'll be an interesting one. The first time I'm at least seeing Deadlock being played out on Split in a professional level. Let's see if it can be brought out in a professional manner. Rex, quite blind due to the dizzy. Melo seizes the opportunity to move in, a bit rough around the edges, but the fact that Rex runs out of bullet is good enough for him. Still, 3 versus 4, and it seems Metasport with the higher ground, looking to take over the site, are pretty damn good at doing so, getting first blood for them in the series.
Not really even a retake, they just flooded the site as the execute was coming in. It does give us a moment at least to look at Metasport's comp, very 100 Thieves inspired with the Fade and the Gecko. Might be a chance to see more of it in the future from various teams, but albeit only a couple more weeks before Split's put back in the box for, well, the new map. Don't know if the name's been announced yet, so I won't say it, but also Haven coming back too.
Indeed.
For the time being, it's at least this map. Anti-Eco goes in favor of Metasport. And they're still actually having both initiators playing over on the A site, not really looking for any information early. Horn and Flash are still in hand. Waken's about to get more than he bargained for, though, as 4 players peek into him.
Although he's quite the scary person, so they just look to run away. Waken's there, guys. Run away. No point of sticking around. Just assuming what's going on in comms. Take it with a pinch of salt. Probably not an accurate representation of actually what is going on. Still, Aussie is able to get one and run away, and a lot of the NXT players have been chunked down substantially. One of the chunked down players is on the opposing side as well. Metasport have got Marky holding down, and the fact that there was a stun in play has allowed them to get a kill before he drops as well. got a good grasp of what's going on here, the defenders, and you can see that they quickly wrap around where NXT could be coming from. And they've got a good awareness that Bully could also be on the flank. Very nicely called out here for Metasport. And with only 2 players remaining, you can only assume that it's likely going to go the way of the Vikings. Stevo, one of the longest standing players in this region, in this league, with many teams and many iteration of rosters. This time in NXT, we'll look to see if they can make playoffs. Quite an unfortunate run for them the previous split. But a bit of an upgrade for now. Phantom he could potentially work with.
Not much time.
10 seconds left.
Could have been a really rough anti-eco for Metaspot. You've got Ozzy playing in vents alone, which against multiple pistols, if they jump on him quick enough, might be able to catch him. There's Marky that takes the fight over in like B Tower. The Lurk could have found something. A lot of just like 1v1 fights. Even Waken right at the start, right? Peeking with a ghost into 4 pistols, all fighting for that orb. So a lot of like players separated. Guns could have been picked up. The Metaspot, like definitely, not that they should like have been more worried, but on a different day that could catch them up massively. It does mean that their bonus is really good here. Pretty much the same setup, just a bit more passive over towards A. Right now NXT just fighting for mid control a bit more, and Ozzy in the same position as he was last round.
I've seen a few shaky buys get the better of opposing teams in the split. A lot of close angles. Has the opportunity to bring out an upset here. Metasport, we've criticised they've had a bit of lack of performance so far this season, but the fact that Ozzy gets caught off here allows Rex to find a return. Still mid-control, and it looks like they want to take this advantage over to the B side.
It's like alien isolation there with the audio cue, just been hit by the grav net. Good push up from Waken, realizing that he's been split on, so takes the 1 versus 1 and has good control. So this is still doable for Metasport, but it is a 3 versus 3.
I think the important aspect is to look at Waken here. His timing could be everything for this retake. Turn a lot of heads and allow the rest of the team to move in. That's what they're looking for, but at the same time, Devo's very, very deep in enemy lines. Maxim looks to close up here. Phantom definitely favoured against the Bulldog, but Waken still finds Rex at the back of the line. Mello returns, and now it's drawn to a 1v1. Maxim approaching from the sideline. Mello not quite looking at that direction, but has the timing to sneak away. Bit noisy with it. As he gets on the spike, will be sticking it. No, instead turns back. Maxim caught off guard, and that's the turnaround we were expecting. Metasport with 3 in a row. NXT with nothing to show.
And it was them getting the first kill too, right? You've just got Ozzy on his own in vents. He gets caught by the grav net, has to do the audio cue of pulling it out, and gets caught through. Actually, no, never mind. It wasn't the first kill, as Luca actually got it towards A main. It was
Yep.
Wisite. Sorry, I got to get used to the name because I'm like. So basically, I have like 2 monitors where we have what you guys are seeing, and we also have like a monitor where it's just the game. So you know, and the name is so small. I was like, is it Whistle? Whistle?
Still getting used to it. We only just found out a few hours ago, maybe less, that Wisite would be jumping in here, in place.
But it's been good from Waken. It's a low buy for NXT as they try and go for this execute, and Waken's still able to get 1. That's all he's going to be able to get as the Stingers have forced their way onto the site.
At least they make it look fancy. A bit explosive. This one is a hard one to unwrap here, but Metasport have got plenty of pieces here to try and bring it all back. And starting off, they'll throw off a Dizzy to initiate the attack. Prowler taking a while to cross onto the site, which doesn't really allow any information. It's Marky very close to the action. He's just waiting for the right moment. And it looks like the Cocoon might have caught someone, or maybe not. Luca finding the return. It's still 3 versus 3, and NXT have a chance, but still they need to get a kill. Given that they are taking some time, it's just a matter of an element of surprise to turn it all around. It's Wisite that is left to his own devices. The sub for Chamformer shall not be the answer for NXT this time around, as Metasport look to gather a 4th consecutive round.
It was a good idea from NXT, right? You've got the team that are running Astra instead of Omen. Omen's really good if there's like fast B executes on split. The Omen to Paranoia to be able to TP on top of the boxes, behind the board, being able to be in and out quite consistently to one-ways. Astra doesn't really have that stall power, so being able to execute over onto Waken is such a scary thing for Metasport to deal with, but they're handling it nicely. And Luca, the super sub today, 7-1 and has that Nightfall available. The full buy now for NXT, yet to get on the board.
Well, there's a bit of a head-to-head going on with Bully and Marky here. And even though Marky was holding the right position with the right gun, it's Bully to find the head. Big turnaround. And look at the adaptation for Metasport as well. They quickly adapt to draw 3 players in unison on that B site, leaving 1 on A, while NXT look to split the map in 2.
Poison's off.
Has been a lot of these separated fights, but so far Metasport have been dealing with them nicely. It's just that one play that they've lost in B main. And there's still 3 players grouped over on the site total. Ozzy might be able to make a 1v1 here, otherwise he's going to get crunched on by all 5 players of NXT. It's all about timing here.
And Ozzy. Line held, no kill collected, and therefore that A site is fully open for NXT to take and make their own. And yeah, we see a little bit of presence coming in from the deadlock, not as much impact as of yet. See if it's good enough to take on this hold, but it's Devo to just aggress over on Heaven and rip 2 people to shreds. It's Waken all alone. And there's not much to do in this situation, allowing NXT to find their way on the score sheet.
Finally getting it through. Good play around the map as well. A first kill comes in over on B main, and then there's just a lot of space to be able to play around the map at that point. Taking the time as well, making sure that players like Ozzy that's playing on ramp can't get too much. And that it's not just coming down to a 1v1. With like just being careful, just keeping control of that space. Letting the rest of the team move around the map quite well. But there's still good ultimates here. You mentioned a deadlock. It hasn't really done much like kill-wise for Maxim, but it has made these post plants incredibly difficult for Metasport to deal with.
Well, maybe the last one. But the first few, it seems like Metasport have had the answers. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Marky, if you don't look around in time, you might be dead. What? Hi, excuse me? What world do we live in? Is this Earth 2024?
This is a good point, though, because it's like, do they kind of have to give this up to an extent, otherwise they're going to get stuck. Picking up the weapons is good, but you got some awkward crossfires now.
Oh, no. It's not awkward for Metasport, though, as Ozzy takes over this round. I really would love to see his perspective. I know we probably don't have it, but wow. What on earth was that round for Ozzy?
I mean, incredibly clean. It was just that one play of pushing mid, catching so many people out. But you see so many teams, like, especially when the spike is dropped there, that they stay in that position and try and hold on to it, but it's just not a good fight to take as defenders. But Metasport, they had 3 people there. They're able to set up crossfires, able to go for duels and win all of the important ones. It was crazy that NXT, they win 1 round out of 5 and it forces the eco down for Metasport for that 1 round. It shows how close some of these rounds have been total so far. But even on an eco, they're still dangerous. And they have near enough every ultimate they could need.
You know what? Bringing a couple new players could be just the reset that Metasport need. Get right back into action. They might have had a bit of a dry spell. And having some new additions in here to get them off started on the right foot and let bygones be bygones and continue in this season and try and find the best wins possible. Avoid the Primo Relo position because they're definitely favorites for it right now.
NXT just cutting noise again. Losing a duelist means it's going to be harder to entry on the site, but you still have all of that utility to work with. Mosh just slowing it down again, and it just feels like the go button needs to come in from NXT. Everybody's rotated across. The bloodbath.
It really will be. you can just see it's a foreshadowing of what is about to happen. Ozzy just turning around in time. No way this timing just works the way it did. And NXT, you thought they had a chance in this, maybe to catch one player off guard and then take over the round. Think again. It's Bully alone. Fully locked into his monster just to save his gun. No. Well, you see, he gets the spike, but he's out into the open, and that's where Waken lies in wait.
This has been a pretty bad look for NXT. Team that won in the first week said that since they were signed, they're able to put more effort into it, that they could sort of bring the team to the next level. And ever since, it's been a horrendous run of form, right? With some of the teams that they've lost to. Being 1 and 2, the only win coming up against Formulation, which was like fairly close in retrospect. But losing to Sweet and Sour and Apex, yeah, fair. They're the two to lose. This series, however, up against a team that's 0 and 3, they've lost to Apina, Orchestrator, OnlyFins, and Requiem. That could be a bit of a damning result. And this could be a damning map so far. You're forced to time out. All of the ultimates are available on the defensive side. And you're just struggling to put a buy together.
Yeah, it's not looking great. But they wish they had Sean Foreman right now there. Because it's also that mental aspect. And I think the desk, you know, Tom and Milan touched on this pretty well as well. We saw in the previous series when Deck came in later on how much of a difference it made to the morale and you know, the energy for his team. And I think that really matters. You've got 5 players, you've got the chemistry already sealed. Messing with that can do a lot to change the status quo. And for NXT, I can only feel that that might be an issue.
Showstopper could open up a lot, and then you've got the Neural have to play on top of it. At this point, you don't really want to just be holding on to these ultimates for the big buy rounds, especially. You need to sort of force some of these ultimates out for Metasport, realistically. But it really hasn't felt that there's been many opportunities where Metasport have sort of struggled with map control and need to take something back. It was only that one round where they lose a player B main and they sort of just let the map play out instead of being aggressive or taking space. Where it all starts to go a little bit wrong.
Plenty of guarantees in place here for Metasport. They know they don't really have to take gunfight to gunfight approach.
There.
Nightfall dropping. That reveals a lot of positioning. Or at least the potential of Showstopper falling short of the mark. Ozzy feeling a little bit of pain to approach his elbow, but not enough to take him down. Bully not quite spotted. This could be a massive positioning for Bully. If he just holds his time and not show his ground. Never mind. I've confused it for something else.
Cleared with sight.
Yeah, Bully stopped in his tracks. A bit of a off positioning here from Wisite, at least on his crosshair, and Marky will unlock that round pretty much single-handedly when it comes to the fragging department. And Metasport seem pretty damn comfortable on this defensive side of split.
Yeah, but at the same time, they used 3 ultimates against like a low buy there. It was just the Showstopper used from NXT to get the plant down and play for the post-plant a bit more. But yeah, they got the Nightfall, the Showstopper, and the Thrash out on this defense. Which is good for NXT after taking a timeout. Eco finds a bit more space, you're getting a good look into what this default is on this defense. Now you might be able to make some more space for yourself, but really it just felt shut down from Metasport.
Like this put. Dropped out instantly in mid.
Oh, the grab nade actually would have been perfect onto where Ozzy's playing from, but luckily they back out a bit. He's able to get back into the Viper's pit so it doesn't go down. And with NXT reset to try and take B main, it has given Marky a little bit of an opportunity to just peek on the other side of the pit. Season here's nothing. Awaken,
the thing is,
no way for him to get out here if they execute B.
Exactly, yeah. If the fight goes on here, he'll only be good for any damage he can inflict himself. Otherwise, he's a dead man. Well, yeah, okay, the cocoon will kind of seal his fate here, but he's done a lot already for his squad.
No smokes for a retake, though. You still have mid control. You have 2 players flanking, but that neural theft has come in to show that there are these 2 players behind. Is that going to change up this like post plan at all? No. It's just come into an awkward duel, and Marky finds him.
One less.
It's a duel diff. Devo can't do much against the 1-2-3 swing.
Wow.
And Metasport are just enough. Well, I was about to say miles ahead of NXT. I don't think that gives NXT credit given to how close some of these rounds are, but they just seem enough ahead to just be creating an enormous gap already.
Yeah, it's strange though. Like, you have the neural theft and it feels like NXT, they don't adjust. They just end up taking fights for players behind them, players in front of them. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but Chan Fom is also the RGL for this team, right? So him being out, it does feel like that. The way that this team has always played, which has been this sort of like one vision thing, is looking incredibly splintered so far. Granted that you are trying to attack when you're running double sentinel with a deadlock, but still, just some of these months, especially post plans, should be at least a little bit cleaner for NXT for me. And especially losing the 2 players right at the start up against Waken.
And some of the shaky transfers as well. Metasport have been able to take those one-on-one fights and come out on top of them 9 times out of 10. This is the only time I think Rex has taken a fight against Marky and win it straight up. Can they maintain the advantage? Obviously, with the Seekers out from Devo, who are available for them, they may have an extra chance. Cosmic Device splitting the site in 2. NXT have got all players on the other side of the Cosmos. Maxim swings out and gets one and gets dropped back into safety. Now 3 players remaining onto Metasport's side, and they've got so much to do and not much time or things to do it with. Instead, it's going to be the bullets to do all of the work, and even though Devo is able to get one down in time, I'm not quite sure there's enough time to get that defused.
A little bit close. They just got on
2
it.
seconds.
And these retakes are just brutal, really. It should be a sort of signed, sealed, delivered thing when you have that plant down on B. It's such a difficult site to retake on. And you also find the first kill there as well. Like a really nice fight from Rex to go up on top of New Box, find the jewel and get out. But it felt like the Cosmic Divide kind of just funneled NXT into the back corner of site. And then it was just fish in a barrel to deal with Metasport. Like, it does look disconnected from NXT, but it's also insanely impressive on how Metasport is using this utility.
They've been pretty good with timing everything. And they're pretty good with timing engagements. Marky gets one before he drops, but NXT somehow are able to trade out equally. But Metasport have got more players to throw at the issue, and it seems to be solving their problems, given how low Devo is. There's not much he could do. Replenished up to 35. Grouping up with Bully, and Luca could swing out in time. Good for one, and now drawn to a duel, where Bully can get one orb and ult all his way back to the A site.
There he goes. Depends where he's planting now at this point, because Mello isn't that far away. He wasn't fully dedicated over to the A site. Could even send out the wingman first.
Timing.
Oh!
No!
My God!
Oh, right into Mello's face!
I can't believe what I'm watching, really. I feel like this is just some sort of weird fever dream.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's what I feel right now. That's the theme song in my head. And I'm not quite sure what NXT can do from this. Obviously, they've got guns now. Still, might be the right word to say. Out of ultimates. I guess given the Sentinel setup that they've got, with 2 of them available, the defense will look greater, but they've got such a deficit on this first half. I'm not sure if that will even be a factor. They definitely need this final round of the half if they want to stay in contention.
It's just so sad to see it all going wrong, really, because it doesn't feel like it's too far off. It's just these individual moments. The showstopper's used from Marky, it's missed, but he sprays for the smoke. Thrash is going to be used as well to claim and get some more information. But already it's a 5 versus 3. 4 versus 3.
4 versus 3, and so it's not as bad. Awaken hasn't even made his way to the fight yet. NXT. 180 turn. Over to Spawn. Right decision to make, given that Waken is out in mid, but still they'll probably have to contest with him if he turns around. And especially when they're making noise like this, it will alert Waken to look at the right direction. Question is, are NXT checking? He's not taking the fight. That's actually pretty smart, knowing that he could also be a pincer if it is needed. But Wisite as well holds his time. This is smart from both sides, but Waken is the most patient. Waken is the most accurate. And he will save the day for Metasport on this one. And NXT have got their faces in their hands, in demise, in despair, as Marquis is able to put his mark on the final player and end the half for Metasport with 10 rounds of difference between the two teams.
What a brutal, brutal half for NXT.
Switching sides.
Some of these rounds were incredibly close, being able to push it a bit more, but some of them were just absolute drubbings.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Maybe it is again because I know the split's on the way out that like my brain just naturally turns off. But
that's all right. Yeah, I mean, look, we were looking forward to seeing Deadlock on defense and seeing how much of an impact she could have. And I feel that we might not actually get that.
Not much of it, at least.
Yeah. NXT need the pistol. And a lot more after that.
Yeah.
Not just the pistol.
It's tricky because there's so much of it that you can see what they're doing, but it's like NXT either just have the comp or the read, like they are just cutting through it like a knife through butter. Marquis has a lot to do and is at least able to get killed, but there's a lot of trades thankfully going the way of NXT now.
Yeah, if we want to see a competitive game, this is definitely thankfully for the NXT side. Luca, the only player remaining, and despite being in no man's land, quite the task ahead of him. Could be quite a round to put NXT in the dirt, but no. Good smoke, good timing, Maxim with the right line, and NXT are able to get prerequisite number 1.
Long way to go.
More requirements. Yeah.
I mean, what makes it even more concerning is the win that NXT did get earlier this season was against Formulation, who, you know, scared Apex quite a lot yesterday, I'd say.
True.
But it feels like that's one team going in one direction almost, and one team going in the other.
Well, Sonic Sensors out onto the B site. 2 Sentinels taking the site each. Oh, really? Good with the Outlaw. We've seen the Outlaw do quite a bit today, haven't we?
The good Antico. I'm glad that we're seeing it more. I feel like it used to be like the threat of it used to be scary. Now it actually feels like it's getting put into practice in the right places.
Last player standing. Flawless.
It's a learning process for all of the teams. Flawless round might buff up the confidence of this NXT side.
I do hope we don't get one of those instances where it's like just a really like this is going to go to OT kind of thing, you know? It's just really one-sided halves that just end up balancing each other out.
I mean,
but you never know,
be the first
especially
time
with this deadlock.
Yeah, that's true.
But I guess the difference is that you're expecting the deadlock, right? Because NXT have played it in the past, whereas Metasport, I don't think they've shown too much of their split so far.
Well, given that round number 2 of this half was flawless, NXT will have a pretty decent bonus here. 3 rifles in play, one of them being a Vandal.
Go get him.
Wonder if they're in a position to really clear where Marquis is. Boombot's going to get some stuff to work with.
He's probably giggling on the inside, knowing how he's gotten away with not being spotted there. But now, of course, throwing the pencils, one will be thrown directly at him as well. As Ozzy opens things up himself against a pistol holder, it's Rex to join the fray. The one player with a Vandal has to put it to great use.
Great net.
The net catches one,
Catches
and
two.
there's one more at the back behind as well. Mello has got paint going right after him, and the bullets as well will put him to an end. NXT, they win this round, and there might be a contention.
Fantastic.
2 players to spare here,
utility, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also just having all of that deadlock stuff towards B means that it's a pretty nicely held site.
30 seconds left.
You know, it felt there for Medisport. They get the first kill. They can reset. They had a minute on the clock to go elsewhere, but they just kind of get stuck, and that deadlock really punishes them.
Over there.
Luca being the noisy one, Waken being the sneaky one, but they've both got to step up the pace.
One enemy remaining.
Tripwise seem to be doing the trick. Waken making it a little bit more dangerous and costly. But this round should have been NXT's, I mean Medisport's. So NXT picking this up could definitely help their confidence.
It's a great fight for Rex to get here, but this grab does everything. They have a suspicion that there's another person that's behind the box and might be hit by the grab, so the nade comes in, they wallbang the box, and they catch everybody. Just Stingers, half armor buy up for Medisport. You would assume that they'd be hitting a particular site all aggressive, but I think with the Cypher and the deadlock, you can't really do that. They might just be sending it mid.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Bring them down.
They do take their time a little bit. Dizzy and Prowler expended to clear their way. Make way and open up Sports line of attack, but they don't actually move into it quite quickly. Instead, you can see Ozzy slightly moving up into this left extremity. And NXT in turn respecting the mid push that we've just seen.
Operator towards B as well with Bully. Of Omen operators today.
Quite a few.
But it's good, like, mid-pressure has to be respected by NXT. And they are just backing up all of the way. Giving up a tower. Skydog is going to get at least some information. I don't think it quite gets onto Waken. But it's still NXT not necessarily over-dedicating with fighting this.
Oh, Sonic Sensor could do quite a bit in coordination with the Gravnet. It's good for NXT to collect at least one of the kills. It is traded, but the repositioning from the defenders means that they are worried about this B-site hit. And Bully holding out the operator will be able to shut down the approaching players. Look left, look right. At least the right-hand side doesn't seem to have the same impact in the round, but it's Rex to clean up the pieces and operator to be recollected. And NXT seem to have found their groove on this defense.
Yeah, slowly working it out bit by bit, one round at a time. When you're 11-1 down, that's all you really have the choice to do. And Medisport taking a relatively early timeout. But because that first half went so well for them, it is their first timeout. So not a bad time to do it. These grab nets, though, that have come in from Maxima found so much value. He's still 8 and 13. In fact, all of the players on this defensive side of NXT in a KD disadvantage.
Yeah.
But the money is good for them now. The operator's still in hands. With a showstopper, neural theft, and annihilation ultimate for deadlock coming up fairly soon. Plenty to work with. The only thing that you don't have is just rounds to fall back on. You lose 2, it's done.
I mean, it's safe to say that both these sides have a bit of an experience on them. Marky Luca coming in subs, Wisite as well for Champ Former due to health issues as well. You've got a lot of players that don't have the experience to play at this level and also deal with the pressure that it comes with it as well. And being on a deficit here is quite the learning experience for Wisite as well for the rest of the team, right? This is their second split going. This is their first year. You've got to get enough reps in to be comfortable in situations like these. But economy building for NXT should be a decent start if they can get the boat rolling and kill another attacking round for Medisport.
Operator now in the hands of Devo, who's going to be playing mid. This is the one area of the map that Medisport have been dealing with to an extent, at least forcing out a lot of utility. Know that the op is mid there now too, but you got that Cypher set up over on B. You got the showstopper that's coming in. That's a really nice play because they wall this. You sort of assume that they're not going to be aggressive on that defense. And it catches them completely off. Great round from NXT.
Yeah, they've got the operator posted up at the right location, falling back and now having the assistance of Wisite to hold the line with them. Metasport have got a lot to do here, but at least they've got some time to work with. Can they entangle themselves out of this situation?
There is that neural theft, but the enemy corpses are in mid and A main. And Wisite is towards CT alone. He might be pushed here. Mello, not really expecting him to fight in your own teammate Snakebite, but he does, and these kills are actually going away in Metasport.
No way. Still, they've got an upwards trajectory way of going, Luca! That's a brilliant shot, but Mello has to follow it up with brilliance of his own, and the spike is out into the open, meaning that NXT don't really have much pressure for him, but they do line up! Bully is there to save the day for NXT to keep the streak going, but my, did that get pretty close!
Too close for comfort for NXT, but they're slowly bringing this one back. There's no overreactions yet. There's no necessary belief of like it's happening, perhaps. But it is also nice to see NXT just fully focused. Nobody's overreacting. Again, just one step at a time. The whole setup of this round was great, but the kills that Mello and Luca found, this flick as well is crazy. And Bully just getting the trades necessary, really saving the day, like you said. He's got the operator back in hand, and it's an eco again for Metasport.
And it's these ecos that one after the other sort of give Metasport these rounds in pairs. And 2 at a time is a lot easier to shut down than 1 at a time. You get that much closer to Metasport's score. And double the speed.
Cypher set up on A this time too. Might be expecting a fast execute just because of the low buy again. On the Nightfall, Viper's Pit, there's still stuff for Metasport to work with. They had a really nice thrifty earlier on their defense. But their attack, nothing has worked for them thus far. 11-1/2. Slowly eking its way for NXT to make it a closer scoreline at least.
Keep in mind, coming into the series, Metasport, quite the underdogs, right?
Yeah.
Picking up the roster of Yari Esports, having a shriek of failures, I'd say, at the start of the season, not quite being able to contest against other teams. Requiem, we believe, could be a good contender, as they both were fighting to enter this league quite recently. But they've not been as successful as their Requiem side has, right? They've been the ones to take this league by storm. While Metasport have struggled substantially. Now with a push though, let's see if Metasport can find success grouping all of their players together. NXT seem to have a good answer by having 3 defenders here. Marky looking to take a few players' attention away, but Luca comes in from the other side. He's been terrific on the Sheriff. He's been terrific on these snaps, but I think it might be a little too late as all of his teams have fallen and he doesn't have time to work with Bully, with a Ferrari peak with the operator. Allows NXT to close the gap just a little more.
You gotta look at what is available now. Defenders having a lot of big ultimates, Annihilation, Neural Theft, Seekers to get some more info. Showstopper not too far away from Marky. And every other ultimate is available other than Melo's Thrash. And it really does feel like Metasport are playing for mid a lot more. They're just seemingly scared to just go for these A-B executes with all of this like Sentinel utility. But regardless, you need to clear it.
Well, GravNet won't be finding any success in mid, at least for now. But NXT giving some good attention in this direction. 3 players strong. And with Metasport having a lot of numbers to throw at this party, it might be quite the swell. The swell that blows Metasport down. And a bit too much than the ship can handle. And now 3 left. With Awaken in an off angle. That could have done quite a bit, but no. Gets sought after.
Good wall to help him get out too.
Yeah.
Seekers though, it's just information on top of information. Metasport just can't seem to take an inch. at least keep...
Back of sight.
You got a 3v3 on the site now, but you got these trips to watch out for. So this is doable for Metasport. They're going for the plan.
Left.
They just need clean exchanges. They can't afford any trades. Waken, that's a good first step, but can you find any more? Flash to the back of the site, and the clean exchanges commence. Still one to deal with, though. With sight, spotted, and this could have been more perfect by Metasport. They've even got a player, Aussie, lurking out in heaven. If he bides his time here, this could be their round locked and loaded.
He just needs to relax, but Melloware has 21 HP. There's a cosmic divide as well. Not much utility to work with on this post plan. But Bully is an operator on the retake. He needs a better gun.
This paranoia is the only piece of utility that could give Maxim the advantage in these exchanges. But the fact that Aussie has the higher ground and an alternative angle is just a little too much to handle for Bully right here.
Oh no.
Right into the face of Mello for his second time today. And it's a deja vu that puts one round of difference of Metasport from closing out map number 1.
It's like I was saying, like with so much pressure from Metasport going into taking mid, that, you know, once they clear those trips, once they clear the cameras, it comes down to just a 3v3 execute onto the site, and all of the big duels are won. Waken especially does so well to find those openings. And now it's just that one round that they need. The money just still good enough for NXT to keep running with this. And also Metasport not using one of their ultimates last round. They're about to have 5 on the board if they can get Mello and Maki in an orb.
Oh, there's 2 orbs available on the map and 2 orbs required. Not quite sure if they'll ever get it via the accumulation of those said orbs. But it's pretty safe to assume that a kill or a death may ensue from either of these 2 players. Sort of sensing an A hit here, a split attack of this A hit, but both of the Sentinels have lined up in that direction.
Yeah, good luck going onto that site. That looks like an absolute gauntlet.
Really? It's a maze.
Really, it's just a case of luck, really, isn't it, for NXT, if Metasport go to that site or not? You have got 3 players on B, but we've seen already how little that can do if Metasport have these right angles and take these good fights.
Nightfall catching out one of the players of the 3 defending here, and it's Devo, even though he was caught, still gets 2 kills to save for it. Drops back, and is still alive. Fancy that.
It was a 3v5 last time. With 30 seconds left.
And it's Rex the Collector instead. Not much can go wrong if you're holding that angle with the operator. And no util is thrown to counteract it.
Last player standing.
14 seconds remaining. And 1 player still stands. Aussie. 1 gotten. 3 to go. Spike too far away to even account that this could be a successful round for you. There's 4 rounds of difference here, Ryan. How do you feel?
I don't know how I feel, really. Is it going to be another low buy for Metasport? No, actually, they're able to get something together. Might be a bit of a buy next. Lots of half armor, but still lots of ultimates. It was just that Nightfall that was used this time. And good map control yet again. Like, so much pressure coming in from Metasport in mid that it does allow NXT to sort of have extremities control. And in fact, defensively, they're running the same default as they did last round.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was an eco thrifty round to win the map for Metasport?
Not for NXT.
No, I doubt it would be for NXT.
It'd be very par for the course for what this week has been. Last couple of weeks. Pretty much the games happening during Shanghai has been a mess.
The Curse of Shanghai. Sounds a movie I'd watch.
Oh, it does connect onto him and nobody's in a position to protect him either.
There's a...
About to get somebody
the fact
else.
that there's a showstopper as well, it means that Metasport get 2 kills untraded with 2 guns to be upgraded to. Rex dies, no way! The foreshadowing, Ryan! There is no way this is happening right now.
Viper's Pit as well to just really shut this down.
An eco thrifty with ultimates galore. Off the back of a fake comeback from NXT, a flawless round that just started with mere sheriffs and small weapons. Now, if that doesn't explain the entire map in one round, I don't know what does.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what the desk says about this map. Aussie pretty much on top, 274 ACS, Devo just behind him. But Bully, Maxim, and Wisite debut as a substitute player for Transformer. A day to forget on this map. They did make it close, like you mentioned, but 11-1 attacking sides. There's not too much that you can do to reset that, really. But Metasport at least get it over the line. And in a good display, fundamentally across the map, they were great. They played a Gecko and Fade really nicely. And it was just I guess that deadlock Cypher on attack just couldn't get going.
All I've got to say is that we've got the script. We're looking at 3 maps with overtimes here, everybody. Well, stay tuned to see if that actually will be the case. Map number 2 on its way, and we've got our analyst desk to break things down first before that.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place where you end up, make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD, I'm all that you need. You just give me I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Obviously, pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased embraced you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
Welcome back to Polaris. It was maybe a little bit of a surprise for us, Milan, as we kicked off this series. We sort of set this up as NXT. They'd had some tough opponents. It hadn't been going their way, but now they face someone we expect them to beat, and the first half was 11-1. I think you're muted, by the way.
I'm still muted, yeah. I'm very new to this guy, sorry. What I was saying was, Metasport, obviously, being the underdog in this game, right? They swinging out of the gates, taking all these fights, coming with a lot of energy, and they just use all of that to funnel it into winning rounds. And at some point, at the side of NXT, you have to be wondering, like, what is there that we can do? I felt like they tried so many different variations of these attacking rounds, and nothing was sticking, right? And at some point, I think, thankfully for them, there's only 12 rounds to play, because otherwise it would have been way worse.
Yeah, I think it was something that sort of mentioned going into the map. It's like, sometimes when you're favorites, you run these compositions that are a little bit more complex, can be a little bit more problematic, especially when it comes to that attacking side. And I think that's where we really saw the holes of that sort of double sentinel. It's like they just didn't seem to have enough depth in their plans to really make things awkward for Metasports. And well, they've got 2 new players coming in. We'll talk about them a little bit more later on, but both of them seem to perform fairly well, Milan.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about the deadlock before, right? And we kind of set ourselves up for, hey, what are they going to do? They're going to try to get onto sides and use deadlock to deny these fast and flood retakes. But guess what? If you don't get onto sides, and if you have an opponent who doesn't respect you in any way, shape, or form, deadlock is kind of useless in that sense, right? If you don't get the walls down on the correct timing, if you don't get the traps down, you don't get the gravity net off, you don't find that agent becomes completely useless, right? And that's kind of what Metasport maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally did super well. They played with so much confidence. They played, they just, like I said before, they just went for it. They really disrespected them.
Well, I think a player that really encapsulates that is Ozzy in that first half. And you've got a couple of clips that are basically just him fragging out. He had some pretty high impact kills. Yeah,
I think during this first map, I mean, all players on the side of Metasport, they got massive impact frags, right? But one of the things that I noticed was Ozzy with his, I think he got back-to-back 2Ks in 2 rounds, and both of them were so insanely impactful that just off of that alone, I think Metasport caught so much momentum that they were just able to very confidently ride out the first half, right? Eventually going to this 11-1 score, and it made the game so much easier for them. And I think the fact that even the newer players, right, being able to show up, Marky had some very impactful rounds, Luca had a crazy first map, right? All of those players stepping up when needed most made it much more comfortable for Metasport to win this first map.
But there was a small mini fake comeback, and I feel like at least we can bring some of the positives of the deadlock with your next clips, which a lot of was surrounding what was being done on that defensive side by the deadlock.
Yeah, I think on the attack side, we talked about it, they didn't really get the value out of the deadlock that they maybe expected to get. On the defense, I think we saw a lot of combination plays with the gravity net. For example, we'll see around here, where Maxim's immediately throwing his gravity net, they parry it with the raise nade, and they just get 2 kills solely off of that combination of utility, right? And that's something that NXT was doing exceptionally well towards the second half. They used the wall towards mid to break off fights. Here we'll see the same thing. I think they're combining a flash with gravity net, and it just makes it very easy for the other players to get consistent kills. So here we see a gravity net combo with a flash, and Waken is he's completely checked out of the game at that point, right? There's nothing he can do to survive this. There's no escaping. And I think this is some of the brilliancy that we've seen from NXT from time to time. Unfortunately for them, it was mostly on the defense side, right? We saw some occasionally good plays here and there, right? For example, here baiting Astra to break the wall, denying that breakage, and even killing Astra with a raise hold. So we've seen some very nice things from the side of NXT, but on this attack, deadlock felt a little bit lackluster. I don't think that was completely on them. I think Metasport did a very good job at denying this initial space and making it super awkward for the side of NXT to get value out of that agent.
Well, something on the positive side of things, obviously, for Metasport is, you mentioned it earlier, that sometimes bringing in a couple of new players can sort of up the vibes. It can take the pressure off a little bit of a team that has had a pretty rough start to the season. So I want to take a look at the stats for Marky and Luca, who genuinely coming in their sort of first maps for this team actually performed to a pretty damn high standard, especially Luca.
Yeah, both of these guys, I think, barely missed out on playing in challengers with their own teams, right? And swinging out of the gates. Marky on this race, maybe not the performance that he might have wanted himself necessarily, but overall the impact that he was getting, the amount of space that he was taking for his team was huge. And Luca obviously coming in on Fate, a little bit of a different role. I think he was top fragging the entire server, at least he was the highest rated on the side. And overall, lots of impact, very high cast score that we can see as well. And it's kind of these things that you need from your new players, right? You don't want them to, you know, come to these games, be shaky, not perform. And if your new players, if the stand-ins are performing to this level, that, you know, like creates a very dangerous precedent for the side of NXT.
Well, and that's the case we're in right now. Of course, that was just map 1 of the series. We do have Lotus coming up next, and that, I believe as well, that was the map choice of NXT. So to choose a map and have a 1-round attack side, it doesn't exactly fill me with hope, Milan. They probably knew that they were going to be starting on that attack when they picked the map. Are you worried at all now going into their opponent's choice of Lotus that maybe they won't be able to come back from this?
I mean, I think if we've learned one thing from Valorant recently is that there's no guarantees, right? I think even the first series today, neither of those teams won their own map pick. So just like Pavlo said, we might be looking at another 2-1 here. I don't think we can count anyone out at this point, right? Lotus, again, we've talked about this many times. It's a map that most teams are very comfortable playing. Every team has like a good idea on how to play the map. And I think that nothing is set in stone in that regard. I think one thing that I would like to see a little bit more is maybe some other players stepping on. I think Defo had a wonderful first map. The rest of his team was a little bit on the more quiet side. And I think if some of these other players manage to step up at least, you know, statistically a little bit more, it's going to be closer.
Yeah, I think as well, just like moving things on a little bit towards that Lotus choices. We talk about agents on this map. I think things quite commonly you see that Viper in, but at least last time out for NXT and similarly here, they're actually going for the initiators instead.
Yeah, so we see this is not a very out of the ordinary comp, right? I mean, they're bringing in the Gecko instead of what we normally see where we see this Viper. It allows for a little bit more creativity, you get a little bit more information, but overall passive pressure is not as much of a thing, right? So wherever NXT want to group, they kind of have to go, and I really like the switch from Killjoy to Cypher because Cypher's then still able to pressure and keep people towards the A side of the map. So overall, I think this comp is still fairly rounded. It's not as traditional as what we're normally seeing, but I don't think it is completely out of the ordinary compared to what, you know, everyone else is playing.
Okay. Well, do you think realistically that this sort of comp coming up against what I would say is the sort of more standard on the other side of things, do you think that'll be enough for them to be able to turn things around?
I mean, I think this all really goes to how well prepped the Metasport guys are, right? If you have tape on a comp that is a little bit more, you know, unique in a sense, if you can figure out how to play that more less traditional comp and how to counter it, I think they have a very good shot at winning here.
Well, either way, it's not down to us. It's up to the casters to take this one away. Have fun with this one, Pavlos and Ryan.
An actually nice comment coming out from Tom's mouth. I didn't think I'd live to...
I don't believe it.
Breathe to live a day. Yeah, I don't either. There's probably some other thing that he was alluding to when he said have fun. He probably knows, he probably has a script. He probably knows that something is about to go wrong here, Ryan. But let's get right into the action. It is going to be this Lotus map to take on the second map of this series. Ryan, we've heard the desk. We know that both of them believe this could be sort of a topsy-turvy. This could be a potential pickup from this NXT side now that they've woken up. What are your thoughts, though?
It's a tricky one. Like, NXT sort of have to revert themselves. Defensive side, as we saw on the stats on the way in, is like, this is like a good map, 60% win rate for their defense. But it's about the same for Metasport's attack. It feels, again, so much relies on this first half going the right way for NXT, just to instill a little bit of hope into them. Otherwise, it could be a very short day, and the tech pause might be longer than this series in some capacities.
Oh yeah, I actually haven't counted how long that tech pause was for the reinstall to occur, but someone out there do the maths, all right, and present it to us later on so we can just...
yeah, the good thing as well is just like...
moment.
They lost against Sweet and South 13-11s, which, you know, Sweet and South on this map are one of the stronger teams, or at least were until like this previous week.
Yeah.
NXT have a lot going for them. It's just about executing on top of that.
Well, quickly just to point out, it was Metasport's map pick, and NXT elected to start off this off on the defense, therefore. The Green Vikings are on the attack to begin with. And now, even though they were earlier alluding to a C hit, instead they're going directly towards the direction of this A site.
Everybody's here.
Yeah, NXT were very quick to rotate their way here as well to greet all the attackers, and all of them collapse to the back of the site to defend. There's no messing around here, but somehow Marky comes off with 2. But they don't quite expect there's so many players from this NXT side hiding out onto this A site, so it's all down to a one-on-one, where Ozzy looks favored given the increased HP he has in comparison to Maxim, but Maxim has got no idea where his opponent is, which makes it an easy job for Ozzy to clean this one up. And Metasport get themselves a pistol of Lotus.
I mean, any other word but easy, I think, really. Like Metasport, they go over towards the A site with that Cypher information, with the proactive nature of NXT on this defense. It was a 5v5 execute, really. Just everybody was on the site taking duels. God bless the observers today. There's been some brutal fights to keep on top of. And in the end, it goes the way of Metasport again. NXT kicking themselves, I guess, a little bit with how those fights went. But just really nice play from Metasport being able to play together and make sure that they trade off each other.
Well, Maxim caught on by Prowler. Oh, aggression in A seems to be paying dividends. And a free upgrade. Sure. NXT will take it.
Luca at least hears a lot of this noise, so it should mean it's going to be a fast execute, fast movement over towards C. But they're not too sure. They've sort of hit the brakes a little bit, but they might go into the stack of 3 players on B if they're not careful.
Oh, no. Well, they've kept the NXT players near B. And that was what they were going for, a Rouge. But again, NXT have grouped up all of their players at the right place at the right time. It's just a matter of putting them to good use. And Rex, the fact that he's got a Bulldog, is making wonders for this defensive side of NXT. We sight as well, finally putting the Sheriff to good use. But the fact that Awakening's got a Spectre, he can mow down all of the remaining players without any issue. And Metasport gain the second round of this game.
Regardless, it's still a good eco for NXT. You get 3 kills, means that this bonus is pretty much non-existent for Metasport. So some damage at least to keep them honest. And I guess the good thing to take away from it for NXT is like the reads have been good. Their map control is solid. They're having the right people in the right places. And they're finding little like fights and stuff to maybe exploit against Metasport for the rest of this half. But yeah, important round this. The full buy, they don't want to lose up against the bonus again, especially when it's looking as bleak as it is for Metasport.
Mikey's been pretty good so far in this series. It's something to point out that this is the first time he's playing with this roster on an official setting. And it seems they're putting a lot of faith in him, including this round. And he's withholding the Sheriff, the Vandal, to open up this round. Props to NXT as well with the good reads they've had. Hasn't really made a difference though in the round score.
It's just a 3-1-1 default on attack. A lot of this pressure put towards C. It's doing well to like pull the rotations. But the trips are still up. Feels like one of the benefits as well from running Cypher instead of Killjoy is like you can sort of hear the alarm, but you can hit the nanoswarms if you get close enough. A nade in the right spot could break it all. These trips staying up, good information. And again, NXT are going to have 4 people over towards this A site, thinking that that's where the execute is coming in.
Now, Carmine Court at the start of this year were very adamant with this grouped up effort, this grouped play, and it really worked out for them. It took EMEA by storm, and you've seen a lot of copycats since then, and that's fine. Of course, if it works, you will see that copy come out. Metasport seem to be following that trend, but they haven't quite made it work so far. Mellow, good angle for him, but Rex is quite quick on that trigger. But what I think Metasport are putting their money on is Marky's position all the way in the opposing side spawn. Oh my god.
3 steps.
What did he do with it though? Paranoia?
Paranoia is actually going to have Ozzy peek out, but
no!
It doesn't really work out.
Oh no! I saw it coming and it just didn't work. Unlucky. NXT though, they'll take it. And the fact that they're winning the trades against the players with holding weapons, it just makes the endeavor that much simpler. They do not drop a single player throughout this exchange and gain their first round on the board.
Yeah, very messy, muddy round. A lot of little gaps. Yet again, the Metasport might be able to try and catch out. Fighting in secret, fighting in C-Link. But just Metasport with this, like, execute with this default, trying to put a lot of pressure towards C, but really not enough to break some of that utility. Trying to fake as well by putting a lot of noise towards A, but it didn't seem to really matter, and it just... On their bonus, they weren't really expected to do too much, especially with how much, or how little they had gun-wise, but now they have the full buy. Now they have a showstopper. Now C-site is actually completely open. We're site holding onto some of that utility. Still has a cage, his camera, and a trip. I guess it's just sort of waiting to see what happens before he puts it down, but the trip instantly broken towards C.
Ooh. Ozzy out into the open there. As soon as the touch screen drops, finds himself 6 feet under.
Oh my God!
Tries to go for a showstopper over Waterfall, and is a bit too far forwards placed. Doesn't quite get the intended impact. Just a bit of splash damage onto Devo.
Killjoy's on the B site though. There's this trip to watch out for. They do see it. Can they hop over the top? They can't.
Yes,
It doesn't matter anyway. Whistlite goes down on C.
Does. So the lurk is now put into play. Little by little, Luca will hold out. But no, the timing could also be rough because he could also be shut down from the left-hand side. No, instead, he gets walked past. Bully goes towards a spawner entrance. And this might be the wrong idea, given that NXT are losing players left and right. And it's now all down to Bully, with Luca in Waterfall as a guarantee.
Cover going out.
Making this endeavor way more difficult. Luca shows his ground, and that's 3 out of the rip here for Metasport.
I do like how Metasport are sort of playing this attacking side, that they do have bodies fighting towards A main. Not afraid to have 3 people towards C and 2 people towards A, just like taking fights. They're not trying to like play strong side and have the other players lurk or find space. They're just trying to make as much noise around the map and potentially find good fights for them to take. Or at the very least, find out where this Cypher's playing, where these trips are, what kind of stuff can we break. It's a more like matter-of-fact way, I think, of taking information around the map. They're not assuming anything, they just have like a buddy system to play around to get info. They do well to play around it. NXT forced to take an incredibly early timeout just to get control of this. Because they do have the right rotations, they're reacting to things in the right ways. But that hasn't stopped Metasports, namely Luca, finding these little pockets to lurk in and catch them on the flank.
Yeah, a few concerned faces here from the NXT side, a bit of anxiousness in this. They definitely haven't found their stride, or at least what we saw from the previous half, a bit of a fake comeback towards the end. The energy we saw within it doesn't seem to be finding its place so far in this game. Still early doors, right? This was the second buy round we've seen of their own, but they lose this, they might be in danger of falling further behind, as their economy will be in the dumps.
On over towards A, and it's just a full walk up from Marky. Full contacts. Prowlers used to push them back from Mellow. And with that first kill, it opens up the map a bit more. NXT with that Cypher utility over towards A. So it is just Rex on C alone.
Metasport liking to make quite a fuss, a ruckus. Rex, the back of the site, will soon have friends to join as well in the attempt to defend it. Door opening up does allude to a few question marks around this B site area. This time around, Metasport have repositioned substantially to the other side of the map, to be exact.
He's forcing some utility out of NXT. They used a haunt, see nothing, and instantly rotating. So it's 4 players and all that Cypher utility to clear with 30 seconds left. Surely Metasport, if they catch a whiff of this, they need to pivot to B. No, they're good. Are they going to go through? This is so risky from them.
It is, and NXT again have a read.
So they're delayed even more.
Oh dear me, 18 seconds, they've got it closed, Triple I, it's good, Marcus is in big trouble, and will have to be the sacrificial lamb as Waken finds himself into the back line. Rex still alive, and he's forgot a side angle he's working with, but they still need to get the spike down to the back of the site, and I think they've just got enough time. Rex, he's joining in, trying to isolate the fights as a spike is being planted, but Waken is extremely strong on this attack.
He literally just saved the day with the fights that he took. Yet again, the engagements, the duels that Waken knows he needs to take. Phenomenal read. He's 8-3 currently. And it's just, whatever it is for NXT, it's just not working today. It's just... I ain't saying anything. Today has just been a train wreck, I swear.
Some call it a train wreck, some call it a bonanza.
He looks at the camera, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
Don't see that from Dak, do you, though?
No.
Taken out.
Oh. Throwing strays left and right. Shots thrown. Oh my goodness me. We both have it in the same...
Good fight.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, Metasport seem to have the better angles on this, the better weapons. I think what we both had in our heads there is the possibility of a Sheriff win for NXT, but things seem to have stabilized a little bit. We're back into the realm of normality.
For now, at least. There is a neural theft if you want to just get a bit of information. Really does depend if Bully finds the kills. The kill drone might be far enough away from the alarm bot that it might not go off. And even if it is in range, you can TP over it. Never mind, it's just activated.
Well, all Westside is doing is trying to get any kills here. Deny the saves from the Metasport side. There've been a few close rounds, so the economy isn't too far out of reach.
One enemy remaining.
But as NXT were struggling on the attacking side at the last map, they seem to be struggling a bit on the defensive. Bully.
Oh my god, Bully.
Important
Can
kills
he get
to get.
No, he can't.
Nanoswarm. Yeah. Imagine. Would have been quite the world. Even if he had time, the players were quite close by to deny it. Bully goes out in flames. So Metasport increase their lead even further.
It's like you said though, Pablos, keeps the money honest.
Yeah.
Economy isn't that great, realistically, for Metasport, despite being 5-1 up. And we saw it as well on Split.
The thing is, they've got a round to recover it, given that the money situation for the NXT side is even worse.
Ultimate's galore, though. Lockdown on the attacking side, almost a showstopper, almost a Viper's Pit. It seems that just Metasport get into these positions where they have everything handy.
Right, let's see what they've got in store for us. Showstopper now. Being put into the Marquis's hand. He's able to vacate the area promptly. And Ozzy finds an opening on towards the other side. It seems that NXT can't catch a break. Always on the back foot. And Rex takes a taste of his own medicine. Marquis coming in to substitute today and doing an absolute job at it.
This counter-attack was so good for Metasport. It's a nice little set play, the trap off of the orb. It's just a little bit late. Metasport were expecting it. They try to back out. Lockdown's going to be used. Can be broken from where Bully is positioned. And he's trying to leave it as long as possible before he can break it. Whistlite even getting a kill onto Marquis. 45 seconds. You can still reset. You still have the Viper towards B. So opening the door and going there might be an option. And it seems to be the direction they're going.
The thing is, Devon might have at the back of his head that waiting for his team hasn't seemed to be working, but alone he could do quite a bit. Denying the spike plant. Thrash now can be thrown into play, and NXT might have the advantage here, but they've got 27 seconds, and they might have used the right timing to rotate over the C site. A perfect fake against the Thrash of NXT.
Westsite's going to try and delay the plant, stall it out a bit more. Mamelo gets it down, 3 versus 3, but Bully's 5 HP. Nightfall's going to bring everybody down to even lower. It doesn't matter for Westside. It does actually miss the position he's playing on, but nobody's going to re-peek it.
Oh dear me, Thrash being brought out right again. But the fact that he was so far away might not be able to do a thing. Figures out where one of the players are, but Metasport move in together in unison. Hand in hand, they have this C site locked in key. And 6-1 is the score as Metasport seem to be demanding their opponent's respect on this attacking side.
Been demanding respect all throughout the day. It's crazy, like Metasport with 2 stand-ins have looked ridiculous with how they're playing. It's
Ryan,
usual day's work for Waken, though.
They've looked better than they have this entire split.
This is crazy. I know like Dema and stuff are in the chat as well, so don't know what like their feelings of it are. But you can't argue with just like whether it's that or whether it's just the NXT have not been with it today. They've really been lacking Transformer.
Exactly. That's the other side of the argument that you definitely can't let go. It's definitely NXT not at their strongest suits. But Metasport, like, if they're going to be getting any wins, they might as well be getting them when their opponents are at their weakest points. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's something that Hookahs couldn't do in last split.
Just that pressure towards C. I don't think much utility was broken, but there might not have been much utility to work with. Devo catching wind is going to be pushed out at least from A, is going to back out all the way onto site. Secret's broken, so Rex can keep an eye on it. And the rotations, like they have been so far for NXT, pretty much perfect.
They just haven't been winning out these duels. Devo at least gets one before he drops, but the Nightfall will allow Metasport to just drop back and go to the other side of the map. And this time they actually might be quicker to the chase, given that Awaken is already right into the site.
Yeah, Prowler's basically followed them all the way around as it connected onto Mellow. There is still that one trip that might catch people out, but Yeoman's TV's on site, sees it, and it's broken.
Oh, the spike hasn't crossed.
through the door.
Damn. He just set his eyes on that crossfire, and he knew that two players would have had to walk past him, and all he did was just pull down the fort. And NXT are right back in the game. And you're right, Ryan. Finally, it feels like these rotations are starting to work out for NXT.
It was the right opportunity to take a fight. Just opening the door, going for those engagements.
I am everywhere.
It has been a bit few and far between. At least it does force Metasport to buy down to something that's a lot weaker. They're just scrambling to put something together for now. And NXT putting a lot of pressure into fight in mid, at least to break the turret. Luca not quite given a clean duel that he wants to take and fight, but actually everybody's going to group up and fight this B main pressure.
Fight fire with fire. Maxim. He can spray on these angles, something the Guardians can't do as well.
Showstopper.
Ooh, and it catches one player off guard, but it's Luca across the other side of the map that wins his fight on that front.
Placing swarm grenade.
Rex is just fighting on his own. Nobody can trade him, but it might not even matter. He's just getting good timings, trying to hold the line as long as possible, and then Satchel's out.
Still alive?
Now you've got the Gecko that's about to flash as well, so he's going to get some information, but he's still going.
No way! Rex making that corner his baby. He's comfortable here. It's his home. All he can do is rest and nest as his teammates look to join in as well. It's a party that Rex alone has been a part of. Luca is able to make it just slightly more expensive. I feels like Metasport are slowly losing grasp of the demand and control they had on this attack.
Yeah, only slightly though. But then they just tried to fight for B main. It really just relies on Rex going pretty much nuclear on C mound alone. It's a nice high-low here that was set up as well from Maxim and Bully, I think. But yeah, it's not just coming into individual moments. Rex 11 and an 8. And then Eco finally forced out of Metasport. A couple of rounds left of this half, but so far 6 on attack, pretty good. But I'd say for NXT, I think their defense has been their better side.
I mean, on the previous map, you could definitely make that case. For this, we'll have to see on their attack what they can bring out. But for now, they've definitely got a real possibility of a 4th round. But Metasport looking to take these fights dry. The fact that there was a camera available allows Wizlight to take a risk-free fight and isolate Waken. And it just increases the advantages they have in this one.
Been dealing very nicely with like Luca's mid lurks now. Just good control. Even having a trip on B seems to have done a good amount. And also, he somehow found a fight. Didn't take any damage from the Outlaw there. And Rex is the only player over towards A, and he's 5 HP. So this could actually be an opening.
With Minador broken, it begs a question for NXT. Are they actually committing to A or heading back to this B side? But no, the fact that the spike has gone down and Marky's done damage towards spawn, there's a real opportunity. Vandal even found. Not too shabby. This is actually scary because Ozzy's got a good line of sight and Wisite isn't at full health. One Outlaw Shore required. Oh, a lot of damage onto Devo. But in the end, it's Maxim to trade out. But Marky hasn't yet been brought into contention. They know he's found a Vandal. Damage to Wisite. Just making them softer to deal with. Now down to Mello, but he's only got a pistol. Can he bring the magic? 2 shots will do the charm for Maxim and knows exactly where Wisite is. And he is so damn low. When time is of essence, Wisite trembles where he stands. And that's going to be another clutch. And a thrifty clutch at that to allow Metasport to win on this attack.
Yeah, Mello has just been winning out these mind games consistently at this point. It was just a small margin. That one fight, I think, that Waken, even Aussie wins over towards A against the Outlaw, just spirals into Mello picking up a nice 4K, an A plan, and a thrifty, just as NXT was starting to find their feet for the first time today.
Going out.
Sort of like bullying, isn't it? NXT get up and then Metasport just shove them to the ground again. Bit brutal. Can't be fun. Tough world without you, IGL. Shows the impact one can have in a game. How important it is to be aligned and trust in one singular person with experience to guide you to success. Showstopper now in the hands of Marky. Be quite the opener. No surprise to NXT having a good read on the play.
Brave positioning. You got a showstopper on the attacking side, and you're just facing out in the open on top of this box.
I think Dizzy broke before it had the chance to show how many players were nearby, but still Marky will push by. Showstopper thrown. It's not the one to get the kill, but does have the positioning to let his team catapult their way into the site, and that's exactly what they need to take over this round. Only 2 remaining for NXT. Bully on close proximity, attempts for some madness, but Wisite
30 seconds left.
stepping in for the player that NXT missed the most. Desperately trying to prove himself worthy. On his debut of Challengers North, things do not seem to be going well for him. And Metasport at least guarantee they'll have double the amount of rounds that NXT could accumulate.
Just feels like so much has opened up. I also think that Mello has started to IGL instead of Waken as well. Like today. Which, you know, might be the difference. Whether it's for today specifically or for the future is like one thing, but both players have been terrific, right? 9-3 half would be hard to come back for, even on a map like Lotus that leans towards the attack side. In round 12, and just look at what NXT have to work with. Sod all, 3 Sheriffs and 2 Bulldogs.
Ooh, Aussie's in trouble. How did he get away? Showstopper is needed to make sure that the kill is secured. But yeah, this is a rough one from NXT. They put their hands as deep into their pockets as they possibly could. And look at the chase that Metasport are taking, yeah. Going all the way up the Wisite. Oh, that's a nice camp to have. Spots that only one player is on the site, so it calls for the team to just walk directly inwards.
Good time to really get on the defuse, not really. They're forced right back into this corner.
Oh no. You've got to feel for NXT the moment they think they've got a chance. They fall right into Metasport's trap, delays them even further. Wade can just walk around as well if he needs to. 2 below, 2 up high. Rex actually he's done quite a bit, but still 2 players haven't been contested. The Nanoswarms are doing so much to damage up anybody that decides to get anywhere near the spike. And the job has been done. Metasport 9-3 close out the half. I mean, if you compare it to the previous map half of 11-1, it's not as impressive. But let's be fair, this has been a demanding half for this Metasport side.
Yeah, it's been a wild day, especially for Metasport to be putting on this kind of show. The team that's 0-3 is going to be on the board. Finally getting a win. Tough opponents to face up first, but whether it's the roster changes, the change by GL, something is just clicking so nicely for Metasport. And NXT now need to make it work on attack. Rex at least has been good. But Metasport as a team have just been putting in a great performance. And I'm really curious to see how they want to play this defense.
9-3 is a little bit more workable. And the game is not over. So the 13th round is put on the scoreboard. Ouch. Oh, he's got a bullet lodged in his head.
He's backed off completely on his A site.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Probably quite the headache.
Rotation's a bit awkward though. It means that the Omen has to rotate all the way around because the Killjoy doesn't want that utility to go down. But they are slowly making their way back to A. No pressure anywhere else. Just means that Metasport are grouping up as 4 to play for the retake at this point. They might try and waterfall as the spike is planted. But they've gone for like early information. Yeah, they're just going to go fight this now. And all of these players are in tree and the spike wasn't planted.
Uh-oh.
They're stuck.
Just like NXT had the read on Metasport's attacking first pistol round, NXT this time around are the ones being red. But with a spike being in no man's land, it's a bit of a caveat, isn't it? 30 seconds to spare. NXT at least are the ones winning out on these trades, unlike the first round we saw of this map. Waken, good timing with the smoke. He's nearby and could do quite a bit, but no, NXT take the fights together, and finally they got something working in their favor.
Get the plant as well for a little extra money, but what, like Bully was 2 HP, 20 HP players. They were low, but just the fights weren't won. On the side of Metasport, NXT just won important duels in a really awkward position. They go for the plant with a wingman, it goes down, and everybody's stuck in the same spot. But they adjusted nicely. Metasport losing their defensive, like second half pistol even, like they did on Split. Not buying up at all. The attacking side might be a bit hard work to work around the map at this point. True. Just because you don't have that Viper wall on attack to work with.
Help us with the lurks due to the Cypher, but these setups from NXT will be tough to deal with. From Metasport, rather. I think
actually seems to be a good... Yeah, Westsite's finding a lot of space towards A though. Completely open site. With 40 seconds left, yeah. Open for business. Nobody's over here.
The thing is, they haven't got the cross covered out in mini door. So, he might just go there as a guarantee to the back line. Instead, no, they've cut it close. 28 seconds, they're going to run directly towards this A site. Are they going to go through B? They are. They really are, and they're crossing directly into the Lions den of Metasport. Still, though, are able to get away with their lives. Cross onto the A site. And they've been able to do it perfectly. Westside doesn't survive, you're right. They're running low on players, and Metasport somehow are catching them off guard one by one. Toxic Screen, perfect time for it, because Waken can now conceal himself from one of these angles and can regroup with his team. Aussie to the back of the site, but the Vandals finally making their play noticed. Devo takes matters to his own hands. Enough of the shenanigans as NXT carry over a second round.
It was a good lurk and good space found by Westside, but just that transition to the site. They touch and go, players super low, Waken again doing a good amount of damage, and it relies on Rex and Devo to get these kills. Rex was like 4 HP too. Thrash is available for this bonus now, and actually I don't think it's actually quite a good bonus, all things considered. With 4 rifles, I thought they might just be a straight buy-up, but no, they'd have money for next.
Thrasher out. Brought right back to safety to be collected. With sight on lurking duties. Doesn't vacate the area in time, and therefore, looks like NXT are working off of a disadvantage.
Yeah, just no attacking Viper Wall means that it's easier for Medisport to just go for those fights, aim and clear it. And it means that this rotation C is going to be a little bit slower. NXT, like, well, if they're over towards A as a couple, might as well try go C fast. And yet again, everybody's here as the plant's going to come through. No ultimates on this defense, you just have a nade, a paranoia, and a haunt. There's prowlers to come through too.
Good old gunfights is the name of the game of this retake. And it's NXT that seem to have the better hand of it so far, have stabilized by having 4 players to 4. And Bully is able to find yet another. Waken finally making his mark known. But you need to be careful because Bully is still stuck to the back of the site and it's got this corner to make his own. Aussie doesn't check it and therefore will be a victim of it. Waken, not much he can do now as Mello is left alone. And NXT know there's no point in taking these fights one by one. Just let Mello do his own thing. That's one. Knew of it. But there was no risk involved in that one for NXT. A marvelous hold on that post plant that keeps their hopes alive in map number 2.
Yeah, 4v5 too. You lose that player over towards A, you go for the C execute, and just retake not quite working for Medisport, forced onto another eco. Feel like it's just same story on a different map so far today with just these really one-sided streaks of rounds. NXT just 3 rounds behind Medisport.
Not too bad. Seems like they're following in the steps of Medisport as well by getting 3 consecutive at the start on their attack. What's up with these bonuses having more effect the more we get it through the Valorant esports scene? I don't know, but these bonuses are just too damn strong.
Wait. Aussie. How did he get both of them coming in? The execute was just so like poorly synced that it's given 2 gun upgrades. Luckily, the spike is still in the hands of Devo. And it looks like they still want to try and head over towards C at this rate. They're not resetting or anything. They're going into 4 players.
Oh no. Oh no. The only thing I can say is, oh no, there's nothing else to describe this round. NXT.
They're still going in.
I think they've been vision focused a little bit and are going a little bit too deep. They're not going to properly check this, are they? I don't think they are. Oh no! Stop it!
30 seconds left.
It's agony for NXT. Devo will try and save the day here. He's good for one. Actually might do it in the final moment. No. There is no way it's an eco for Medisport to give them the first round on their defense.
Oh, man. The rounds to work with, it's that one.
You can tell from the giggle, from the smirk, that he knows it shouldn't have been that simple.
It just felt like NXT, they just didn't know how they wanted to react. And in the end, it still comes down to potentially a crazy clutch from Devo, who has a Thrash available again. He only used it round 15. With all those kills and all these plants, good ultimates on hand. But if they lose this, it's 11 for Medisport and it's an eco, so that might mean 12 afterwards.
I'm definitely not one to speak, but it definitely felt like that round was NXT giving the call, let's go see, ooga booga, take it no matter what.
And just you have the Ray satcheling in and then the Omen TPing, and Aussie with a Sheriff is able to get 2.
And then they just walk through smokes again to lose another player.
Yeah, against like low-buy weapons too.
I mean, with multiple defenders, it's not a valid option no matter what weapons your opponents hold. Anyway, into this one, a buy round across the board, and NXT seem to have found an opening towards this A site. They have been took down in the likes of Wisite. He's in trouble, maybe. And Ozzy is the one with first blood. How does this unfold? Nightfall. Is there any aggression off the back of it? Seems that they are aware of Ozzy's position and a potential push from that direction. Marky drops, and he's able to take the fight. As simple as that. No way it should be this easy.
Good flash.
Bully really trying to save the day here. Somehow comes away with 3, but he's got 2 more to find, and I think that's just too much to ask from this man. He's really been trying, but it just cannot be. It seems like today is just not NXT's day.
That was crazy from Bully there for a second. Just the retake, it's just so like oppressive, but that's around. We see like on the attack, like Maxim using the Fade ultimate. They use the season drop, they see that somebody's there. Meanwhile, it's just a good retake from Metasport. They're going through stairs, they wrap around. And that unlucky streak, I suppose, for NXT is coming back in full fashion here. They've just eked out a bye here. But if they lose it, it's match and series point for Metasport.
Yeah. And if that happens, they won't really have any money to contest with it either. So this is do or die for NXT. Make or break.
Ahorn gets a lot of information, actually. I think there's like 2 towards secret, which they're like, oh, it should mean that the A site's open. And it is. It's a free, fair plant. You got that mid lurk as well from Wisite. And then Metasport needs to rotate all the way across.
Wake could use that for information, but instead goes in for a kill first before he attempts anything else. Devo is there to interrupt, but Showstopper available for Marky could be enough to initiate this attack. Can he find the first kill without being traded? He can indeed. Just so close to him, point blank, ends up with the pick. He does take damage from it, so it might hinder him, but it doesn't hinder his shooting ability. Bully, though, he felt it the previous round. All he has to do is kill the 2 remaining players, and this time he's not unassisted. He's got a teammate, but it's a kill to the smoke to give him the kill. Not what they expected. Wisite, the stand-in, will save the day for NXT.
It just comes down to that. 1 player alive though for NXT, so the money is still tight in places, but man, for both sides, but NXT especially, they're just hitting their shots right now. Every like flick onto an opponent seems to be super accurate. And it feels like that super sub that's come in for Wisite, it's working now, but it might be just too little too late. It's still a hell of a climb to come back with, but at least you have a bit more runway to go on. It's another eco for Metasport.
I mean, that round was a must. Well, the fact that they do collect it, they do give themselves another living, breathing chance to get right back into this game. As you can see, Metasport in the dirt. Sheriffs is what they have at their disposal. I don't think they'd be using any ultimates unless they gain a few free picks here and there and give them a chance of winning this round. So they'll try and save them for the next one. NXT, though, they want to make this a clean fight. They can't afford to lose too many players themselves. They were only left with 1 in the previous round.
It's the same defensive default from Metasport as last round. But they are caught out as a couple of people towards secret. They have to break the haunt. This round, actually, it's Marky that gets caught out. Just means that like Metasport are now over paranoid over on that A site and have 3 people rotated in.
Do you know what Ozzy has been tremendously good at this game?
It's been pinged, though.
I mean, B is also being pinged.
Surely they clear it.
But do you know what Ozzy's been pretty good at? With the sheriff shots. Oh, I might have jinxed him.
30 seconds
Might have
left.
jinxed him. Just a little titty bit. But if all goes right here for NXT, if nothing beyond the ordinary
Spike planted.
commences, this should be their round. And they close the gap to 3. Which is not too bad. Not unreachable. Arms reach, to be fair.
Showstopper could get everybody, though.
Yeah, it could. Implies they're sending him onto it for a hunt with the classic, so he doesn't lose any potential gun, and hand it over to Luca for the next one. It's no cigar. And that's NXT a little bit closer.
Using a timeout, again, it's their first. Didn't really need to use one up until now. Metasport now good chance to talk about what ultimates they have, what they can work with. It's been a bit of a grueling series. Not only just having a long tech pause to start us off, but just these very long-winded, one-sided halves. Bit of a comeback for NXT. Not necessarily quite close enough. Hopefully for them, it's not the same story on this map, that they can pull us back to a third on Ascent. But the pressure too, that you're like playing up against the team that is 0-3 of Metasport, a team that made top 4 in playoffs last stage, but with a very different team. The expectations on NXT are to win this series, so losing it 2-0, even with substitutes to an extent, they're still not going to be happy about it. Meanwhile, Metasport, it's the best that they've looked.
Yeah, and I don't think you can be reserved on that statement at all either. You're bang on. They haven't had a chance to show this sort of presence on a server ever since they joined this league, as in this reiteration of the roster, but it's definitely a bit of a change to it today. A couple new players rotating out Chinook and Dima. Very close to the fight in B. A lot going on multiple sides of this map, but the spike does go down, and we're looking at a 3v3.
Everybody spread out though. Individual 1v1s everywhere. Waken
Oh my god.
finding an unsuspecting Rex.
Oh
and
my
Melo
god.
just finds that fight against Wisite.
Is every single one of these players going to win their individual duels? Well, no. Waken's going to count for 2, but it's good enough to allow a Metasport to enter the site. Ryan, take me back. I feel like that hit just became quite chaotic very quickly. I need an explainer.
Yeah, it's just the post plant. Everybody was separated. And more luck than anything, Metasport just go into these places. Like Rex is looking the other directions. There's one up in like B Heaven, fighting secret. Nobody can play off of each other. No trades, no crossfires. Just whilst all of the chaos is happening. NXT, they do have a thrash. They almost have a Nightfall too, so execute power could be strong here. But fighting the orb is important. Luca's one orb away from having the lockdown. Doesn't look like he's going to be fighting towards C. But that A aggression is back, and this is an area that Metasport have struggled with.
It has been indeed. They haven't been able to lock down this A successfully much. But they have sent 3 players dedicated to its defense, at least for now. But NXT don't seem like they're going to be moving that quickly, at least didn't show intent up until the point where we saw the thrash being put into the hands of Devo. But there's also a clear other avenue they could take. That B site here. Waken no more. That's an important smoker to take out of the occasion. And Luca turns his back all the way around to this B side. And it's for good reason, because that's exactly where NXT are heading towards. A lot of splash damage from the paint shells, but it's Bully to keep on giving his second kill this round. And it's every kill that NXT have gotten in total. Marky won't have the timing against Devo. And it's Melo all to himself, allowing NXT yet another opportunity. This has got to be their round to put them on 9.
Has to ace if he wants to win it. Might be worth saving the gun for an eco round. Not even allowed to do that. Just as the last round was Metasport winning all their 1v1s, here it was NXT winning big duels. Nice fight back in the right places. 21-16 is Rex. 21-17 on the side is Waken, actually. So it's not the duelists going head-to-head necessarily on this one.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Just a Bulldog. The only weapon in hand for Metasport here. And actually good amount of B aggression. 4 players fighting for this space. Instantly forces NXT to reset and hit towards C.
Well, it seems that we've gotten a bit of extra life here from the NXT side. Some life that's been missing. Tricky contesting with a lot of these rounds, and it's all of a sudden unfolded to be quite a close game. And again, Metasport only need 1 round, and the way they closed out map number 1 was with an eco round that held us all in awe. There is no way they're going to do it again. Not second time around. Surely, bloody not. You have got to be kidding me! Who is writing these scripts?
That's it. Metasport winning up against NXT 2-0. The newest look of that Metasport team, not only from like the last stage with the Yari squad being picked up, but with players like Luca and Marky coming onto the squad. Is he wearing a... I thought he was wearing a Jet Set Radio t-shirt as well. They fully live in the experience, but what an actual debut for Luca, who's been in the scene for a good amount of time. But for NXT, missing Chanformer, having to have the sub in, whatever it was for NXT, it just couldn't get going. But for Metasport, it was just pure flow state all the way through the way that they were playing. Greatly played, great individual moments, and this Metasport team starting to fight back a little bit in Tier 2.
On the one hand, I'm glad Metasport have got a win. It's good to see them contest, and it's good to see them actually be confident, right? I feel like that was something that was missing. On the other, can we just step back a bit and see and restate that both maps were shut down off the back of ecos?
Yep.
That's it. Just cool. I've said it. Nice. Off to a break. We'll be breaking down everything that just happened in this series and today. Our analysts will be back after this break.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
Wow, it is Metasport who have come in with their first victory of the season. NXT were a team that we came in today saying, okay, they faced tough opposition and they've struggled a little bit, but even taken a map off Sweet and Sour. But today, honestly, especially in the first half, Milan, they look like they got boomed.
I mean, it's exactly like you said, right? They started both of these games so exceptionally well. And if they get to, figure out a little bit better how to finish games properly, these guys, they can, cause some more upsets. I think that I wouldn't stray away from seeing them beat some of these teams in the middle of the table at this point.
Yeah, I think that's the major thing for Metasport is like you brought in a couple of new players today, but we don't know if they're we know they're stand-ins for now, but I don't know if they'll be made permanent after the performances, because I think Luca especially playing a couple of completely different roles, which is definitely not going to be easy, coming in as a Sentinel on one map and Initiator on the other, and Marquis sticking in as that duelist. Both played decently today.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this many times, right? The subs, the situations. I think that there's so little pressure on these guys' shoulders. We talked about the fact that Luca looked super good on the Fade, the first map, and in the second map he's still playing Killjoy and Mellow switching roles, so that caused a little bit of confusion for us there. But overall, both of the stand-ins did very well today. And I think even on the side of NXT, right, I think we should highlight Viseed a little bit as well. I think he played an exceptionally good game today.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign for maybe the players coming through, but I think especially for NXT, maybe needing a little bit of work on those first halves, because that's the other thing that was a little bit peculiar about this series is there always seemed to be in that second half just a look like they could come back until eventually it was sort of creeped over the line.
Yeah, it looked like they were gonna do the same thing that they did on the first map. I mean, they did the exact same thing in the end, right? But they, pull it back. They look very lost from time to time on the first halves, and then the second half something clicks, they change it up, and then at some point they just go back to this default mode where they make mistakes, sloppy mistakes that in both of these games cost them critical rounds, especially in moments where we don't expect it. Think of ecos, faster paced rounds and stuff where you realistically should be winning those rounds out no matter what.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to highlight them later on, but you have the likes of Aussie as well with just crazy individual plays. We saw little sneaky classic plays where someone's just hiding in corners. It's I feel like these are NXT mistakes, but also consistent capitalization on them by the opposing side, which is, I guess, a positive for them, but also I don't know if that's something that's necessarily going to happen in future series.
Yeah, I mean, if your win condition is your enemy making mistakes, right? I think first of all, we should step away from that a little bit, because I think that Metasport played very well, right? Especially on this Lotus. Yeah. They set themselves up for success so consistently that I think it's a little bit unfair to just blame it on NXT making mistakes here and there. They played very well overall. So let's start by that. But yes, again, if your win condition and if you have these comebacks and if NXT doesn't make those mistakes, I mean, you need to be finding win conditions more successfully for yourself that second half, no matter what, right? And that's kind of, I think, one of the things that I would focus on with the Metasport boys if I'm them, watching these games back, seeing what happens, why do we go into a lower pace, are we feeling more comfortable or whatnot, right? And making sure that you iron out those things for the rest of the split.
Well, nonetheless, we're going to get to hear from one of them right now, as we are going to be jumping into the interview with, I believe, Mello, who I feel like must be having a great time right now after a couple of tougher games at the beginning of the season. You've changed a couple of players, Mello, and the team looked great today.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, winning in a 2-0 fashion with two stand-ins, it's great. The vibes were good. The practices went smooth right before game day. Everything went into our favor. We just thought we were in that honeymoon period with the two new subs, but just clicked. It feels natural, And even both second halves in the both maps, you could say they were a bit close, but you need to take into consideration we lost both pistols in the second half, so they had a bit of their comp on Lotus was attack sided. It was always gonna get in their favor once they go on attack, And our split, we had 2 practice games before we just stole the 100 Thieves comp, and that's it. We just rolled with it. It was so good.
I mean, just stealing comps is the oldest trick in the book, and it always works. One of the questions I had was actually in round 21, right? You guys took a timeout. I'm not entirely sure if you have a coach or not, but what had
You do have a
what was
coach.
said in that timeout that made it change? Because you actually won the round after that, right? That's kind of where we changed the momentum. So the
Yeah,
second
we
half
just-
didn't look as strong for you, and then after that you kind of started owning.
You mean on defense Lotus, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we had the condition that we take C, and then we went back to like some passive information takes on A, which always worked really good for us. And we just have insta flood for A and for C. I don't know if you noticed, but every time like we start, like sometimes we're like 3 on C. I don't want to reveal the whole game plan, but we have fast rotation everywhere, and with Rust already retakes pretty much. Because this game, we could have ended it much faster. We just lost the 2v1 in 3, I believe, against the enemy Cypher, you know? It was a miscommunication between me and the Viper player, Ozzy, and that's it. But I believe our floods are really good. It was just mainly to make them use more utility before getting into C, so they don't have anything to excite with.
Okay.
Well, the next thing I kind of want to ask you, like, we brought up those 2 stand-ins who I think for opening matches have done an incredible job, and we saw like a couple of sort of like role switches, at least with Luca and yourself. So was that something that was pre-planned, like coming into today, that he would sort of fill in the roles, or was it you sort of shifting a little bit to make sure he was comfortable?
No, it was basically we asked Luca if he's comfortable playing Fate, because if we were to play the 100 Thieves comp on Split, I was the one playing Gecko, because Gecko is my comfort pick. I can play anything, but on Gecko I'm usually pretty good. And Luca was like, yeah, sure, I like Fate, and we just tried it in Scream. It was insanely smooth. It was unbelievable actually, and it just worked for us. And Luca is a pretty flexible player. There's not much change in our team, you know, with Luca and Marky, because Marky is playing same agents as Demora, our last duelists were, and Luca is playing Sentinel mainly, and Faye and like other agents on 2 or 3 maps, which was the same for our old Sentinel. He was also playing Sentinel mainly and having a different agent on the other maps, you know?
I mean, that all makes a lot of sense. I think the stuff that you were describing before with the conditioning, the way that you guys were playing flood retake is kind of the new way that teams are playing right now. Another thing that we are like consistently seeing across all levels is the stand-in effect, right? And you already very briefly mentioned it, but how do you think the a bit like your success or the fact that you had to play with 2 stand-ins where the vibe was good, how do you feel like that affected your pressure in combination with the fact that you guys before this game were 0-3, right, in the league? How does that convert to like the amount of pressure that's on you guys?
The vibe was immaculate, man. That's all I'm gonna say. We were floating. Like, there's also one thing I want to add. 2 weeks ago, after we lost our first 2 games, we decided to have me IGLing, and I'm the IGL of the team since then. Not too many people know that. And Waken is more comfortable kind of fragging, you know? And it just clicked. And having these 2 new guys, you know, new blood, they're both so young and talented, insane good vibes. Only positivity. Like, I don't think I've heard a negative comment in the last 5 days, not even like a negative critique, you know? It's just really good, man. I liked it.
Great. Sounds like a healthy environment.
Just before you go, I wanted to ask one thing. So you've hyped up these 2 stand-ins. Obviously, we're using the word stand-ins. Is there a chance that this might become more of a permanent placement? Because they've done a pretty good job today.
If I speak, I'm in trouble.
Very good. Good PR move from you right there. You've been media trained. Very nice. Don't fall for Tommy's tomfoolery.
Waken was Thanos today. Waken was Thanos. We need to give him that. Waken was insane.
I mean, I think all of you guys played exceptionally good, right? Like all of you had individually moments of brilliance, right? So I think that it felt, at least from the outside looking in, like very much a team effort. And that in combination with the vibes that you're describing, just it works. That's how it's always been.
Yeah, guys. This was us with 2 days of practice. Next week, we're going to show you us with 10 days of practice, okay? Just remember this.
That sounds like they're sticking around. But before I make you leak anything more about your roster, I just want to say congratulations again, Melo, on the victory. And I want you to know the next thing we're going to be showing is your 4K clutch. So I don't know if do you want to introduce that? This is you fragging out in one of the rounds.
It's the on A side. You got a 4K.
Oh, on Lotus.
Yes, second map.
Oh, yeah, the Diggle round. I even forgot about it. Sorry, man. I'm so hyped. I'm so happy we won. I'm sorry. I just forgot about it.
Go celebrate, man. Go celebrate.
Go enjoy yourself.
Alright, see you guys. Have a good one.
And there we go. This was one of the rounds that I wanted to sort of just pick out because, again, he said that he's taken over that leadership role, but I don't know if it's necessarily impacted his fragging too much, Milan.
I mean, this was just a clear example of what he was talking about as well, right? If everything clicks, some of these teams, they're just unstoppable, right? so much of your success is based on like the vibe that's going on in the team, and if you bring in two of those like maybe a little bit less experienced guys, but who are willing to work, who are willing to listen, keep up the energy and stuff, this is the effect that can have, right? And I think that Melo was extremely happy with not only his individual performance, his teammates' performance, but he sounded very happy in particular with the way that the energy was in their team today.
Yeah, I think that's always one of the most important things when coming into these matches is like how the stand-in is brought in. Because we sort of saw earlier in the day, like in that first match, where it's like, okay, it's not that we're replacing a player, they're just unable to be here for map 1. It didn't quite go well, and then you have that sort of like, oh, my players returned, the vibes are better, and that was a lot of what has been talked about throughout the day. Now, something else, like Melo's doing a great job of sort of setting up our analysis, because he talked about the rotations and how they were able to get into the C site, and funnily enough, that's what most of our clips about Milan.
Yeah, no, we talked about the way that on both of these teams, they very much influence the enemy by pressuring A and then going into C, and especially Metasport. They did it so well on the attack. Look, they're pressuring, like this is a bonus round, obviously, right? So NXT might be a little bit more prone to over-rotating, but by this time, NXT has 4 people towards A, and with Seed is playing C-Link alone. That means that Metasport can get into the A side for completely free, right? The only downside of this round, obviously, they get a pick off here. And I think it's a completely flawless retake from that point onwards, but it's mostly because of the worst weaponry on the side of Metasport, right? Who knows what would have happened if they actually had rifles instead of some sheriffs and a bulldog. So, but the initial thought that we both of us shared was, how is it, possible for a team to get so consistently onto sites for completely free, right? And I think that's one of the mistakes that NXT made a little bit towards this on their CT side, was respecting Metasport so much. And I think that they could have done try to do a little bit better job at conditioning Metasport to use more util and dedicate more people to actually contesting A.
Yeah, and I think we see a sort of comparable round here. I think it's almost funny because a lot of the time where we saw the best of these sort of rotations, it actually ended up with just like a hero play coming out from someone on NXT, because again, they have this sort of initial fight over, they have a lurking player in Awaken as well, just being able to hold on the other side of the map, and I think it's just the doors here where they're just about to try and rotate through it and they lose pretty much everyone just off some crazy individual plays. But again, that push and pull of the map was just utterly fantastic from this squad. And again, you have to give credit where it's due to Melo, taking over the leadership role of the team. I think it's clear that you can see there is a plan, there's an idea of what he wants to be doing, and it didn't seem like NXT today had a lot of a read on anything they were attempting.
But I think also the way that they were playing these post plans, right? It was not just a very set structure of, hey, we're always going to plan for this position. For example, here, they know that they need to take more space on the map. So instead of, planting for Mount, planting for Sand, they decide to push CT and play for the CT post plan. And it made all the difference in this round, right? They're able to win a 4v5. Sure, they get the bomb down. Sure, they get a killjoy ult off. But they're able to win a 4v5 post plan relatively comfortable, completely playing from CT and Waterfall. And that's it's these tiny adjustments, I think, that made a difference today for Metasport. And I think that Melo, like you said, did a very good job at calling these adaptations, calling these slight changes, and winning rounds off of that.
Yeah, and I will hope, even though he's not allowed to leak it to me, that they are going to be keeping the two youngsters of Marky and Luca, because I think Marky did his job, but Luca, I think, went above and beyond, playing a couple of different roles, both being, I think, one of, if not the best player in the server for each of those games. And, well, one of the reasons that they've got their first victories onto the board, making things 2-0. And I believe now we can sort of have a little bit of a look back at what we have seen throughout the week so far. Obviously, I think the pinnacle was the almost victory yesterday for Formulation. We saw the gods of Apex bleed Milan, but yeah, it wasn't quite to be in the end.
I mean, I think it's a good sign. It's a healthy sign for Polaris, right? Like, you don't really want a league where one team is as dominant. And I think for Apex, like I said before, it's good for them to find some resistance earlier on so that they have, that they're familiar with those different feelings, right? If you run through everything and everyone up until Ascension, if you get there, right? you're going to struggle when you eventually have to face defeat, or when you have to struggle a little bit more. So it's a healthy sign for growth of Polaris. The other thing that I really like is, especially today, we see not necessarily the resurgence, but we see these teams coming from, you know, VRCs, beacons, etc., making waves into Challengers Leagues. And that's exactly what, you know, this whole system, this whole ecosystem is set up for.
Yeah, and I think as well, if we can take a look at the standings, it is still looking pretty damn competitive, even with the likes of Apex up the top. I think that second and third spot are pretty much well, it's literally down to round difference at this current stage. So I don't think there's anybody like completely out of the running. I think for NXT, maybe a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to show something a little bit better, but all in all, especially the playoffs battle is still very much open, Milan.
Yeah, I think right now we have a pretty clear quote unquote top four, right? And the bottom four teams have, you know, they're all 1 and 3. Biggest shift for me is NXT starting to, you know, drag a little bit towards the bottom of the table. But like you said, this top four fairly similar, right? I think the only change is the side of Metasport, who was a previous roster last split, now replaced by Requiem. But overall, it can still go either way, honestly. We have what, 7 or no? What is it? 4 stages or 4 matches left for all the teams, or 3? Am I doing my math correctly? Is my math? I think it's 3 matches left for all the teams. So there's still many things that can change. Don't look at me like that.
Sure, let's go with that. Just to move away quickly from that before I'm asked any questions, we have our schedule ready for what is going to be coming up next week, which again, like I feel like we've seen sort of so many competitive games going into this one. I think the obvious one is going to be Sweet and Sour versus Apex. If anybody was going to be able to finally take a victory off them, I think we can agree that it will be them. But even again, down the bottom, Formulation versus Metis, I think both teams having a resurgence this week. We'll see who can sort of continue that, Milan.
Yeah, I mean, it's this Apex SNS rematch, right? We've seen it last split. I think I worked the desk for that game as well, and it didn't really live up to the expectations I had for myself, right? It can go both ways. We've seen Apex, you know, look a little bit shaky here and there. SNS is very much still on the uprising. I think some of the other matches here are also going to be very important for this, like playoffs, qualifications, and seeing who's actually going to settle where also in the bottom half of the table.
I think also the one that I said it yesterday, the scary thing with Apex is because they almost lost, I feel like next week they're going to be more devastating. Like that's where you put the prep in. That's where you watch those VODs back. Nonetheless, of course, if you want to keep up to date with everything going on in Polaris, make sure that you follow the socials, use the hashtags, check out the YouTube channel as well. That is going to be everything that you can find. And of course, Milan, I know this is going to be sad for you, but that's it for today. That was this was your dream, and I know that you asked Bodork. This was the make-a-wish that I granted. No, I'm kidding.
Please.
Was working with you today. Did it live up to the hype?
I got it. Yes, sure, whatever, you know. I'll see you soon.
Well, I'm literally gonna probably see you in a couple of days, but let's ignore that. Either way, guys, it's been a pleasure. Obviously, shout out to everybody behind the scenes, and of course, Ryan and Pavlos for taking us through all of the matches. There's going to be plenty more coming up next week, so if you're not already following the channel, make sure you do that, and we will see you then. Goodbye.